You're watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hoffman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. I'm your host, Rebecca, and let's go ahead and get everybody pulled up. And as always, you know I'm happy you are here. Let's go ahead and start with the one and only Samuel Hoffman. Hey there, Sam. How are you? Can you hear me okay? Maybe.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Silly me. Hello, everybody. Okay. I had muted that and walked away and came back and forgot it was muted. Yeah, I'm glad everybody's here. Hi, they're up the comments section already. Another show, another great show.
I haven't even looked yet. Okay, I can see there's a lot though. And let's go ahead and get the other guys here. We got Jesus Marquez, and he's
hi guys.
Hey,
hello everybody. Rebecca, Samuel,
and Christopher Gutierrez.
Hello.
Vegas. How are you, Christopher?
Good. We're excited today. We've been seeing a lot.
Yeah, you had some great pictures today. Yeah.
Did you guys get a chance to look at that right before the show? I hope that minute and a half, 2 minutes of video.
I tried looking it up.
I saw a sneak peek of it.
And did you get to see it, or was it not there?
It was there.
I was asking Christopher as well.
Oh, sorry.
We went on, and I didn't want to be.
Okay.
Watch it as we. Yeah. I'll watch it as we.
Okay, just checking. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Let's take a peek at the comments section.
Hello, Andrea.
Who we have. Wow. Okay, first in line. It's always a race between T. Racy and Air Experimental. I see in first place tonight is T. Racy. She was here first. Hi there. Happy you're here. And second in line is Experimental. They're always just neck and neck. I can tell. So I'm glad you guys are here. And then let's see who else we have. Scroll back up. Oh, Andrea. Wow, she checked in early. So Andrea from New Zealand. Hi, Andrea.
Rowan and Michelle.
And here's Dennis. Dennis is in the house. Hi, Dennis. Katie Joe in New Jersey. Dennis is in the UK, just so we all know. He's in the UK. And Katie's in New Jersey. Hi, Katie. And Carol Ann. Pennsylvania.
Hi, Carol.
I hope I'm right on that.
Hello.
Hey, and then here's Michelle in Indiana. Hi, Michelle. Good to have you.
Michelle.
And here is Andrea. She was with us last week, and she is helping me. She's doing some work with me on these Google Slides. So as I'm anxious to get, collaborating with her more.
Good work this week, by the way. I love the one that you put out that's obvious, and I hope you play it here on the show tonight.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, the obvious, the one it's a short that it starts out, it says obvious, and you put it out like yesterday or the day before.
Okay. Well, I have it. I'll find it.
I love it. I love that. That's awesome.
Okay.
And I also very much like the sound link where it's my birthday and all that. I got because I watched it and I did get goosebumps along with the commentator.
Okay.
And it was
I'll make sure I have the right one. I know there's only one that has that one, so
well, it's the new one of Saturn Jalamoon crossing over the top of the sun, which matches this month's sight drawing, which we didn't draw in last month. So and it matches exactly. And I just went, yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'll pull it first thing here in a second.
Okay. I was quite excited.
I'm happy you're happy. So, who was next line? Egg is here. The one and
hello, Egg.
So happy you're here.
Great guy.
Sabrina is here as always. She's so loyal and faithful. Hi, Sabrina.
Hi, Sabrina.
Are the one and only Gray Guy. He's
Gray
here,
guy.
guys. I like his pictures. I hope you sent me some. Let's see. Who else? Here's a Facebook user, and I believe this is Alexander in Germany. I'm psychic. No, but he says Germany here. And
hi, Alexander.
I have a good 10-minute video from him today that we're going to get to view. So that's going to be cool. Let's see. Here is a guy on Facebook or a girl. Somebody. Hi. And Stephanie is here. Hey, Stephanie Marshall. Hi.
Hey, Stephanie.
Yep. And if that wasn't Alex before, it's Alex now. Hi there, Alex. Good to see you. And here is somebody from Oklahoma. Hey, y'all. It might be Tracy. I don't know, but hey there. Hi.
Hi to Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm. And Anissa Arabians is here. Good to have you, Anissa. Hi.
Hi, Anissa.
Brendan, I always know he's going to be here. We can always count on Brendan. Hi, Brendan. And then we got Maria in Alaska. Good to have you, Maria.
Hello, Maria.
Yep. Good to always see her. I got a couple of pictures.
Alaska is very active in earthquakes today and the last couple of days. Very active. There's smaller quakes, but I mean, there's a lot of them. The Ring of Fire is playing some really cool games. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll get in. Yeah, we'll have to check into that. I think I almost got everybody. You got Linda. Linda's here from Pittsburgh. Hi, Linda. And this person, I'm not sure who, but they're talking about what's going on. Hi there. And Anthony is here. I was always good to see Anthony, really. So we're all caught up now. Yes. So I'm going to go ahead
and everybody. Glad to have you all here.
Admire it. Let's see.
Some very cool, some very close happenings this week. I've been seeing some cool stuff being posted and some little more scarier things.
The sky was crazy today. It was very, very cool out there, except we do have more clouds up here with the cumulus nimbus because we got rain.
We got, I had a cool 2 days and then it got overcast now. We've been getting a lot of rain.
There's going to be a really big lightning scenario from pretty much over the top of you, Rebecca, and northern Texas going all the way to Kentucky, Tennessee tomorrow or the next day after. I didn't look into the details, but yeah, there's some spooky weather coming, and it's just around the corner.
Yeah.
And I could look now.
Very windy. Actually, broke open my door, my garage, my backyard door and fence door, and it's plastic, it's plexiglass, but it still broke through it. I had to fix it, and some pretty good winds.
Yeah, I would recommend that everybody, if you have lawn furniture that's out, put it away again. We got the robins up here in Montana. They're here finally, and I saw a bee today, a honeybee, and we were in the upper 40s and 50s yesterday, and the day before we were like 54. So we're warming up, and spring is definitely here because when the robins get to Montana, then it's a whole different ball game for the rest. Now they have been chased out by snow before, but spring is definitely here. And I'm looking at some really wild ass jet stream over the Pacific Ocean. That's very strange. And over the U.S., it's of course coming up through over Mexico and then through Southern California and then hooking. The moment it hits Colorado and Arizona, it does this dip turn, and that's what's going to cause the majority of the thunder and lightning. And it'll be a pretty blistering storm scenario in the next few days in the Midwest. Anyway, go ahead.
I was getting ready to ask where. And hi, Joyce. We have Joyce.
It'll start over the top of you and Oklahoma, Kansas, Texas. After it dumps out of Colorado, it probably will be windier than shit over Colorado. We actually today, even up here in Montana, surprisingly, we have forecast for possible lightning, which is interesting. And I love lightning, but until it hits my house. So anyway, we're going to start. We've been seeing some interesting onset of the upcoming 180-day cycle, which is looking at the calendar. It is about 11 days away, and give or take. So here we go. The fun is about to begin.
Right. Everybody's like, hold on, everybody. Here's JD, our friend JD.
Hey, JD.
Oh, yeah, JD.
Nice
glad to hear from you, man.
Right. Good to see you.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just go tell Sam I'm looking for that video. I thought I could just, dash.
I was just watching it, and wow, that would be a really,
why is it so hard to
really
find?
Great video to put up.
It's pretty.
Speaking about matching,
I know.
Matching the drawings. Oh my god.
Well,
I really wish there was a video to that.
You want me to grab a copy, Rebecca?
Yeah, maybe you should.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'll just grab you the one I want, and then I'll send it to you through Facebook DM,
right.
like we
It makes
usually
me
do,
wonder if
and
it got removed
then
or
that way you don't
something.
have to look for it. Yeah, because it's sitting here right here. It says obvious. It's Saturn's Yellow Moon. It's one of your shorts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm grabbing a copy of it now, and I will send it to you.
Okay, perfect. So weird.
And sending now. It'll take a
Okay.
moment to get to you.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, I really wonder if TikTok removed it. No, they wouldn't do that.
Well, you never. Hey, look what happened with the previous video we were talking about before the show. So,
Right.
yeah, I love that. That is awesome. And and I get to see that my drawing does actually. I mean, even the size, it matches.
The
and it's just
location was just spot on. I got it now.
yeah,
Thank you, Steve.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, come back to StreamYard. And it's an awesome thing when all of a sudden your drawings match, and time after time, and it's like you do the hand pull, going yes, and one of those Star Trek, Kirk saves the universe once again for early Star Trek fans. Anyway, yeah, it's like yes, and I see all this shit coming to pass year after year after year, and yet I'm shaking my head going, oh my god, there you go.
Oh my God.
Isn't it great?
Chris.
I know, it's my dream.
I have goosebumps everywhere.
Same exact
What a birthday. I know.
same exact location.
And size.
What was it? 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, or 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Of the sun always. That is crazy.
I mean, the drawing, you can see. I just going to point out. I mean, look, I didn't have to make it fit or anything. I mean, it just fits. There it is, and there it is. Let's go back.
And
to the
we know
drawing.
that the halo that
Look at
these people are seeing is because this is a cut-off halo. Because the sun is being cut off by the Saturn's yellow moon, and it's causing that bigger, larger, darker halo.
Is that I'm guessing, also all the other planets.
Right, yeah,
I
that
mean,
too,
like
of
Nibiru,
course.
Yuri,
Yeah, right, correct.
all of them.
The focaling of the light and why it's so. I mean, these guys are supposedly standing in stark mid-daylight, and
Right.
it's gray and literally dark.
Okay.
We can't even see any light rounding them to illuminate their clothing.
That is so weird.
This helps because for a long time I thought all halos were Imaru, and now I see
Well,
it's
not all, and then there, yeah,
Right.
you have to look at the inside of what's also going on inside the halo.
There's some very intense ones, and I think those intense ones, and you can almost even see curve when
Now, generically,
when
in
don't-
Arctic regions, you'll see that the ice crystal halo, and they'll refer to that as a sundog. But if you notice, the halo is not going below the horizon line to the back or the knees of these walkers. And that would be an atmospheric ice crystal halo, where it comes below the horizon line for the photographer, the camera, to capture it. This isn't a space halo. It's beyond the horizon. And we have to reiterate that time. There's different halos. Now, there is, of course, the Imaru halo, and that's a different thing. And you'll see the orange and the red on the inside. That's an Imaru halo.
This is out of this world. What a birthday.
Yeah, I fully, once we started watching a Saturn's yellow moon and a Saturn and Nibiru start coming back towards us in 2019, early 2020, I was just sitting here going, oh my God. And it's a level of, it's like, not only do I have cake, but I get ice cream next to it. And I was just, in total elation. And that's when I started drawing in the ion tail of a Saturminal, and then it matches and it matches and it gets bigger and it matches and it gets bigger and it matches. And that was, a level of elation and comfort for me that I had not seen to such a level of intensity where, you get goosebumps looking at my own work.
Right.
I get that all the time. I got that recently. Again, over,
Yeah, the old body goosebumps, like, holy shit.
it was an interesting week for sure.
Yeah. I was going to pull up some of Christopher's pictures. He sent me his own. I don't know. He's probably done. Oh, sorry, Chris. I click on you instead of your slides.
Hey.
Okay, it's loading. It's anyway. But yeah, he created a diagram today that was entertaining and refreshing. I told him it's nice to see somebody else, making diagrams. So it looked good to me.
Bad. It looks like a
I haven't been on today, so I haven't really been seeing anything. But let's check it out. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see. There we go. We're getting there. Okay, so here's the drawing he was focusing on. Okay, and this is what he was seeing in the sky. Okay, so let's look at his.
Yeah, I did see that post.
There's the picture.
Wow.
Okay, so take that all in. But here's the magic. Ta-da!
Oh.
Look at that. It's pretty much right. I mean, I can't.
Spot on. I gotta give it to you.
Look at that. He's got the side orb, the cube. What else did he have? Atu's moon, which we see the definite curve and the clouds.
But also the cube is you can see the cube for sure. Absolutely.
Yes, you can.
Well, now that Atu and Atu's moon is going beyond us and beyond Earth and being facially illuminated, the Texas cube is a lot more visible as well. And you cannot argue with a square in the sky because there is nature does not have squares or straight lines generically.
Right
Nope.
there. I'm showing our viewers over on TikTok. We have a few, and they are watching, and so luckily for them, they can see my cursor. So I can show them things y'all can't see. I don't know why. Hopefully we can do that in the future on Streamlabs for everybody. It's pretty nice,
Yeah.
And here's a close-up that we see those diagonal lines like we see. So
you can. I don't know, Sam, if you can see it, but at the bottom left, there's I think it's a triangle craft, and it left this long streak behind it. It was weird.
Yeah, we posted or we tried.
When did you take these? Sorry, Sam.
Oh, it's okay.
Chris?
What time? 7:30 in the
No,
morning?
I mean, when did you take them? The shots?
Yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Stephanie Marshall mentions Mr. BB333 had a live a couple of days ago featuring the cube, the long box. Exactly correct. We tried to get that uploaded before the show, and for some reason,
it's because it was alive. You think? I don't know. I'll try it again. I'm gonna try it again.
We were sharing that because we were all trying. This is what I was talking about at the beginning of the podcast, was whether or not they'd seen that. And it's absolute proof that other people around the world are seeing it as well. And the long box cube is a very large extragalactic, meaning outside our solar system, craft, part of the Federation, and offloading. It's a huge, massive structure. It's two Texas cubes glued together. Massive, and there's ships that are all around it all the time. As a matter of fact, we see more triangle Star Destroyers. That's the large, big, huge triangular ship with the conning tower up on the back. And we see pictures of that for many, many years now. And there's so many of them coming in, even on Montana Skywatchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous. People are sending me pictures all the time on PM and in other sources. And I keep wondering when the hell everybody's going to get on board with this and, sort of like spread it out. Everybody wants to know whether or not we're alone in the solar system, let alone the galaxy. And, here we've been talking about it openly for, 8 to 10 years. And and yet it is not going anywhere. So I don't understand that. But anyway, sidebar.
And it's matching everywhere. That video I was just watching, the Mr. MDB 33 video. It's insane. Is that the one you're trying to get, Rebecca?
Yeah, right. And you can see the
I'm
little.
gonna get it. I'm gonna do a screen record. I'll get it. Don't worry.
You can see the highly illuminated Star Destroyer, which is a tiny little triangle compared to this thing. And we know that these Star Destroyers are massive. You know, they're like 4 football fields long. And if that's a tiny dot in front of that big damn ass long box cube, can you freaking imagine how big that thing is? And we've seen pictures of it where it has, the side construction on it. I mean, we're not talking about encased in cloud pictures here. We've seen repetitive sightings of the actual craft itself and all the ships around it and all the tiny little micro dots.
The side orb is so obvious also on the video, on the picture.
Yeah, and that's a strong representative of how we actually do identify it, even if it does look like a square in the sky. Okay, it's a square, long rectangle in the sky, and is there this? Oh shit! There's the side orb. Real sighting. It's one of the parameters of how we identify what we're looking at, and we don't just go, "Oh, look, it is." We prove to ourselves what we're talking about.
And if you guys would be paying, if anybody who's been following Sam or Rebecca or even myself can see how these things have matched over and over the years. So
yeah, years. We're not, we did fall off the turnip truck yesterday and all of that. And I think a lot of people don't take that into account, that we've been doing this for as long as we've been doing it. And we are the pros. We're the pro-ams. And this is why we ask people to assist our site along with us. If you have a sky watching site out there, contact us, get hold of us, and we'll try and work you in the group and try to bring you up to par and speed. And that's what we do versus a lot of people who don't do that, who isolate themselves with their own personal opinions, or what we would call a theory. But we're not dealing in theory anymore. We gotta
build on the community is what we're trying to do. We're trying to spread this information, and those people that it's spread to spread it further and further. That's the only way that the masses will wake up to this information. Is exactly this model. We just gotta start picking up more momentum, because this needs to spread to people. It needs to spread to people because what's going on up there is very significant. We've been waiting for signs in the sky for a long time. People have been waiting for signs in the sky, and they are here, people. They are here. It's time to open your eyes.
I agree with Carol Ann. They're just everywhere in all directions at times. So, and I want to say hi to Amanda and Christy Cherry.
I'm not going to scream thousands, but I can say hundreds. We've cited. Rebecca has a couple of pictures of the old sightings, and there were just so many. It was beyond reproach that they were actually Star Destroyers that had offloaded, and I watched it by eye occur in April of 2019. I had clear as day view in the northwest sky and watched them without clouds wrapped around them, offloading these immense Star Destroyers out of this unbelievably large cubed craft. And we watched them come in. We talked about them going back to 2015 for the Texas Cube. And there's a reason they called it the Texas Cube. And the long box cube got its name because it is twice the length of the Texas Cube. It's a rectangle, not a cube. And they're similar, but anyway, and they're not the Borg. Which blows me away that they did actually include that in the Star Trek series.
I think it's done purposely, Sam. That way it discredits it,
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Telling anybody associating that with reality, anybody who's already closed off to any alternative thinking, that's exactly what
I love this picture.
Yeah.
It's turned slightly. It turns toward us, and the back end is we're only seeing a portion of its length because it's coming towards us to our left. Yeah, that's the long box cube, folks. That black dot is a craft in front of it. Is that a black dot?
Well, Sam, it looks like we're just going to get a screenshot because even when I try to do a screen,
whatever you got to do. Well, we don't want to get content. We don't want to get content copyright issues from Mr. BB 333.
They have definitely blocked it.
Oh, and I got to mention that again, Mr. BB 333. I'm trying to get your name right. We do invite you. You're welcome to join us in the program. Contact me, Rebecca, Jesus, Christopher, anybody you feel comfortable with talking to. We can give you you can write us a letter through the snail mail at P.O. Box 625, Lolo, Montana 59847. If you'd like to participate and comment and yet not be publicly announced, we can work with that. We'd just like to include you in the information and get you on board with the time-proven information and facts, because we share the real citizen science, and our entire meaning behind this is to share proven science, and we're not guessing. And we've gone through all the rules, trying to make sure that empirical science, we collect information, great deals of information before we call it fact. And we have taken the 14 years plus knowing that this is fact. So anybody that wants to doubt this right now, oh, well, it never happened before. Well, guess what? It's happening now. Go ahead, anybody.
We have thousands upon thousands of comparatives, over the years, documented photographs and videos and all matching the same thing we're saying. So
there it is, Sam.
We would like to get everybody else on board as well. It's on the record or off the record. It would be nice to get this information out, and you choose to do with the information what you will, I guess.
That white dot in the center is a star destroyer that's easy 4 football fields long. You can see the conning tower on the left. It's headed toward the right. The smaller blip in front of it's a smaller support craft. Could be a fighter. We've watched fighters. We've watched all kinds of. We've seen the docking station for the fighter squadrons. We've seen fueling tankers. We've seen larger individual transport craft. And we've been watching it for years. We keep screaming this to everybody out there. Oh my God, here it is. And what do we get back in return? Crickets. And boy, I wish I had that little sound machine right there where I could push my cricket button.
You used to get thousands of likes, Sam. And,
we were just talking about that.
I caught that. Yeah, I caught that earlier. That's true. I've been going down your page sometimes, Montana Skywatchers, and even some of the stuff I post on Montana Skywatchers is very, very little reactions compared to what they used to get.
What was this, Sam? I mean, was that a tornado and a cube, or what? I don't know.
Well, we know it's a tornado.
Yeah.
Well, it's possible that a wake eddy tornado rotational system would occur from a very, very close passing upper atmospheric, very massive cube. I can't fully attribute it, but boy, look at those square sides. The light is behind us, so it would be Attu's moon. And look, and remember, 180-day cycle, very, very close. Who knows? It depends on. Yeah, that's the thing. The shit in between these passing planets and us is vast, and it's large, and there's shitloads of it. Yeah. And at this part of the cycle, when we move from winter into, look at that. This is Attu's moon directly above us. On there, this is an early morning shot, and that is the frickin' Texas cube right there. Side orb is dead center.
Yeah.
Michelle sent me another image of the one from Mr. MBB. So I'm gonna pull it up. It's a little bit more clear. So
I am absolutely beside myself that we have been talking about the Texas cube and the long box cube and the craft and the alien species and the shit that we've been watching parked right outside our planet for the last 5 years. 5 years. Now, we knew they were here even before that, but they were parking in front of the sun, so it was impossible to tell everybody with a level of belief, even though we had hundreds of captures of them, even from space, not including Earth shots, where people saw them. And then the space tube got here in 2017, 18, 19, something like that. And then I think that's a shipping cargo container for the commodities to be shipped off to a different, whichever faction that belongs to.
That would make perfect sense.
Well, you can go out to YouTube and watch all those damn Anunnaki and Sumerian videos there are, and there's thousands of them. Or you can actually, tune into the information of what the hell's happening right now.
Right.
And I'm blown away that we're sitting here fighting for 500 views.
Yeah.
I'm in awe. I'm almost pissed off.
Some of the close stuff that happened this week, Sam. I am in complete shock that nobody saw it. Nobody noticed anything.
No.
It is absolutely shocking to me that nobody noticed what happened these last few days. It was just absolutely. Some of the
I wholly agree.
closest things by eye, you could just see the detail. You could see it was just. I was in shock. Absolutely in shock.
Well, I understand that we've been doing this so long, and we've been watching this and accepting it and understanding it, calling it back for so long, that I am totally 100%, if not 110% sure that we come off like nut jobs. And I am not kidding you. And I roll in that.
What's happening is crazy, Sam. What's happening is absolutely bonkers. It's just absolutely nuts. I can totally understand, because sometimes I think, and we all here, we all feel that. We all fight with ourselves, sometimes. Am I crazy? Am I really seeing this? Am I really seeing this? I was like that entire day, 2 days ago. Like, did that really just happen? I have spent hours watching that same video over and over, and I saw it by eye so clear. I've spent the last 2 days just in complete shock, in absolute shock, and that's considering that we're a little desensitized to this stuff. But I often question my own sanity. It's a really crazy thing. Nicole was talking about it after I got off the show Saturday, that it is paradigm shifting. It can be very uncomfortable. Could be very uncomfortable to know this information, and some people are not going to want to see it. But for anybody else that's open and wants to know the truth, get on board with people. There's a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah,
that we really need to pay attention to.
We have to reiterate that, after a decade of study, and we're talking daily, intense, multiple hours. I have, and I stopped counting many years ago. I have over 50,000, 75,000 hours worth of research here, not including my 40 prior years of knowing. And God, this is just always to this day. And I almost utter this to myself as I'm driving to the store. If they do not come into Montana and accost a 17-year-old high school student, a junior in high school, for being wrong. They don't slap you with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement out of the blue for writing a paper if you're wrong, especially, it was just obscure. Nobody knows about this shit. Why bother? And yet, here we are in 2024. And oh my God, we were talking about before the show, the events and the Jesus, and I hope we'll show that picture. He had a post of the salamander tail, and then he was talking about at the beginning of the show how it was so unbelievable what he saw. And I draw this stuff out, and we've talked about this, and we're accurate. And it
happens over and over again, just over and over again.
And that's the part I absolutely just sit here and I go, yes, oh, do this. I'm sure they have a few memes about that. Some guy in some movie going, yes, or booyah or whatever. And we are so. This is where we get our obsession, our exuberance, our our behaviors, patterns, and reaching out to all you folks out there. Look at that long box cube in front of it's Saturn.
Yeah, these are still Christopher's picks, just so
Yeah,
y'all know.
yeah.
This is Christopher. And I want to say hi to Tanya. Tanya's here, and I see Audrey
Yeah.
from South Africa. 2:30 in the morning.
Yikes.
Oh my goodness, girl. Good for you. You're tough.
Hello, Audrey.
Hi, Audrey. Oh, and yeah, that's an awesome picture. I love it. You can actually see Isatum and Nibiru really well. That dark
I'm
blue.
gonna go to the hobby store and buy some paint, and I'm gonna start painting.
Oh, good.
I'm flat ass broke, and I got to raise some money somehow. So I'm gonna start selling some painting, smaller paintings like 20 by 25 or
Yes.
34. So I'm gonna do hand paintings. There'll be a few $100s.
Yes.
But I figured I'd do some independent art, and one only of, and
Right.
I've thought about selling prints, and people have asked for copies of the drawings, but they, the best way you can get a free copy is just offload it. What I do post and monthly drawings, and
What
then
about
run it off on
you
your
could do-
printer.
you could do an original?
Well,
and
yeah,
then
and I
sell
was
that
actually thinking
in,
of doing
like,
individual planets,
lithographs.
or I don't know what I'm going to produce yet, but I'm gonna start painting again because I haven't been doing that lately, and I actually
Right.
I'm going to attempt to bring forward a few dollars to buy new paint because all my paint dried up, and I paint in acrylic. So anyway,
Mhm.
I would love to
That's
see
a
that.
great idea,
I
Sam.
would love to see that.
I want to, yeah, and I think I don't remember who mentioned it. It may have been Maria, but anyway, she wanted you to do something like that and then have like numbered lithographs, like,
yeah, yeah,
have the
well,
original and then 1 through 50, numbered lithographs, all
wow,
high
oh
hand.
boy, I'm going to be busy.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That'd be a good idea.
Well, and I'm almost precipitous to talk about this, and we have to take into account, and I apologize in advance here. We have to take into account my accuracy.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm still chuckling about that, going, holy shit, how do I do this? And your earlier video, and we talked, here I draw this, and a week later we get the absolute capture, and numerous ones beyond that. We've had quite a few that has matched that, and it's not like it's just this one-off, because that's not how it works.
And we were seeing it more and more outside of the groups, that we deal with. We're starting to see it on TikTok. We're starting to see it on YouTube with people that have nothing to do with us on a daily level. That never even heard about this about us.
I'd
So
love to
we're-
get that Daniel guy to talk to us, the one that put out that video about Rebecca and me, and over the years, and he's got a lot of people. He's got a lot of popular folks, and he's such doubting Thomas because of the science that he knows, and that's the same thing I ran through with the government scientists. That I ripped the rug out from underneath them in the reality. And yes, by God, I'm very good at my theoretical physics. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bothered me when I was 17.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
And also, let's say that I struggled with that part for a long time, but in the end, what I said was, "This is me. I can't fight with what I'm seeing. I have to pick what I'm seeing over what somebody else is telling me. If you can't trust your own eyes for what you're seeing, then what can you trust? There's no way. If I'm seeing a dog, it's a dog. I don't care what anybody else, some other scientist or something else tells me.
Well,
It's freaking
society has taught us to think of ourselves in a lesser mode. I've had numerous people say, "Well, this is beyond my science level of what I was taught in school." Now, granted, there was a deficiency in school.
I have a problem with that. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. I have a problem with that way of thinking, Sam, because, and I'm sure we all here have the same have a problem with that. Like, I just cannot understand or wrap my mind around how some people can say, "Well, I guess it's a cat." If the government tells me it's a cat, it doesn't matter that I see a dog. I don't understand how people have that way.
Yeah, I can't. I'm sorry, excuse me, but I have learned more out of school than in school. It handed me
Sure.
the premise, the basis of how to look at stuff and look for stuff. And I'm back in the old day when you actually had to go into the card file to look up a book and then find out where it was on the shelf, which was a quest in itself, sort of like a treasure hunt. And then look that up in one of 5 or 10 books. But now we have this high source of information, and unfortunately, there's so many internet experts that are filling everything with garbage, and we've been fighting that. And I almost think if we did this 20 years ago, we'd be more popular. I mean, it's weird. I don't know where societal,
That's before the internet got hold of
maybe
things and conspiracies.
Yeah, maybe what's those table things? Siri. Ask Siri about Samuel Hoffman and Nibiru. I'd love to find out what it tells you.
Well,
That'd
it
be,
just
that'd be a
searches
good
the
one.
internet.
That'd be a good one.
It searches because I did something like an AI search like that, and it did pull you up.
And
It did pull you up.
no, I do know. I do know that on Bing, if you go into Bing search, you'll get far more information about me than you will on Google. And I was
just wanna say
surprised
hi
by
to
that.
her. Thank you to Michelle on behalf of Sam. That's real thoughtful. So good. I want to see him get paints. So, and I want to mention, I didn't realize that Tanya is a lady I met last night on my live over on TikTok. And
Welcome, Tanya. Welcome.
Welcome, Tanya. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully this resonates with you.
Hey, all of our members are important. Everybody is a citizen scientist. If you're here because you're supposed to be. This is not by chance. There's a lot more to our work that goes down in history than you understand at this time. I can promise you that, and anybody that has listened to me for a few years knows about my accuracy. So let's hope you listen. And hit the like button, subscribe, and share with your friends.
If you're already here, go a little further and give this just a little bit of a chance. You're not here by accident, as Sam said. I don't believe in coincidence. You're here for a reason. See it through. Is all I'm saying. Give it a little bit of time and see it. And we have a lot of great examples for you here.
I would like everybody on the eclipse, like 2 days before the eclipse, go out and find out the size of the moon. If you get an opportunity to look at the moon, look at how big it is. And then, now remember, of course, the moon is supposedly going to pass between us and the sun and cause this eclipse. It's a lunar eclipse. I'm just wondering if maybe they're telling us it's one thing when it's not. So, and it might just be a normal lunar eclipse, but I'd like a few people out there, you citizen scientists, to get ready for this ahead of time, please. And do check. Let's check what they're telling us.
Well, they're shutting down some schools, I hear, over the eclipse. So it is probably something to at least pay attention to prior to what's happening, because we all know we're entering the 180-day cycle as well. So April 8th, we're going to be well into the cycle. Yeah. So pay attention. I've noticed that at the beginning of the 180-day cycle, we start to see a lot of close asteroid passes. That happened last year. It happened the year before that for me. Was the one first thing that has some very close asteroid passes right as we enter the 180-day cycle. And I have already been seeing that a couple of times now. And we're not even officially started.
Yeah, go ahead, Rebecca.
Oh no, I was just going to mention I'm kind of like in a 80% totality area. I saw on a different map. Tulsa is.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know if I'll catch it.
In Broken Bow, Oklahoma.
Is Tulsa way down, like on the southern part of Oklahoma?
It's at the very northeast corner.
Yeah, northeast corner.
Top right hand corner.
Oh,
we're about like
40
40 or an hour away from Kansas and Missouri and Arkansas in that top right hand corner.
Got it. Yeah. So,
but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I thought it was a solar eclipse. I did not realize.
Provided, yeah, of course we can't see the weather all the way out into April, but anyhow.
So
And I want to say hi to
Twitter,
Third
and thank
Third
you to
Eye.
Sammy. I think she donated just now as well, or he. I'm not sure.
Oh, Sammy. Hey, Sammy. Thank you. Very nice. They
Thank
are
you.
in Michigan. Perfect. I've never been to Michigan. Have you guys? I've never been there.
I've seen Michigan from the other side of the lake.
Right.
I've done a lot of
Okay.
fishing
Closer
up
than
in
me.
Minnesota.
Yeah. I've been to Wisconsin.
Okay.
That's about as far north as I've been.
Yeah.
So,
My parents are from Chicago.
okay. Well, that's nice, Sammy. Thank you very much. And, okay, so here's the pictures.
Where are you, Tanya? She's going to be 100% totality.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, really. I'm curious, too.
On the left-hand side, on the left picture, you can see Atu's moon cutting into the top of
That's
the
right.
sun,
I remember.
and that is what is creating this halo. Notice the halo is not down below the horizon, it is up in the atmosphere, so therefore it's a cutoff halo. And you can see the central rounded Atu's moon, and Atu is behind it, and all the way down to the lower mid left. And there's an asteroid rounding in on the left-hand side of the sun in the middle of the halo, and that is the red asteroid.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank
Really,
you, Karen.
That's really nice.
Oh,
we really
we've had a very gracious start to this show today. Thank you.
Right.
We can
Well,
only
they
go
see
up.
that this costs money. You know, it takes money to put on a show, show
We
business.
appreciate the consideration, guys. That's very nice of you guys to do
Thank
that.
you.
Very nice of you guys to do that.
Right. Thank you, too, Carol Ann. Carol Ann is our official cheerleader. She's the Citizen Science
She is.
Project cheerleader.
She's
So-
a great moderator. I don't know if official or
never
unofficial, but she's
Right,
you guys good at that?
She never misses my lives over on TikTok. It doesn't
And
matter if
she's
it's the middle
very
of the night.
and very active in the groups as well on Facebook.
She is there. So I appreciate you, Carol
Long
Ann.
time member.
Long time member,
Yeah.
yes.
Before
Yes.
me, even.
And
So-
she's one of those that has withstood the test of time, because there's been so many people that come and go, but there's some of us who are still here 6 years later and still just as involved with this. Carol Ann is one of those people,
Right.
No, I think she was
Perfect.
around even before you guys.
Yeah,
I believe so.
I do too.
I believe so.
yeah, her name goes back a long ways.
Mhm.
Early Montana Skywatcher years.
Mhm.
And
Really?
there's a lot of people out there. I don't know where they went. I don't know if they're being not notified and I've drifted off, or they've walked away from Facebook because there's all of the
Or
above.
somebody reached out to me recently, Sam, that used to be very active, very good skywatcher, and still he's still in the background watching, but he just has a lot on his plate, and I think life has gotten a lot busier, a lot more complicated. I mean, the price of everything has gone up, so everybody's had to have an extra job or an extra something, So I
There's
think
only
it's just-
one way to find out.
I think it's just a busy time for a lot of people too. So
Yeah, well, nobody will say anything until I'm gone, and then they'll go, "Where the hell are you?" That every once in a while. Oh, like a year or so ago, I'd disappear for a couple of days, and everybody would be calling me on the phone, going, "Where are you? What's going on?" It's like, oh, okay.
yeah,
All
I
right,
didn't. Weren't you
yeah.
gone in the last day or two? I haven't seen you till today. on
I
Facebook.
I have not been on. I was on briefly for a few minutes the last couple of days, and then I got something where one of my girls was, "Hey, Dad, this is going on," and then I got up and turned it off and walked away. So, the shows have taken a little bit of time, and I've been lost. Other things.
Mhm. I have not. I have posted in between work, and I have a lot of things that I haven't been able to post because I've been working a lot this week. But I've been posting stuff, but I haven't really actually gone through the groups much. I've seen a few things here and there, and liked or commented on a couple of things, but I really haven't done my rounds on Facebook in the groups much at all. So I'm gonna have
A
to.
big part for me was internet as well in the mornings here, God, for the last couple of months. And this may have to do with the S-class players that we just went through from the Sun. And lately, my internet in the morning has just been absolutely crap. So I literally had to wait almost till like 10, 11 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I know
before-
your internet is usually pretty bad, Sam, but it's been pretty bad here as well. Even my Wi-Fi has been pretty bad.
Yeah, like I
Even
said, I think the X-class players we went through last month and the such were messing with everything. Because there was a lot of sites, internet-wise and banking and all sorts of major app connection people that went down last month. And we're going to see again. I'm watching currently. I had it written down. I don't know where I put the paper. It's like 30 coronal hole 3092, but don't quote me. But it's currently on the back of the Sun, and that's the one that burped those X-class players at us last month, and 3 weeks ago, and 2 weeks ago, etc. And it is on the backside of the Sun right now, and it is coming, and it's still in formation, which is odd because usually they'll dissipate and grow or whatever. Start degrade or get bigger or smaller, but this thing is actually still formed, and it's going to come back around sun facing again, and maybe we'll see some more larger X-class flares, and this could entirely have more to do with the visible. What we think is occurring is the separation of the two stars. So
I was just going to say that you would think that has more to do with the second sun.
yeah, and when activity on the face of the Sun has drastically increased over the last 3 years or so, which led us to believe that there was the separation occurrence happening, because prior to that there was this really weird drop off in the facial output of coronal holes that were rounding the Sun in its normal path, and that also defied all of the Sun authorities, the scientists out there who were watching the standard 11-year cycle of the Sun. And then all of a sudden, everything went wackadoo, and they went, gee, what's happening? Meanwhile, we here at Montana Skywatcher had known for many years exactly what's happening. And I don't know how they don't. I mean, I thought these guys were scientists. Maybe they have the I can't see the forest for the trees issue. I can't tell, but we watched the second star arrive. We watched. This is why the SETI Alpha project was set up in the 90s for in Australia, and on and on and on, and I can keep going for the next hour. Cough drop number one.
I want to know what this is up here, Sam. This was sent to me from Robert in New Zealand. Robert
It's a long
Marshall
box cube.
Smith.
It's a long box cube in front of Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So the
It's not-
whole white-ish area that's sort of circular is the
And then if
moon.
you look on the right hand picture or the left hand picture, there's this
Yeah.
darkened shield shape,
Yeah, right
and
there.
we know the straight lines and the funky little shield or crab plate, or you could call it a hero shield or whatever, or Captain America's shield. You can see it in the gray black behind the white, and that is the incoming. That's that
Yes.
crab plate push in of Saturn's yellow moon.
I see it.
That's awesome. Okay, so you see that little rectangle
Mhm.
cloud just above the building or
Okay.
trees on the right side? The cloud that looks like a straight line. You see that? On the left
No.
left picture. Okay,
Okay, on
on
the
the-
left picture. Oh, okay, we're looking at the ceiling here
right-hand
where the
side.
house is.
I don't know. I just thought that was an interesting shaped cloud.
This
It looks
is a
like a
360
rectangle.
straight up picture.
This tech. I've taken pictures like this, vertical panoramic, where you're basically seeing is straight above.
Right.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
But that we know
Oh,
we know
I
the
love that.
shield markings, and we know the long box cube markings, and that is the long box cube in front of a Saturn's yellow moon. In front of
When was this? Do you know when he posted this? This is recent,
Today.
right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, this looks kind of like what I took recently. This really resembles a lot what I took recently.
Look Look at the dark area first. Look at the size of
Yeah.
that dark area.
Well,
Look at
the way it's popping out that way is the same.
And look at the direction it's going. Nothing else in the sky is going that direction. It's Saturn's
Is
yellow
that-
moon. And we know that the long box cube is in front of a Saturn's yellow moon.
See, Sam, this is where I was like that picture that you commented on earlier. You said salamander group, but I don't think it's in the right location for the salamander group, because it was basically in the same direction as this thing was. It was left in of the sun right around midday.
Yeah. Uri is going overhead.
Really?
Yeah, Uri is going overhead now.
I was so confused on what I was seeing.
That
Even
is
after
okay, that's
seeing it,
on-
I was like, what exactly is it? Because at first I thought it was the ion tail, because it kind of has.
we've seen generically, we've seen Uri on the left-hand side off in the distance. And then the 180-day cycle begins, and that's when Uri starts to go over the top of us. And all the stuff underneath her asteroid group, her major asteroid debris field.
Yes, because there
The
was a
rain
lot of
clouds, all the dust, all the whiteout of clouds goes over the
Yes.
top of us.
That's
and it will
exactly
be
what happened right after it was got
right.
So
You'll hit Uri whiteout.
It got really windy, Sam. It got
Yep.
really windy, and then I started seeing them just everywhere, right? And then I
that is
took
the
the
close
video.
path.
That video that I took was basically almost overhead of me, not on top, but pretty close to. I would say like 11 o'clock. You know,
And this is why I was talking about the
almost-
stuff between the planet and their asteroid fields are really close between us and them. And
I
that
was really
onset push
confused, but
affects
now
our
that
weather.
actually makes a lot of sense. Now that you say,
And
I
it's
didn't
coming
even
in,
take that into consideration.
and that is
I
the
didn't-
180-day cycle when they're doing a close pass over the top of us, and yet rotating on our left, on the left-hand side,
I don't
on our
know
left
why I did
shoulder,
not-
and then spins forward as the time goes by and the clock and the angle of the sun moves. But it's still
Thanks
all
for that.
going on the left-hand side.
Yep, thanks for that reminder, because I was so confused about that picture. I've
Yeah, well, that's why
I've been waiting. That's why I noticed that you were gone, because I was waiting for you to comment and give me some clue. Because
Oh,
I even sent you a video to that picture.
I hadn't seen it. I went
Because
outside today and I was looking
yeah,
up. And
yeah.
I was
I was
wow,
waiting
okay.
for you to comment, because I was really confused. I was not sure. Initially, I thought it's Saturn's yellow moon, but I was like, I don't know. This looks a little different, you know. But the location was what really confused me. Was that, you know, it was basically above me, so it didn't really look like in the location for Saturn's yellow moon, because it'd be closer to the sun. But it was on the right. It was a little bit on the right, on the wrong side. So, wow, that's
Yeah, that's the salamander tail for sure.
So it got really windy, and then you started seeing all these smaller stuff, and then that was probably the biggest one I saw. And then shortly after, it was absolutely just milky white, and it got very overcast since. It's been
Yeah,
overcast.
that is going to be going over us and closer to us as we hit spring, which is, you know, in a few days. And we hit the spring orbit, and that's our summer placement orbit, which our angle to the sun is different. And so, we're closer, and all the crap in between the planets and us are what's going to cause these electrical storms and freak windstorms and, you know, all sorts of tornado eddies and super storms and you name it. And I really want to be wrong, but here we go. You know, and this is why we always talk about the 180-day cycle, and why I put up those warnings all the time when it's occurring. And we've had many years and many cycles where they were freak close passes that affected a lot of people. So here we go again.
I mean, look at that video, Sam. The detail, I mean, you can see is absolutely insane. I didn't have to do, all I did to that video was maybe darken it just a little bit, just to cut off the sun glare. But that was exactly the way I saw it. You know, I saw it with my eyes 100% just like that. That's craziest thing.
Yeah, now Uri is higher up.
And that is the
Because there's a
it's
shadow, a
oh
bigger
yeah.
shadow behind it, a huge shadow
Right.
behind it.
Oh, and they're flying a sea trail through it on top of it, which is weird.
Yeah, of course.
And
Yeah, well,
then, yeah, that's
and
the tail.
okay, so this happened. Okay, this happened Sunday. Remember Saturday last week's show? I said I took a break. I said I'm going to go look outside because they had earlier in the day. They marked X's, one on each side, one on the west, one on the north, one west, and one south, like X's in those exact directions. And I was like, something's about to happen. And sure enough, it didn't happen that day, but the following day, Sunday.
Oh,
Right?
well,
We
yeah,
did
they're
the
always
show
there.
Saturday. I got off, and then Sunday, things went absolutely bonkers. In every direction, there was something happening. So if
Oh,
you
look
see it,
at that.
guys, if you see those lines, pay attention because things got absolutely crazy this
Keep
last
that
week
picture up.
right after the show, and just as I said it, something's about to happen, and sure enough, Sunday was absolutely crazy.
And if you look here, this is the side of Uri.
Wow.
And it's coming in. It's slightly smaller this week because it's going up higher. It's going up, and yet it's doing its normal passing us. And so the material in between is still going to do a very close pass, but it will be, I think it's going to be like a 2019 or 2021 pass because of compared to their arrival size change. And so it got really close, and now maybe it might be a hair smaller. We don't know. But they're going beyond us in ways that we never saw before. Yeah, see the shape of the sun. That is
Things
the
are
edge.
confusing.
That is
Things
the
are-
edge being cut off.
I have to readjust because I've been used to one. This last year, you get used to one view, and then as
Right.
180 cycles, things really start to change. It's why that last video from like last year with that Tu's moon, I was like, this is not in the right place.
Yeah,
And
you have to, and I was just going to say that you have to take into account how you remember how Atu's moon went through this series of transitions.
Yes,
Even,
yes.
from the Japan side when they were small, and that got bigger, 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 bigger.
That
And then it
video,
kind of,
me and Rebecca thought it was Saturn's yellow moon, but I was like, I don't know. This never like it was in the right location for Saturn's yellow moon, but it was not. It didn't have Saturn's moon's signs. It made more sense that it was a Atu's moon because you can see the asteroids underneath it, which we all know.
6 months ago,
Run underneath.
Nepesity. 6 months ago, Nepesity was passing beyond us as well, and now it's pretty much not. It is sort of, but it's in a completely different place than where it is now, and even in the out.
That is crazy because this
Yeah,
happened
it's
to me
all,
just
it's all
last year.
transitioning.
That is crazy. Things get really confusing for me at the beginning of the 180-day cycle. You have to really train your mind. Somebody was asking me about their orbits recently, and I was like, you know what? They're moving, we're orbiting, we're also rotating.
Yeah.
And they are too on the opposite side. It's really hard sometimes to really.
And this is the year of the dragon. Oh my God! Lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, lions.
What does that resemble, Sam? I mean, just look at that video. What does that resemble? What does that kind of look like? That looks like that cloud that goes right down the middle of it.
Yeah,
it resembles, either a salamander or a dragon. That's
yep,
crazy.
and all the submerged asteroids inside the facial clouds, and if you blow this up even bigger, you'll see all sorts of stuff like you were talking about. That
It creeped me out the way the salamander group usually creeps me out. So, it makes sense.
Yeah, and we're gonna with this is the year of the dragon, and we're gonna get a very, very close dose of it this year because I believe that the Chinese calendar has a level of accuracy to it. So therefore, if they would call it the year of the dragon, it directly represents a matching of the previous cycle, which is part of where the dragon legend came from in the first place.
Yeah.
I just want to say thanks to Dawn for her donation. Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thoughtful, really.
Very nice of you guys.
Yeah.
Very considerate.
The upper red band is wow. That's interesting. I wonder. The upper red band is Nibiru. Or maybe, no, it might be a Saturn. Yeah, it could be a Saturn. And then the lower red band would be the side of Nibiru, cutting off the sun, which would fall directly into place with what we were seeing for the God. I'm gonna have to change this month's drawing in a very weird way.
Uh-oh.
Thinking that.
Okay. I've been
They're-
seeing.
They're so big, I can hardly draw them.
Yeah, I see. Okay. That too.
I have an opportunity to go outside. You guys want me to go outside real quick?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I'd love to see that. Yeah, let's do your little walk arounds.
Do that. Hi,
I want
Aaliyah.
to say to Aaliyah, glad to have you here. Glad that we can offer a good, relaxing day. After your work day. So thank you for enjoying the show.
I don't know how anybody can relax listening to us, but
Well,
Hey, I fall asleep listening to your interview, Sam. So not because I'm bored, but I just find your
thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Wow, this is a really cool picture, and I'm astonished if that's the size of a Saturn. Wow.
I love hearing you talk about the planets. I just love that.
Well, we've been staring at them, 24/7 for 14 years, and I would say obsession.
It is an obsession. I could hear you talk about it all day. I could watch Rebecca's videos. If I can hear that all day, I don't tire of it. I'm literally obsessed.
Yeah, I talk about it. My daughters, they roll their eyes and go, "Oh shit, here he goes." Yeah, and I'm looking forward to Saru's visit, and I'm actually looking forward to when they're leaving and farther away, and they rise up a little higher, and we'll be able to see them on their exiting journey, I'm sure. So this is, I think we've just went past halftime, and we're entering the third quarter of the game. So here we go, football, and yeehaw! And I'm horrendously excited for what's coming and what we're seeing now, and it just keeps happening.
I'm excited, but I am a little concerned as well. And again, I know that we don't like to do doom and gloom, but
there is an air to it. Yes,
I've never seen such detail with my bare eyes. It was absolutely insane.
And this is Yuri onset base at sunset.
All right, let's put on Chris. Let's go on to our correspondent, Chris.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, now I see. Hang on one second. Okay. Nice. Oh, yes.
It looks like Atu's moon and Atu, and
you should put your phone sideways so we can see a little wider shot.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay, we have Atu's moon above us. Yuri is to the left, and Nepesity is to the middle left at the base, at the horizon, which we can barely see through next to the wood here.
Sorry, I'm getting there.
Oh, no, you're fine. Up is better anyway. You're going
Right?
to see the circle directly above you is Atu's moon.
Wow.
And then if you look right where your name is in the left corner, drop down, just down a little bit. Right there is the side edge of Yuri.
Oh, okay, I see that. I totally see that.
See that big cut line on just to the left, just to the left of the sun, just to the right of the light pole and the bird. See that big rounded edge? That is the side of Yuri. Huge.
Yes, a whole area. Wow.
That's the bottom of the clouds of Atu's moon. Looking, tip it up just a little bit. Right there is Atu's moon. Bingo. And they're connected. They're close to each other always. Atu's moon, and Yuri. And they are the two gas giants. And then there's all the debris in between. Smaller stuff and all of those little round blips and everything that looks almost like little skeleton heads. That could be actually the Skull asteroid back right there in. Can you see it? It's almost dead center right now, right above Christopher's head. The skull that would be between Atu and Uri. So that's where it is. And we're actually looking at it on the other side. 6 months ago, a year ago, we would be seeing Atu on the other side of Uri. And now it's rotated, and we're rounding. Earth is rounding past Atu's moon, and Uri. And that's why Nepesity has now moved in our view. And then, of course, Nibiru and his Saturn are coming in from almost behind our right shoulder now. And that's why they're coming in and getting so massive, is because Earth has moved and we've centered in between. And I tell everybody, no matter where you look in the sky, there's a planet nearby in every direction.
Yep.
See that definite cut edge? That shadow line, dark edge, is the side of Uri. And it's moved since we were looking up. And it is still moving. And it's getting closer and closer to the light element head. And that's planet Uri moving. And that right there would be Nepesity. And then going to the right, you see the front face of Saturn's yellow moon with the blistery of illuminated clouds between the trees here, and a whole bunch of asteroids below it and in between it. All kinds of crap.
There's always that dingy yellow color when there's a Saturn's yellow moon close by.
Yeah, and it's a browning, oranging, yellowing.
Yes, exactly there, and there it is. There it is.
Yeah.
And of course, then the bottom of is Saturn, and then behind it is Nibiru. The Saturn has gotten very big in about 2 weeks. It's amazing at the transition of what's going on right in our faces.
Yeah,
and it's insane. I love it. It's like, oh my God, and I want to stand up top of my roof and go, hey, can you guys see this shit? Oh my God, look at this! It's crazy. Oh, there's that. There's nobody to yell this to other than here. So, and I apologize for those of you who are in your car, and that was very loud.
Yeah. It wasn't that loud. It wasn't too bad.
Okay, well, every once in a while I got to have a little comedic,
Hey, Gators is here. It's Randy, aka
Randy Gator.
Yeah, Randy Gator. We could do that.
Wow, it's my legal name.
Good to see you. Who else is here? Anybody else new? I think I got everybody. Okay, awesome. Yeah, that's a perfect day for pictures. I'd be out if it looked like that. If it was nice here today, I have a video I could share here.
I think just directly above the light pole above Christopher's name is the green asteroid.
Okay. So it's not green right now. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's the white blip.
Yeah. I guess I haven't discovered what it looks like when it's not green.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But I have seen you.
Blue area is the edge of his
sharing that.
And his Saturn's yellow moon is dead center middle right now. And then that little wiggle thing there is the ion tail. And that is a Saturn's yellow moon right there. And then, of course, the long box cube is right in front of it. You can see the dark square rectangle behind the first layer of clouds in the back there, hiding. And it's there. Over and over and over again.
Is it mostly always, does it stay with ISATM, or can it move away from ISATM?
Well, I'm sure it can move when it wants to, but this is where they are. This is where they're hiding, and it's the show of force. They're showing all the people on Earth, the powers that be, that they are here, and if we don't give them exactly what they ask for, then they'll land and take what they want, and because they can, and the United States and many other governments have had treaties with these guys, and they have knowledge of their technology. and they know that they're freaking toast if they argue with them. And all you have to do is look back in history and ask to see how well it did for the Nephilim. Didn't do them any good to argue. And there's the 3 lines of the long box cube. It also shows, see, it's transitioned since we were just looking at it. It has changed.
Right.
And the clouds wrapping around the long box cube inside what we're looking at, dead center right there. It's inside in front of something putting out this white closer cloud in the middle bottom. And that could be sort of an ion drop tail too, off the bottom. All kinds of stuff happening on this picture. Und ja.
Okay.
Planets are close, people. And I hope people can see this through description, because it is something that we learn, and it took us a long time to get here.
But it shouldn't take you guys. It should, there's so much material now, and that we could cut that learning curve very significantly. So.
Yeah, because we did it. We have proven it. We've gotten there faster, and you can too. And there's some interesting illumination going on there. That is probably, if Christopher, hand left just a little bit. Right there. See that straight line? Up. Right there. That is the backlit illumination of the Tan asteroid. On the left, dead center. See the back illumination of the Tan asteroid. And other stuff in between and behind it, which matches one of the drawings that we put up monthly. And that is a giant Nephilim finger and palm. Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Oh, no problem. I'm joking anyway. And there's stuff up there. There's lots of stuff up there.
Lots of stuff up there.
Yeah, you have to learn to look in the background clouds, not the white ones up in front of you. Not the ones lower to the horizon. And of course, this is where the onset incoming asteroid. Oh, my computer went to sleep on me here. Okay, I'm gonna wiggle the mouse. I mean, what? It went black. What is this? Yeah, and all of that's based onset, and that's why it's illuminating from underneath. And you can see that in the lower right hand corner. Those are the asteroids underneath getting the light shining on it, and the sun is below on the horizon. Awesome skies, awesome skies. And of course, at the horizon on the left should be Saru hiding back there on the left.
Okay.
Amanda, we thank you. We try.
And that could be Saru base cloud even right there at the bottom, just under the trees there.
Hey there,
Off.
Nina. Hi there.
And he drops his phone.
Oh,
Ow,
no.
my head. I hope your screen's okay.
That's fine.
You went fade to black. Okay.
Fade to black.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
That's not a good sign.
No, it's not. We can still. Oh, there you are.
It's all right.
Okay. At least I didn't drop
Yeah,
it on the other side.
yeah.
of the
Look
street,
straight above you is Atu, and Atu's moon is straight above you.
Oh, neat. Look at that. Yes. Wow.
And all the weird screwy illumination. Now remember, those things that are illuminated in the sky are there because there's objects up there being, as the sun is going down, the angle of light has changed. So, yeehaw! This is really happening, boys and girls.
I'm gonna go
And
back
it's the
now.
freaking coolest show that ever was. Yep, all that illuminated stuff is stuff,
Right. Our
not just clouds.
sun doesn't look white like that,
Gators, Sky Exploration. First of all, thanks for being here. And also, I gotta say, I am also from New Mexico. I live in Utah now, but I grew up in New Mexico. And you're right, some great skies, absolutely great skies. But yeah, I represented the 505. Nice to have you here. Those sunsets you get up there are absolutely amazing. It's a great great place to watch the system. I got some very cool captures in 2018 in New Mexico. Yeah, absolutely great skies like no other. Some of the
Wow.
most.
Thank you, Joe.
Wow.
Thank you, Joe.
Wow. Thank you, Joe.
My
And
goodness. Wow.
Tanya.
Thank you.
Wow. What
Tanya. Wow.
Very, very nice. Thank
so
you.
much, Tanya. That's very, very thoughtful, very generous.
Oh, Tanya and her other half. Thank you both.
And her other half. I see that part now. Well, yeah, this means a lot to people, I've noticed. Yeah, I've come across many people who have had, such the nicest appreciation for this information. So they see the importance to.
Yeah, and we did not just start doing this. We have been doing this for many, 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 many years, and we've been trying to get everybody's attention. And so we've had to move up and do this.
It's so considerate because, as you say, Rebecca, it does take more than just time, but it does take. There's a financial cost that Rebecca will mostly is the one seeing most of that. But it is time consuming, but also financially taxing as well. So thank you guys for the considerations.
Right.
And also, this information is very important. I think the donations today kind of reflect that. I went from because this is very life altering information. So I'm glad to see that enthusiasm means that it's important to them as well. So
right. Yeah, they said that we have their attention, so that's good. That's exactly we couldn't ask for more, really.
Awesome. That's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do.
Make sense of all this because they're seeing things, and it helps them, have a better understanding of what's really happening, not just be lost in conspiracy or whoever what says what. So
because me and you talked about this on the first podcast.
Yeah, we did.
Like how we that sense of calm and not understanding what is happening is really mentally taxing. When something is happening but you really can't figure out what it is, you just feel it in your gut. That messes with you. And when I came across Sam and I understood finally what I was seeing for 2 years in a row, just taking pictures randomly, and then I came across Sam. And finally, everything fit together. It gave me a sense of peace that I cannot even explain. I'm really grateful to this day to Sam because of that, because it was driving me absolutely insane.
Same way.
Yeah, well, only through sharing does this pay off to me personally, because otherwise it's this psychosis of my own. Shared psychosis. Yeah, hi, and welcome to
we've all experienced that.
The funky thing about it is the best views, the absolute best views I've ever had that still pop into my brain to this day are those early years of 2012, when all I had to do was look to the south west and see Nibiru and her two moons and the blue oceans and land masses and all of this. And I'm screaming to 50 people and then 100 people and then 10,000 people. And then we went up to 80 and 90,000 people. And what the hell happened? I don't know.
Here we are. We're going to get mainstream after this. Yeah, it's like
my kids were crawling around in diapers when I started this, and now they're teenagers wanting to embark on the world. So wow.
Thank you very much.
Aaliyah's hopping on the donation train. So
thank you. Well, hello, Lana. Hello, Lana. Lana Davis is here.
Oh, Lana's here. Hey, Lana.
She's a co-admin on Montana Skywatcher One, a very long time beloved member.
She's talking about the eclipse. I bet.
Yeah.
T-shirts and sunglasses or glasses.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, sweet.
And yes, Audrey. Yes, exactly. Finally found my tribe. That was also another sense of peace that I received as well. Yes, yes, because this is a lonely journey as well. You know, it's a lonely journey. If I can't talk about it with you guys, I can't talk about it at all. You know, in my daily life, who am I supposed to tell? Nobody listens. Nobody wants to hear about it. You know, but you know, here with all of you guys, it's like a safe place for us to be able to talk about this stuff.
You could always go to Walmart and stand in the vegetable department and scream about it. I'm joking, of course. Do not try this at home.
I don't want to end up in a straitjacket, you know.
I am, of course, extremely.
You had experience.
Maybe Target would be better.
Yeah, it's time for me to have new cards printed up. I have about 2 inches worth of what used to be 2 full boxes, and I got to print up some new cards. So, you know, if you write me a letter, you'll maybe get a copy of the new one or a copy of the old one.
I have one handy right here. I love it. I got mine. Yeah.
Yes,
there you go. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
2 or 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm glad. Yeah.
Hung up.
I stopped sending those to you, Rebecca. You know.
I got lucky. I got one of the. I got an original autographed one. I chuckled
that I signed those, but I figured maybe someday they'll be worth something to somebody.
They're worth something to me now. You know.
I gotta go check mine. Did you sign mine? I don't remember.
I stopped sending them to you because I figured you had enough of them. Unless you want more, I mean, it's okay by me.
Oh,
you know, you can sell them later. You know, I give you full permission to sell them later. I got a card from that guy that lives in the cave in Montana. Remember the rumor that I was a extremely overweight guy in Texas. I'll never forget that. I chuckle about that. Okay, yeah. He's not even from Montana. He's some heavyset guy in Texas. And I went, okay, Sparky.
That's...
Yeah. Joyce,
the crap that goes on around
that goes with this kind of stuff. It goes with the territory. I've learned to accept that people will think you're nuts. I deal with it on a daily basis. It's the reason why I've said this before. Yeah.
I have not seen a picture of you with a tinfoil hat yet. Or a poop hat. So be thankful. Both Rebecca and I have been anointed with our holy poop crown. You know,
it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time.
Yeah, I'm just, you know,
I have been accused of being one of your henchmen, though. You know, that I'm one of you're my handler as well. You know,
yes, and I might say a good vassal thou art.
Yeah. But
this is Irene, and Irene is jealous that she doesn't have an autographed golden card.
I am too. Like, what's up with that?
I know, Sam.
Irene, I didn't send you one. Are you sure? I mean, I'm sure I've mailed you letters or thank you notes. I hope. I do try to send everybody a thank you letter. I mean, everybody. I mean,
yeah. Let's see.
I am some months or some years I am stamp poor, but I do answer my mail. Snail mail the old-fashioned way, because I can't open my email, and I have to actually spend some time doing that here on this machine and trying to figure out what the hell's still going on. I don't know. We also go ahead.
No, but I was going to say that, Joyce. Yes, people will think you're crazy, but as Sam has said before, follow believe in what you see, believe in what.
Yeah, follow your gut.
Follow your gut. You know, that's kind of what brought me here, and what has taught why I have learned as much as I have, because I've learned to just follow and go with it. This is one thing that I never really questioned. I just went with it and never really fought it, and just kind of went with it, and it has been a crazy journey. Hello, Jillian. Nice to see you here.
Hi there. I didn't get a gold letter either. Oh wow.
Oh no, Sam.
It's not a letter. It's that Montana Skywatcher card. I never sent you one back. Oh, no. Jillian. Well, okay. Well then,
I'm crushed.
Well, I tell you what. This is what we'll do, Jillian. You on Facebook PM, send me your address and I'll mail you a letter.
Awesome. Okay. I've got a surprise for you. It was an upside down rainbow. I sent it to Rebecca.
Okay. I think I already. Let me look and see if I added it.
Maybe I missed that part when I missed the bus to get in here in the.
I know. I sent you that link, but I think you overlooked it because it was.
It must be somewhere, but because I'm getting up in the middle of the night and I had to get up because Theo was walking on my head. He fell dead asleep as well. That's why I didn't have my alarm dog on.
Right.
My alarm dog was like in a coma with his belly in the air. So.
Right.
It's not every day you get your first groom, is it?
For anybody that doesn't know, but this is Jillian Watson, and she's in
Sorry,
Scotland.
guys.
Hi, Jillian. That's official.
Hi, guys.
Long time member as well. She's been with us since South Africa, and now she is in Scotland. And hopefully, in the next year or so, she'll be in the United States, closer to us. You know.
That is the plan, right? Just a matter of time.
That's a work in progress, you know. But
So, you know,
we made it this far, so you know.
If they ask you that you know me, say no, you don't. I've never met the man. I swear.
I don't
know who that is. No. Does he have a kilt?
So
I do not. I do not own a kilt. I will freely admit I do not. Or what that thing that hangs in the front is that I call a sporn.
Yeah, your sporin. That's where you.
Yeah,
that's where you put your attack cat.
And I don't have one of those either.
Okay, so I'm going to finish getting your pictures loaded, and I'm also working on Katie Joe's things right now.
Yeah, well, I walked out my front door, and I wondered why I was going out my front door, and I thought, oh, that's a lovely little side focal. And I looked up and up and up, and right up above me was an upside down halo. But it wasn't even like it was an upside down rainbow. Well, you'll see the pictures, man. It was a great big. I've sent it to Christopher.
Oh, okay, yeah, those were really
look
cool.
Look at the dark areas beyond. Don't look at the sun. Look at the dark areas.
This is over Tulsa today, just so y'all know. And then I'll get
dark.
Oof, there it is. There it is.
Ta-da! Planet.
Okay.
See that shadow? That right there happened. That was exactly what happened in my skies this Sunday, and it shadowed.
That's Yuri onset right there, and the tan asteroid is in the middle upper.
It came exactly in this way. This is exactly what I saw. It came in that way and just shadowed. It shadowed the entire left side of the sun. I have never seen it shadow that way. It was the craziest thing. I was not able
how far left that was. Notice how far left that was.
Yes.
See how far left that is?
Yes.
That is Yuri passing over and beyond where it used to be. That was what I was talking about.
That's why I got confused, Sam. That's just this video explains a lot of what I was seeing Sunday.
And I was telling everybody about how the hell am I going to draw this, because I have to draw what is behind us.
Okay.
To include it, and if I were to only draw what we see on this out view right here with the sun in the middle of the drawing, which is what I do, most of what we're going to see is Nibiru and Nepesity and Asatum, and the rest of it is barely going to include the other planets. And to get true to form, I'm going to have to pretty much do that. That is the bottom, I think, the bottom of Nibiru.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, it's in the right location because it wasn't directly across from our sun.
That's Nibiru base cloud right there.
Yeah, look at the little fingering things.
Yeah, see how the fingers were spread out wider than the Nepesity fingers? Yeah, that's the bottom of Nibiru.
But it seemed like everything was in the wrong place for the last few days. It's
okay, is there a way you can go back just a minute? Go to the left.
Look how fast
go back on the left. Go back on the left.
Okay, Katie Joe, I would love to see your. Would love to see
back to the left again. I'm trying to get the horizon line close to the sun.
Oh, I see.
See that edge? Okay, right. Watch for it to pop in the dark blue. Okay, right there. Hit pause. That light edge, that dark area. What we're looking at dead center in the upper right is Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
The Saturn is
Look
the
at
dark
that.
blue behind it, but yet in front of us, dead center. Okay, we're looking at the light, weird, almost light blue, and that's the sun refraction. But now we're banking in to the bottom base cloud of Nibiru.
Wow.
Look at the difference in the blue towards
Yeah,
the bottom.
below it.
right-hand
Yeah,
corner.
that's
Yeah,
all right.
kind of pale down on the bottom on the
That
left.
is the normal sky. Wow, you know, in the last week, see, we've had a lot of clouds, and I've had white out here for days, and this showing me is like wow transition in 1 week. Awesome.
Yeah, within a few days, it's just
You know
completely
what?
changed.
We might be see those little white blips right there, dead center.
Yeah.
That might be a Mel Saru and Nana.
Cool.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's
We
right.
rarely see
right
those
where they're
things. We
supposed to
rarely
be.
see those things.
That's how big they are compared to massive Nibiru. And that's, I saw that in 2012, and I watched it. And Nana, which is the lower white blip, will go around Amel Saru. God, look at that.
Jesus Christ.
So those two things there are the moons on the left.
Yeah, Nibiru's two moons are tiny compared
They're
to
really
Nibiru.
teeny. How can
Yeah,
they
that's-
actually even be
That's the
moons? They're
base
so
of- that's the
small.
base cloud of planet Nibiru. Hallelujah.
seeing this.
God save the Queen. Holy shit, here we are.
Right. We
Look
can't
at
tell how
those
big
little-
and they could be the size of Earth.
Pass the ammo, pass the hand grenades. Holy shit, here we are. Oh my God. You know, I've been looking for a Nana and a Mel Saru, and I'm telling you, that looks like a Nana and a Mel Saru to me. They're
Wow.
tiny, and I watched them in 2012. I would sit out on the top of my house, up on the roof, and I would watch Nana go around Amel Saru, the rotating planet with the land masses. See the land masses behind there, and the white clouds at the upper top, and oceans, and oh man, I'm telling you, that thing is huge. And I was screaming it all the way back in 2012, and very few people were listening.
Well, that's
Awesome
cool.
video.
I-
Awesome video.
That was true. So
That was
I'm
great.
happy.
That was awesome.
I was just guessing Nepicity, but it didn't really look quite like Nepicity.
And we have to also reiterate at this point in time for everyone out there a couple of things. First of all, the closer to sea level you are, the harder it is to see them. The higher up, and Jesus can completely attest to that, the higher up in altitude that you are, the easier it becomes to see the passing planets by eye and the rotation. Now, it's usually a short window. It has to do with side illumination and all of this. But you also have to learn to look at the dark areas first, and then look at the light secondary group of clouds beyond our normal clouds. And don't look just out, look up. And where was I going with the secondary part of that? Anyway, I lost myself. Go ahead.
Yeah, we all were staring at the two moons.
Oh, damn, I'm getting senile in my old age here. What the hell? I can't remember what my second point was.
I'm up at 5,000 feet here. And then 20 minutes east, I'm up at 7,500
Oh, nice.
plus.
Okay.
Yeah, you're taller than me.
I get a very. It's the reason why I get the really detailed views that I get up here. I was in Las Vegas for 2021, Chris, and honestly, I was a little. What happened is that I would go like a dry spell, right?
Yeah.
And then when it would happen, it would be nuts, absolutely nuts. But it would be a lot further in between from what I was seeing. Now that I'm here in Utah, well, I was Utah up here. The elevation is just insane. But the
And
view,
your New Mexico view was good too.
yes, because there was high plains up there. I was
And right,
the
your high
elevation was
plains, you don't
high,
have
and,
right.
and there was no. I had big skies. There was
Yeah,
no-
you had a clear plain and no mountain ranges immediately close to you, so you got the
Exactly.
entire sky.
Why New Mexico has.
Oh,
some
we have to share that video of your Atu's moon nighttime close pass more often, please. That is one of the most awesome videos that you have filmed to date. I love it. I remember it in my head, and it's one of your best. It truly is. And Rebecca, we need to share your short. We need to share your weekly shorts on our show too, because you do such hard work. And I mean, you're working all the time here, and I can't thank you enough for what you've done over the years, because you've taken all of my work and you've doubled it, if not tripled it, by your efforts, and have worked a really wonderful group of people together, whom I would also like to thank at this time, every one of you guys, because I cherish every minute we have.
Right.
And you wouldn't believe the body rush I just got. Connect to the earth. I am there.
Rebecca, you have been on it, a lot. I see how much effort you put into this. I see it constantly, and I want to say, thank you as well. It's been great to see.
Oh my God, thank you.
It's been great to see how you evolved and how good you've gotten at it. I was talking about that with Maria recently. She was asking me, I wonder how she does her graphics. I'm like, I don't know, but she's gotten really good.
And Jillian,
all those different planet things. Yeah.
Jillian's always sending stuff in, and thank you, Jillian. And Christopher, you've been a wonderful addition. And I
ran into some of your South Africa pictures recently, and you had some really cool ones up there too, Jillian.
Hey guys.
Yeah, it was weird that. Sorry, Rebecca.
Yeah. Oh wow!
And,
look at that, guys.
And we only got here. Wow, thank you very much. Wow. And we only got here because of everybody out there, all our people, all our members, all our citizen scientists, our sky watchers out there, the army, nonviolent army, I might add. And by the way, I remembered. Geez, just awesome. Bing bang. The second thing I wanted to say is, remember, everybody, this is opinion. This is for educational and entertainment purposes only. We're not trying to sell you any snake oil. And we're not trying to rip anybody's copyright off either. So we view anything posted as public domain. All pictures that you mail to us become immediately the property of Montana Skywatcher, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, or Nibiru is Here, or any of the other sister sites. Once you publicly domain post, we use it for only science. We do not sell it, period, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Yeah. Very good, Sam.
Well, I was just thinking, we didn't say it at the beginning of the show, but we got to say it once.
Right.
Yes, because we have been dealing with a lot of those issues, but it's.
And then after that, I will. Somebody did correct me on the comments on YouTube, and they said that the time that it took for the light from the sun to hit the earth was 8 minutes. Thank you. I'm not sure. I wasn't necessarily intending to be absolutely accurate, but I meant in an average. And then, maybe from the second star, maybe it's 12 minutes. Anyway, I'm joking. Here we go. And I do read the comments on the YouTube pages and stuff. Although I cannot comment because YouTube blocked me from even entering my own page many years ago. Yeah, we still haven't figured out why, because I don't exist, and yet here I am existing. So they tell me when I put in my email address, they tell me it's not real. I'm like, what?
So we have another guest host that has just showed up.
Oh, great.
Yes,
surprise.
Thanks again to Amanda for real, because that's
and
really goodness.
Just putting that out there.
And she says she's a pain in the ass.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so.
You see that? It says Don Shinebright. It says more help for Sam. Yeah, okay. Right. Mail me the check, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, okay. I got a donation here about a month ago, and I bought food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, food has
that's the biggest bill.
Food has gone up so much.
Everything.
Oh, unbelievable.
Bring Rocket Man in here. Hey, Rocket Man.
Hi, everybody.
I told you he'd be here.
Hello.
What's going on?
Oh God, it's still going nonstop.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we started.
You gotta get chocolate milk and some cookies, and
Oh God, I can't do that. I'm trying to lose some LBs.
Oh, LBs. Okay.
Yeah. We started our new short-term project with Colorado State University today, College of Business. and we're making
Nice.
progress with them. And
Waken.
I got in touch finally with one of my old friends I hadn't talked to in probably 25 years. You know, all these old friends and acquaintances, and my kids are now coming back and talking to me. So it's all of a sudden, the universe,
That's
you
so
know,
good.
is still in the business of making miracles.
That's good. We all need a miracle, don't we, Rocket
Yeah.
Man?
Yep.
Yeah.
You've gotten some really awesome opportunities, just here recently, even several.
Yeah,
So,
we're waiting for our legal paperwork to get signed between our channel partner and Xanterra Travel Collection, who's going to be a long-term customer of ours, which is going to help us on funding our project, the Citizen Science Project. And so
Yay.
we'll find out about that project tomorrow. And we're looking forward to bringing on more customers to help donate to a very special cause.
That's
Rob,
Okay,
I have a question for you. I was just going to say, maybe you could give us an update on where we're at the moment.
Before you do
as
that,
far as the new site.
Mike Baker, we want to shout out to your wife, and I hope she's listening. Give the man a break, and maybe you should check into this because we've got a lot of years behind the science, and we're not batshit crazy. Although I do enjoy living batshit crazy, I'll absolutely attest to that. Yep, that's me, batshit crazy.
He has no one to talk to about it.
And that's why we do shows that are 7 hours long.
Why we're here.
Yeah, this is our safe zone, guys. This is our safe zone. There's nothing, this is our safe zone to talk about this because we all have somebody in our lives that thinks we're batshit crazy. Unfortunately, it's a lonely journey and it comes with the territory. But that's why we do these
foreign land,
and it's the reason why they go on for hours. That's already we're hitting 2 hours, and it doesn't feel like it's been 2 hours yet.
No.
I would
We
say
haven't
about
got
25
started yet,
minutes.
hardly.
No, we haven't even got
Way
started.
more to go than this.
Hey, didn't we just start the podcast 25 minutes ago?
You
Was
just
it?
started, yeah.
It's like that.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
well, Jesus, there's no such thing as time. Time is just an illusion.
I like thinking so, yeah.
Time returns upon itself. It eats its own snake eating its own tail.
Yes, the Ouroboros.
And it can only move
the
forward
Ouroboros.
in
I
allowance.
remember watching that in Millennium. Remember that show, Millennium?
It can only move forward in allowance of its furtheration of connect procedure. Otherwise, it's schizoids and bounces back.
The work.
It goes in a loop, and eventually, and we can talk about this as a metaphysic topic. We have as of a couple of years ago, I'd say 3 to 4 to 5. I have to go back and look that up. Sometimes, I study stuff and I don't remember exact times. I just sort of file it. And I wish I was better. Sometimes I have a photographic memory. Other times I'm just, zipping past something because I'm on this crazy quest of oblivion. God, I know I've lost track of where I was going with this. The point with it is we've done this long enough that we're seeing the patterns, and the patterns are evolving, and God, you wouldn't believe the shit that I see. Oh my God, I did actually lose track of what I was going. I apologize. If I can go back,
we do that. We do that. That's fine.
I was, it happens when I look up. It's weird. I look up and then lost train of thought.
It falls out.
Yeah. Do you want me to give you a
It falls out the head.
It'll come back to you.
Do you want me to give you a quick update? Rebecca?
Yeah, please.
I
All right.
I would like
Yes,
to
I
hear.
did digress.
That's cool.
Okay.
Go ahead. This is an update for our new.
I do apologize, Rocket
You
Man. I
already
did
know
go.
what
I did
we're
go
talking
left field on that one.
Oh no, it's all good. Just real quick. It'll be real quick. Pamela has unfortunately she's been out a couple days and she hasn't really been able to update the look and the feel of the website, and so I'm going to be getting with her today. It was a bad day, and so tomorrow I will get with her to find out where she is with the Streamlabs, because we need to start doing some testing with that. and also with prettying up the main homepage of the website and adding your information, Rebecca, that you're going to send to us. Did you send that to us already? The about?
Nah,
No, you haven't sent that
not
yet.
all of it. Not all
Okay.
of it.
Whenever
Yeah.
you get a chance,
I'll get it.
That's
Right.
okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's just one of many things that still need to be done.
Yes.
So you should have your PayPal set up hopefully by tomorrow. They've been going back and forth with me with those stupid the secret and the client ID and all that stuff. But it's like they did it once. It worked for me. Why didn't they know how to do it again? It just people just ooh. So so what I've been doing in the meantime, I've been uploading some really good movies up there. Right now we have The Unholy, which is a really good movie.
I have not seen that.
That's a good one. I will be uploading Plane with what's his name from Greenland, which I have Greenland on there too. Greenland is ready to view.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. I hear that's a good one.
I might have to do a movie
it's
watching
one
here.
with great big boiling cans in it.
It's all free, paid for by Rocket Man. The Unholy is out there.
Go Rocket Man, go.
Plane will be out there soon. Greenland is ready to see. I will be putting up Morbius. Morbius is next.
I watched some of that today.
And then I have Moonfall. Moonfall's coming for those who like Moonfall. I thought it's a little bit corny, but
I have not watched it.
I saw that at the theater, and I didn't like the direction they took.
I didn't like it either.
I think it was a great visual effects were great.
Yeah,
I just didn't like the direction they kind of went in the end. I think where they played onto some conspiracy things. I don't know if they did that on purpose to discredit a lot of that stuff, because we were just talking about that, Chris. Remember how they do that? Sometimes we're talking about the Cube, how they do that. Just to discredit things, and I don't know. I didn't like the direction.
Yeah, they did it with the moon. So so
Michelle is asking for the Gods of Egypt.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's another good one.
There are so many tidbits handed to you on the truth. Then if you
a lot of Easter
cross-reference,
eggs in that movie.
yeah, if you cross-reference all the stuff I tell people about what's going on in Factory Planet Earth and all that. I'm sorry, I'm going to go a little crazy here, but Off-World Info. Oh my God, you guys, you freaking wouldn't believe it. The truth that I was told and what we are living and where we are as a society right now and how we're behaving right now and what's going on our planet and the recognition of what's going on our planet and this farce they're calling man-made climate change and and then I cross-reference how the fact that they're not telling us about the coming planets and the people on top of these planets that live there and the societies or the extraterrestrial presence from extragalactic out of our solar system that are parked above our heads for the last 8 years plus. Well, if you include the Empire Orb or the Norway Spiral Orb that came through in 2009, there's your math on that one. I mean, I am in awe that we are completely divested from the reality that's going on right before our GD eyes, and I'm gobsmacked is the word. I just cannot believe that people have not watched what I've watched happen since Arrival.
And they do the half-truth thing. I mean, look how they basically finally came out and said, yes, UFOs exist, but we don't know what they are. They know what's above us. Yeah. They know what's above us, and they're hinting at it, but they're not going to give you a complete truth because that's just the way they work. They'll give you a little bit, that way just to cover their asses later, when things really it's done. But they do give you tidbits here and there just to cover their asses. You know, NASA
Yeah,
works.
well, they always say, yes, well, we told you, didn't we? It was like,
Exactly,
oh.
exactly. And NASA works the same way, in half truths and half bullshit. You know,
What's that,
wrapped in a little.
plausible deniability, or
Audrey is. Go ahead. Say that again, Christopher. You were
I was
warbled
just
out.
saying it's plausible deniability, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, that's a huge.
Exactly.
Oh man, I had that statement rammed down my throat in the '80s when I was, on my vacation with the U.S. government. So yeah, plausible, and no one will believe you anyway, and blah 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 blah, wah 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 wah.
Right.
And yes,
and-
Andrea Montemsky, yes, they also, it's not even UFO anymore. What do they call it? It's a UAP
UAP.
UAV or something like
Yeah,
that.
they've got some cool new abbreviation for it.
Well, that way
Yeah.
you can't look that up either because they keep us distracted by changing the names all the time, and then they send a memo in the inner secret people group and say, oh, by the way, we're changing the name Nibiru to AXTR73 or whatever, and hand us some other piece of bullshit so remember, I mean, Christ, let's look back at all the links, the satellite links that we used to have, completely available to the public, blah blah blah, and then they took all that shit away from us.
Yep.
I mean, you don't even get to see radar anymore on TV, period. All you see is computer graphic models
CGI.
designed, including the magnetosphere and everything. And what they're showing us is a generated computer graphic. Well, who's to say that they're not actually affecting it and changing it, going, well, let's reduce some of the parameters.
They're changing it, yeah.
Yeah. And then, you're watching all the distraction that's going on in the public eye and oh, God, Christ, and look what's going on in China. And, even though China is our sort of, okay, something dropped. We're waiting for the other shoe to drop. No, poor China, the Chinese population right now, the people in China are suffering greatly from lack of money. Their whole system is collapsing, and it will affect us.
Yep.
It's coming, guys. The wave of the tsunami from the fall of the Chinese market.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a problem. This is a problem, and you were talking about it last show, Sam. How we have left ourselves where we are so dependent on. Instead of manufacturing things here, we've outsourced everything, and at the same time we become so dependent, and so fragile. That supply line has been so fragile. And
because the money makers sold us out, and they didn't give a shit about nationality anymore. They said, I'm going to reap the profits while I can, and the hell with everyone else.
Yeah, and we're going to start to see the consequences of doing that, of making a buck today, but keeping yourself dependent tomorrow, and
another problem is
all the consequences of that.
We let them.
Yeah, that's another one.
Okay, I mean, in our society currently, and I'm not going to be more than the dissident I already am. I'm rated. We allow the shit to go on around us through complacency and ignoring things. And a good man who sits and watches it happen but does nothing is not a good man. We are all responsible, including why I, say to everybody, this is your citizen science. I mean, where are you going to go with this? What are you going to, we worked all these years to give you this information. What are you going to do with it?
Sam, Tanya's asking about which planets are inhabited. And then also I'm going to put this up here for people who want to send pictures in.
From what I was told a long time ago, supposedly, it's a hearsay thing. I was told there are 3 races there, and 2 I believe are on Nibiru, or 2 on either way, 2 on Saru, 2 on Nibiru, whichever. But Nibiru and Saru are populated. From the rumors, and I was told that years and years ago. So, and And that way, and we go, but that goes back to the off-world info that I wish to God I could explain to everybody as a whole, and how drastically societal changing the reality of that is. And and we talk about how we've gotten dulled to this, and if you actually knew as a newbie or a new member that we are a factory planet controlled by another society of higher race, that could lead a lot of people to anger, and that's partially why we're not told. But that's sort of the reality, and we talk about it. We're the self-replicating bio tools that are here to mine the commodities on planet rock, planet Earth, and that's the reality. And how do you express that to people?
I just wanted to say hi to Gator Sky Exploration. I don't know if you guys know Gator Sky Exploration.
Yeah, we remember him.
Yeah,
him. I believe it's
him. Yeah, from Planet X Hunter, and yeah, we bounce
Cool.
back and forth. But
Cool,
we've got
cool.
our favorite channels,
Nice.
and he's also out here in Colorado too.
Well, you could always mail me, to my P.O. box a letter. We'll work on it from there.
You're doing a lot of
depending,
letters this week,
Not
Sam.
not that I'm saying we go covert or overt, but some people are a little freaked out about actually going public and with some things, and I don't blame you for a second. You wouldn't believe what I've gone through.
It took a long time for us to decide to go public as well. I mean, me and Rebecca have been here, Jillian's been here 6+ years. It took us some time to finally decide, just go completely, just say, fuck it. Excuse my French. With
Carol Ann.
Well, we did it for 6-7 years. I know it takes some time. There's a lot of this comes with a lot of people calling you crazy and calling you names, and this does bother people who aren't ready to hear it, and that can be challenging. That can be very challenging. So I get it. So to those people in the shadows, whenever you're ready to come out, it's a process. It's a process. When you're ready, you're ready. If you decide to, whatever. But it does. It's understandable and it's relatable. I think we've all been there. Where we want to go public, but we're uncomfortable because of what it comes with. Unfortunately, society has made it to where we're anything that's outside of societal norms is considered crazy. And if you ask me, I think they're the crazy ones, because what I saw just Sunday, it is absolutely crazy that I was the only one who saw it. Nobody else was paying attention, and that to me is crazy. So who's the crazy one? I think that's subjective.
Thank you, Facebook user.
Yeah, who's Facebook user? The phones have been crazy this week. It's like nothing's working right.
This is Irene, just so you know. So good night, Irene.
I understand Carol Ann's reference about soap. Back in my generation, if you said a bad word, they would plop a little bar of soap in your mouth. And
mine too.
Wash your mouth out with soap.
I've experienced the bar. I've experienced the soap in my mouth.
I got it in the 4th grade.
I had one of those parents. 2 of those.
Oh
parents.
Yeah.
Thank you, Caroline.
I got it in school.
Carol, thank you. Always nice.
I was too smart.
God live royal.
I didn't curse.
My parents were creative.
I don't have the same culture, Rocket Man. I just don't. The shit comes out of my mouth.
I have a question for Rocket Man.
Huh?
You know how you're putting movies onto the site? Are you going to put like series onto the site? There was that one called. There was one now that we talked about, Ouroboros. Remember that show called Millennium?
Millennium?
Do you remember it?
I don't remember, but I'll go look for it. And yeah,
Millennium and The other day, Christopher was making up my videos for me. I couldn't thank him enough. They're so beautiful. Do you know that I've actually showed it to 2 of my colleagues, and they're like, "Oh man, you should have been talking to me the other day because I believe all this stuff too. Oh look, I can see there's a curve." I was ecstatic. I was so excited. I just showed them my video. Look, one of the guys on our site, he can make awesome videos. Look at this. So you go out and take your pictures too. Anyway, one of the songs that I decided to get Chris to do was off of Serenity Firefly. Was Mercy Mirror was I Dragon, and the other one was Serenity. And
Serenity. Did you like that one?
yeah,
Serenity?
do you like that?
Oh yeah, that's a great. I love
Serenity.
Serenity. That was
I
bad.
love that show. I love that show.
Serenity was awesome.
I love that show. Yeah.
So I'm gonna post. I'm putting the movies out here in the chat. That most of them we have out there right now.
Yeah, because they go through. Remember, they go through. They're looking for the planet that got killed, and they have to go through the debris, the reavers. Yeah. Oh, it was just awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Kuiper Belt.
Yeah, it's like a Kuiper belt to get through to the planet, and all this stuff. Just
Mars,
watching
or beyond
all
Mars.
the. Oh, it was just incredible. Yeah, because
Babylon
they-
5.
yeah, Babylon 5 as well was awesome.
That's a good one too. Yeah, I don't think my stuff posted right out there, but
I watched a bunch of Babylon 5 years ago, but I never finished the series.
Yeah, me either. That would be really
It was
cool.
television related, whether or not you had cable, and back then I don't
Yeah.
believe in cable companies because you get a bunch of junk you can't afford.
so really quick, and let me go through the list real quick. I'll just read them off. So John Wick, Chapter 4, The Protege, Risen, Black Adam, Elysium, District 9, The Bricklayer, Battlestar Galactica, Blood and
Oh, yum yum.
Dune,
Blood and Chrome. Blood and Chrome.
Yep, The Sixth Day, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, Alien Covenant, Prometheus, The Marvels, Moonfall, Morbius, Greenland, Plane, and The Unholy. That's what we have.
And
up
did you
there.
get Jupiter Ascending?
I'll get that.
Well, that's an
I know some
excellent
of them
movie.
you can get.
Yeah, I got to pay for most of them.
Excellente.
Oh, shame. Thank you so much for all those wonderful movies.
Just so everybody knows, that's the website that you can go to. It's still in, production. It's still being created, but you can access the
patient.
movies and watch them.
Please be
for
patient.
free.
Yeah, watch the movies for free. They're great movies, and they're out there
Mm-hmm.
for all you guys to watch until we go fully live.
Yeah.
Sweet. Thank
So
you for
that'll
having me.
keep you entertained in the meantime, guys. In the
Yeah,
meantime,
just-
we're supposed to keep doing the show here in the meantime. So
Every month, I'm going to keep uploading new movies, and you guys just send me the movies you want up there, and I'll put them up there for you.
Oh my gosh. It's going to have like a whole library before you're,
Yep,
entire library.
We're going to be like Netflix, like Hulu.
Yeah, because that's one thing that we all like to do, isn't it? You sit there and you watch the stuff, and
yeah.
Nice.
Audrey, if you don't like Don't Look Up, then why should we post it? Yeah, I never watched it because I did not hear favorable reviews.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't really like it too much. That was okay.
I don't like it.
it gave me anxiety. I'm not gonna lie. It gave me anxiety because we deal with basically the same thing on a daily basis, and to see that on a more exaggerated version of it on the movie was just. I just wanted to hit somebody. It really was.
Yeah, it's like watching fear porn or the trolls or any of the money boys standing there spewing garbage, and you just go, Jesus, why are you misleading people when we know the difference?
oh, was it that bad? I won't even bother to go there then. Thank you.
Yeah,
No,
that's
it
what I
wasn't
heard
that it
too.
was-
Yeah,
It wasn't that it was bad. It was just hard to watch because the way people behave is just
Appalling.
drama.
and it's so accurate with the way people behave that it's just very
Scary to watch. Yeah, they're
it will
creepy.
mess with you, and it'll remind you that I don't know. I kind of left watching that movie. I was left a little not disappointed in the movie, but more disappointed and a little negative, thinking maybe we won't be able to get this information out to to the masses.
Beware the Ides of March. 11 days. We get to watch it happen for real.
Oh my God.
Now, this is where I, drag out the old maniacal laugh button,
Oh, you do that one really well. We should bottle that one.
I was trying to imitate a good recording of somebody else doing it, but that'll work. Gotta get Bela Lugosi or something, Welcome to my dungeon. Oh, yeah.
I'm going to pull up Alexander's video, and we're going to play that for a moment while I'm working on.
Thank you, Alexander.
Things. I thought I had it ready to roll. Let me go back and check my. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, I can't find my videos, Chris. I think they're on my other. It's my own fault for having 3 devices. I really need to put them all in one place, but each one's got a memory storage issue. You got to try and keep your things that are big in one place, and it's like, oh no. This big phone, I had to buy some more storage space off of Google. You know how you have to buy space off Google as well as have the space in your phone? Yeah. It's really quite ridiculous. You require another 2.299. Oh,
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Can't they just make it one time and that's it? Like every month you have to pay for it. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and then does that mean that my pictures are in different places? Do I have to go and use another password each time?
Welcome to my confusion over 14 years.
Jillian,
yeah.
Look at this.
I found that movie Millennium where they're on the airplane. You're talking about that one where the airplane gets taken to.
That's from like the late 80s.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
It's pretty weird.
Looks like we have a conjunction of the cubes here going as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so we can see that.
Just going like that, like
Atu's moon really well right
before. There. Yeah, we've seen it before. Yeah.
Look at that thing. Big dark blue on the left.
God, what's going on above us, you guys? It's insane.
Yeah, well, I couldn't believe the Sky Scribbler guy that just went straight down over what I was watching.
Look what's moving in the background up above. That is awesome.
Look at that.
That's what he was mentioning in his.
God.
That there's some Star Destroyers in these pictures.
I was just going to say that there are
Star Destroyers in this.
Oh, you can see the shadows.
You can see the Texas cube in the upper right. You can see the long box cube in the middle. Excuse me, the other way around. The Texas cube in the left, and then long box cube on the right.
Yeah,
and those are Star Destroyers around both of them.
Look at the shadows.
Yeah, see the shadowing and the light cutting through. And then, if you look in the upper right of the sun, you can see a Saturn's yellow moon cutting in on the right.
Yeah.
That looks like a cube.
Plain as day.
That's a cube on the right, isn't it? That big.
Both right and left. Upper.
Oh, this guy's amazing. Look at his wow.
God,
that is the shadow of the red. That's the shadow of the red asteroid right there.
What kind of camera does he have?
And then those lines are the Texas cube on the upper left, and the long box cube is to the right. That's the long box cube right there.
Oh,
and there's Star Destroyers parked all around it.
Oh my God. What kind of camera does he have? I want one.
I want one too. Oh my God, I've been walking around with that thing.
Rebecca, you need to ask.
And there's the fleet, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at that.
Look at the smaller blips and that.
Look right there. That round circle. That circle right there with a dot.
What is that circle?
Right. Yeah, do you see the circle to the go back. Right there.
Oh my God.
Circle right there with a
circle.
The way that's shaped, that actually looks like the blue asteroid.
In the middle,
that looks like the blue asteroid.
Right above the A to the left.
Right.
Yeah.
Right there.
Remember, the blue asteroid is a circle with a blip in the center.
Yeah, oh my God.
I might have to draw it there.
Yeah.
Look at that thing.
This is amazing.
See that big black round right there? That's the yellow moon right there.
Wow, bubbly little book. How did you get up so close to it? Oh my word.
And there's the tan asteroid in Uri on the upper left.
Rebecca, you need to ask him what kind of camera he has.
We need to know who that. That's amazing.
Ask him, please.
I know he is like really he wants like the quality to transfer when he sends it to me. He's always hoping that it, transfers over and that stays.
I liked
So-
his work a couple of weeks ago, and I think
very
we viewed it quite a
diligent
few
on his
times.
photography.
Thank
He
you.
is so good.
Well, apparently he knows what he's looking at.
Yeah, he learned from the best from you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, see that big brown blob, but dark blue blob that's Atu's moon, and then Yuri is all on the upper left. It's moving. It's actually going to be barely visible in the left now. And behind that, we've got Saru is in the background.
But look at that thing moving up there on the right. Look at that moving.
Yeah, that's something way, way up high above all of this.
Where's the sun?
It's being cut off partially by an edge. And I think that's the Texas cube cutting off the sun.
I only see the reflection of the sun.
See that square with the line? That's the pathway of the Texas cube.
What is zoom in again?
1, 2, 3, Rebecca.
Yeah,
1, 2,
zoom.
3.
Like, oh, that's awesome.
I
Do
know
it again.
And those are smaller craft behind. Those, look, Star Destroyers.
Wow.
They're trying their best to hide from us, aren't they?
There's a docking station for fighter craft. There's smaller asteroids galore.
Look at all those.
Oh, there's tons of stuff up there, and I've been screaming at this for everybody for years.
Look at that.
Triangle. There's a
Yeah.
triangle shape right there.
Yeah.
Look at that triangle. Look at
There's a
it.
triangle shape right there.
Like a giant
And right
pyramid.
there's the long
Look at
box cube in the upper right corner. Yeah, they're here, people. They are freaking here, and I've been screaming this for years.
Oh,
When are you
look at that.
gonna
Look at
bring
that.
Hey, Rebecca, when are you going to bring Alex back?
Bring Alex back. What?
When are you going to bring Alex on the show?
Oh, I have asked him. There's a couple of reasons why he can't right now. I'll let you know.
Gotcha.
off the top.
Okay, no, cool.
Yeah.
No.
No
But
worries,
I have
no worries.
asked him. Yes.
Our work's very good. This is enough.
He's awesome.
We recognize him. Well, yeah, there's even more movement underneath us here for a second. There was really cool. There's shit moving up there.
Look at that! Look at that! Look at the colors. The changes. the
Kind of
texture.
smoking that thing. Look at
Looks
it.
like it's
Those
smoking.
colors are the edge of Yuri.
Oh. That's the edge of Yuri.
That's the edge of Yuri.
Oh.
Why
Wow.
it changed to that orange?
Look at that.
That is the edge of Yuri right there.
God.
And that is the Tan asteroid salamander asteroid group right there. That's why it's glowing.
And the sun is just lighting it up perfect for us to see everything too.
Yep. And then that's the ion tail of the Saturn yellow moon. And the long box cube right there.
Right on, Alex. God, he is
And
a
that-
natural.
The dead center is the lead asteroid just below the sun.
That looks like a ship right there, moving across right there. That looks like a battle cruiser or whatever you call those things. A star destroyer.
A
big
Star
one.
Destroyer. Yeah, it could be. They're all over all the time.
See,
And we've
that
been
could
getting
be-
sightings of them for years every day.
That big one could be a star destroyer right there.
I mean, many different sizes, closer, far away, nearby, up, going this way, going that way. And then, I mean, geez, how many wormhole entrances and exits have we witnessed in the last, 3 years alone?
Somebody said in the chat that there was a something on the news that showed a portal being opened.
Right.
And somewhere in
So what we're talking
Iceland
about.
had something as well.
Yeah, we have been seeing mega wormholes opening and closing. We have seen ships going into them. We have seen ships coming out of them.
Something's
over and
going on
over
again,
and over.
Sam.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's a beehive going on up there. It is. And I keep screaming this to everybody. Dead center is the red asteroid. That's the red asteroid right there.
That thing. Oh.
Yeah.
Michelle said it's News Nation. News Nation had the video of the portal.
Interesting.
And the upper left corner is the planet cutting into the sun, which is why it's turning orange on the upper left.
And then on the right, of course, the incoming is Saturn Jello Moon and all of that. And just like the monthly drawing, there's a cut in to the top part of the sun. And that's the edge of a planet, which is why it's orange. And there's several planets stacked there, 1, 2, 3. From the upper left.
It's so mind bending that you say that's planets stacked there, like planets, like big ass planets.
Well, see, I know the outview order in my head. And see that illumination to the left of the sun and just a little bit lower?
Yeah.
That's the Tan asteroid.
Hey, look at that, baby.
It's on the corner, now it's gone.
Yeah.
And there is the Tan asteroid right there to the left. And that's part of the Salamander asteroid group that Jesus took pictures of. So.
Yeah, I wonder what luminesced over. I wonder what it was we saw that was on its side, but going over us, and then the Sky Scribbler guy just drew straight through it.
Oh, they're always trying to hide everything up there and break up the eye. And protect us from extra UV, which is the opposite side of the coin.
Yeah. Well, I hope that Rebecca's got the stuff. I couldn't find my. I'm using the phone. I couldn't get the StreamYard thing onto my tablet, so.
Object cluster group orbiting underneath, almost vertically away.
Wow. Look at that. Wasn't there? Look at that.
That's the Yellow Moon ion tail right there.
It looks like someone dark inside there.
Yeah, it says some Yellow Moon. You're seeing the back side of it. That's why it's dark. Now the light has changed, and there's other objects in the way. And this is, of course, Atu's moon and Uri. You're seeing Atu's moon, and Atu is farther over to the left. And then the base of Uri goes all the way to the middle and straight up.
Yeah.
Cutting into the sun.
Yeah, I can see it right up to the corner. It's like a big
cut
ridge.
off on the upper left of the sun is all cut off.
But the planets aren't just perfectly round as well, are they?
Right.
Sam?
Excellent videos.
I know.
Sam?
Send me one more short one. I'll get it.
But they're not perfectly round, these planets, are they? Like all planets, they're not perfectly round, are they?
Not in our out view because they're so big, we're seeing them almost oval.
And planets in general, everybody...
They're so big that we're seeing a rounded edge of them, and sometimes they go sub-horizontal below our view to fill the round. Or when they go over the top of us, they look different because we're looking from underneath them. So our out view in water, we're looking through a 30% angle gradually out view that magnifies in certain. So our view of them changes. And the trick is to learn to look at the dark areas first, and then you'll see the shape of the bodies, even behind the multiple layers of clouds. Because then you work your way out to the light, and then your depth perception is far improved rather than looking at white in.
Here's
yeah, but somebody asked me like they can't be, all planets are not round, like totally round, are they?
Oh well, yeah, no. I mean, how Earth is almost egg shaped, but yeah, we have a middle bulge and all that. No, planets are.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you see them from distant, from when they're distant, yes, they look. But as you get as they come closer, and we see this with Atu's moon, it's not perfectly round.
And got a weird flat edge on the lower left.
No planets are perfectly round. They're going to have some odd misshapen, but they're round in general. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, the density is actually a lot smaller than we take into account as well. And when we first saw it, it had all of these weird illuminated blotches on the land masses, and then we learned it was sort of probably volcanic, even though it was green as hell.
Which one's that?
You know, Nepacity. And then in the early years, it was small, and we watched it come in from very tiny to what we see now, which is huge and immense, only because it's very close to us, and it's way huge to our view.
and that's that amplification of our view on that 30% graduated out view through water. Sort of like trying to look at something through a bag, a Ziploc baggie with a small amount of water in it. You get a distorted view. And this, of course, and we watched them come in. So over the years, I've kept track of where they are month after month after month, and the drawings in my head. And that's how we know what we're looking at and where we've gotten, because we watched them so heavily.
Hey, Rebecca,
Yes.
just one thing. So yeah, I see that we got somebody that came over here from TikTok. So could you repost that link to citizenscienceproject.movie.com?
For sure.
And I just want to ask everybody in the chat if you could possibly go out there and register as a free user. So we have your email and contact information, so that when our site comes online, we'll be able to send you out a newsletter and let you know all the nice new features and bells and whistles that we have for you. We have a Facebook style type of post page coming, so you'll be able to post things like you have in Facebook. You'll have similar functionality of TikTok. You'll have similar functionality of YouTube. You'll have similar functionality of Netflix and Hulu. So you have a combination of all these mixes of technologies on one platform.
Right.
So
And
please, go ahead.
I was going to
With
say,
means
and
to censoring.
it's well, that too. I was going to say, I mean, you'll have all of this information under one website. Anything that you could, want to know about this twin solar system will be on that website, and we can all speak freely about it and not have to worry about community guidelines taking our videos down and putting you in jail and whatever. I mean, it's going to be a much more friendly social media platform.
Yeah,
to be
exactly.
It's going to be our own safe place to talk
Yeah.
about this and to discuss
Yes.
what we're seeing and to share it and to comment and all that stuff. And I can't wait.
Yeah,
I'm
and
excited.
also thanks to Sam Hoffman, Rebecca, and Jesus, and Chris, and Jillian, and all those who contributed to the thousands of pictures, and the thousands of videos that I was able to collect from all of our platforms. They will all be on our platform. Eventually, we'll be able to you'll be able to see all those photos like you normally do in Facebook. And you'll have access to thousands of published videos that we have, and that all of our members and subscribers from the various platforms have contributed and sent to Sam and Rebecca. And just thank you
Yes.
everybody.
Awesome.
We
Well,
will
thank
be
you.
lot of work.
We will be
Yeah.
teaching this. We will be doing like classes, basically, of teaching this stuff. Something that I really would have wished we would have had in the early days. It would have fast tracked the learning, the learning curve. It would have really got us to a better place much faster. So for you guys, it'll be much easier to learn this information and
Yeah.
much faster, and much more efficiently as well. So
Yeah, I
it'll be
can see
on-
something this time.
Also, I just want to say hi to our TikTok friend who has
Yeah,
converted over
I
to-
wanted to say that. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Hopefully this resonates with you. If it resonates
Glad
enough to come here, then you're here for a reason, and stick around, and hopefully we can teach you this kind of stuff, because there's
Yeah,
a lot
let us
going
know.
on. There's a lot going on, and there's a lot that you need to catch up to, because there's some crazy stuff happening. So welcome.
Perfect. Yes, let us know what questions you have, okay? Because
Volumes and volumes of information gathered over the last 14 years.
Yep.
Oh my God, I feel old saying that.
let me get that other
I mean,
video
wow.
from Alex Sugar.
We basically seen your daughters grow up.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Hi, and welcome to my idiosyncrasies. Yeah. Wow. And
And you wonder why
we had
they're
a nice
sick of
gentleman.
hearing.
Rebecca, I have to actually relook up his name again.
Okay.
We're talking to, and I'd like to give a shout out because he gave us some nice video today. I'll have to relook up his name. Okay. Robert Jenkins, thank you for your work.
Yes, I have his video. We'll share that next.
Robert,
Robert,
if you wanted
I'd like to share that. He's such a nice guy. He really is.
And I
like
figured
Robert.
I'd give a public shout out to him and welcome him to our world. And
This is
yeehaw.
also a little clip from Alexander
Okay.
in Germany again.
I think we're looking at Atu's moon directly above us there. And oddly, it's over to the right, but yeah, that's Atu's moon for sure right there. And Atu, and
Oh,
it, you know,
That's a weird location for it.
well, it
Every
depends
now
on
and
if
then.
it's filmed.
Yeah, it
You know,
should be current.
what time of
Yeah.
day, etc.
Right.
Okay, well, No, I could be wrong. Wait, I take it back. Right there is the Saturn's yellow moon. See
Yeah.
the flame-like clouds on the upper angle coming in from that. So that's not Atu's moon. I take it
Right
back.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is the Saturn's yellow moon, right there, coming in at that angle because it's right of the sun. Thank you
Right.
for correcting me and questioning me.
That big old
And then-
view. Just
Yeah,
so everybody knows.
I mean, it was so bubbly. I immediately thought it was Atu's moon, and no, that is actually the bubbly flame-like clouds of Saturn's yellow moon.
Yes.
And look how damn big that thing is.
Wow.
Holy Hannah.
Perfect. Huh.
And again,
Wow.
that dingy yellow, as we always
See the
see.
three straight lines at the cloud line on the lower left of the base. There's right there is that push cloud, and yeah. And then over here is Atu's moon in the upper left, with the objects going around it at its base.
Oh, I think I clicked on it.
Yeah,
by
right
error.
there.
Well,
Yeah,
we'll get
right
there.
there. There's Atu,
Yeah.
Atu's moon, and you're behind it.
Yeah.
I correct myself. Thank you. I do
I
make
often
mistakes.
talk about those diagonal lines, to the left of our sun. I always see that, how it's always coming in at this slant on the left side of our sun.
I kind of hear your music in the background as I lean
Yeah,
forward.
There. As you lean
Yeah,
up to
we're
the-
not going to get in trouble, are we?
Yeah.
No, I've been careful.
It's
Okay.
just ridiculous, isn't it, that you have to live
Yeah,
with
show number 40 got blocked because we had a nanobyte of somebody else's music.
Yeah, such a tiny bit.
Yep.
of
such a
music.
tiny bit. That's just
Love it.
insane. Why didn't they just take away the song and not the stuff?
Well, then they'd be
I don't
editing
even
content.
remember. I don't even remember where that music was played in the on the live. I really don't.
It was the Ozzy Osbourne clip off of somebody else's Sky Choice that they sent in, and she played it, and we shared somebody else's video, and then we got bonked for it.
Yeah, yeah. It was maybe up for a few hours after the live, and then it got taken down pretty.
Yeah,
Shortly
probably for
after.
content as well. They probably went after us first.
Yeah.
After all, we're second.
They mentioned everything. What songs and everything. There was like 2 or 3 of them, I believe.
Which episode was that?
40. God, I can almost
Two-
talk. Off
two
drop number
episodes.
2.
We're on
So this
42
is what 40,
tonight.
42. Yeah. So last Tuesday. No.
Right, last week. Okay, I'm
That was
getting
a good
that video
one, too.
again from Robert. I will share this again. Or not again, but share it. And then I'm still working on pictures for people, Katie and Jillian and all that. So,
Yeah, maybe Christopher's got the video that he made for me. He can send it to you. Isn't that awful that my own video is hiding inside this phone? And if I go and look for it, then I won't be on the show anymore because I couldn't send the StreamYard thing to my tablet. Everything's frozen. It's just absolutely frozen.
Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
Yeah, because it's got the pretty upside down visitor that Sam needs to see.
Usually, most upside down rainbows are Atu's moon. A huge percentage of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it had that soft glow. I think somebody, was it you, Rebecca, said to me, it's likely Atu.
And what's
And there I
cool-
was all fixated on it being Nepicity, because Nepicity, it looked like Nepicity going over, and then the clouds that we had after that were all Nepicity, but it doesn't necessarily have to have been her that I saw it. Like, it could have been
I
other
wish
one
I
going
could
the
drain
other.
out the daily rotation. That would be nice. Every time I figure it out, it changes on me, and I kind of know. I pretty much know what is going on when, but I go through a half a week of clouds, and then I look up and go, "Oh my God, did that change?" So it's awesome. It's cool. I love it. And this is, of course, oh my God, you know what? We got 3 days till drawing day, and we're gonna have
Yeah,
to
you'll probably have about your dustbin full of everything that you keep discarding. Like, not right.
No, that means I just get to do the next 3 days. I get to do homework and look what everybody's sending me, and spend a little extra time thinking it through in my head, and then I'll go play Star Wars and get to the Wookiee deck. Every time I get to stage 4 at the Wookiee deck, my brain goes into a weird place. I still chuckle about it. It's like I go there and I'm playing a mindless Star Wars game, and I'm totally lost in the game, and somehow Nibiru creeps into my brain all the time and goes, "Oh, the answer to that is this." It's one of those weird disconnect things where Sherlock Holmes called it his private secret place and all this other shit, where you go in your mind and then bang, the answers just sort of talk to you. It's weird. That's why I always chuckle about going to play Star Wars. And I do. And as a matter of fact, it does cross my mind even during the shows. And we lost Rebecca, and there sits Rocket Man.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, good.
Oh,
Good.
sorry.
Just getting,
Yeah, tell
including
us
you in the
something about the
conversation.
site. Tell us something. Yeah.
About the site?
Yeah.
Just
I don't
distract
know,
us.
not really much more.
Okay,
That
well, that's fine.
we're working
Do
on
we
it.
have to register? Do we have to register? Like, as in us?
Yeah, you can register for free. You can go out there and register for free, and that helps us to be able to get any information out to those. We already have like 35 people who have already signed up.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Our
And,
hardcore fans and scientists.
And
Internet
we're
science.
and we're gonna have those functionalities of Facebook style posting page and the images.
I
and
have
all
a
that stuff.
question. Are we reaching out to any other YouTubers?
I've been reaching out to Dave at Planet X Hunter and his
Okay,
guys, and I watch A Call for an Uprising a lot.
I don't know who that is, but yeah. No, I meant in even some of the more obscure famous ones, and
Yeah.
Because the internet community or the YouTube community has a tendency to they'll cross grab topics. Okay, here's the video of his. Go ahead.
I
Come
didn't
back
mean to
to
interrupt
topic.
you guys. I was just getting it pulled up.
Oh, that's okay. Well,
And then
I was going to ask Jesus if he ever watched the Heavy D Sparks videos I talked about that I think he would enjoy.
I subscribed to them and watched a few episodes. They cracked me up. But they've been uploading some new stuff. I think going and talking about. I haven't watched them consistently, but I have watched them, and they're very likable characters.
Yeah, and they used to be on their own TV show, and then they went away from the TV show, and then went to YouTube. And this frees him. This is, of course, after he made his money, and his brother, which is not necessarily his brother, and Heavy D, and then Diesel Dave, and all of that. And I particularly like Alan, and he runs Mountain Lab something or other. And anyway, yeah, we need to mention a few of those guys. But I was wondering if you had watched them. That's all.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, I also watched.
I'm still
Is it
watching
meat? Which one is it?
Beard Meets Food.
Beard Meets Food. Yeah, that guy was pretty cool.
I love him. He's putting out new stuff still.
That's definitely also a likable character.
Yeah, I love
that
the
was,
man.
That's entertainment, man. That was entertainment.
Yeah. I unfortunately I hate to admit it, but just this recently I went through the TikTok fart spray challenge and laughed my ass off all week over that one again.
It's hard not to laugh at that stuff. I
love it.
It catches. The way it catches people is just catches people off guard, and it's just hilarious.
I just imagine I got a very large chance to laugh.
No, I'm not supposed to eat it. No.
Laughing's important and all of that. So that's what I spent part of my week on, was laughing.
Nicole was Andrea Montemsky. I think that's Nicole, right? She was saying earlier. It is Nicole, right?
Yeah.
She was saying earlier that she can't really watch anything fiction. And I agree. I really would rather watch this stuff or watch something history or something that I could actually get something out of. But if I'm gonna watch something that's not real, that's not fiction, I like comedy, something that's gonna make me laugh, something that's gonna get me out of something positive and funny. That's aside from this and history and stuff. That's what I'll watch, is something that makes me laugh, something that's positive, and they tend to do that. So it's good to see stuff like that.
And meanwhile, Rebecca got Robert's film ready. So why don't we go back to the sky? Not to cut you off, and I apologize, but thank you, Robert, for sending this in.
About the moon after this, okay, for Bronze Star over on TikTok. So
okay, cool.
Okay, so here's Robert in New York, and this was, I think, December of
today is
the dark areas.
Goodness gracious, March. We're already in March, and the sun is a little bit higher in the sky. We're encroaching on spring. It just seems like yesterday I was in December saying that. Anyway, this is Rebecca. Rebecca Benning. Rebecca. I'm not going to try to butcher your last name, but you made me feel really good yesterday in the podcast, and thank you for recognizing my efforts. You're a nice lady, and this is what we have today. Today is March.
And I messaged
Today is
him
March. What is it? March 12th. And we can see getting at 3 o'clock, but the sky is much lower.
The green asteroid.
I think the sun is much higher. It's in January, it's swimming around here, and now I'm up there.
Notice the green dot is not moving.
And there's a planet.
That's the green asteroid, and I did message him about that
place. But anyway, this is the day that the Lord has made.
See the flaring of the sun on the right and the left? There's a cutoff because there's something cutting off the top half of the sun.
Kind of like right there. I see it. You can see it right there.
Yeah,
and that's the left
the
side.
Lord has made.
So there, that's
the
sliver. I can't say sliver. It must be cough drop time again. Yeah,
the
that's
day that
the
the
green
Lord has made. Let's be
asteroid right
glad and rejoice in it.
The little blips and the little dots around it and on its face.
Come quickly, Heavenly Father.
It is real. It's not moving.
Yes.
That is the green asteroid. Absolutely 150%.
Okay, so about Robert,
crazy.
He's in New York, and I need to go back through his videos because he has captured either the green asteroid or the blue asteroid multiple times. I've been taking pictures for years. I don't think I've ever caught one that perfectly. He's caught it several times. I tell him, I mean, he has like asteroids on demand, basically, because every time he starts filming, they're there. So for him in New York, he's got the perfect view. I'll put a compilation of his videos together for the next show so we can see. But
Yeah, I don't
thank
think
you
we have
for-
anybody in. I don't think we have anybody in New York. That's actually nice to have somebody.
Yeah.
We
He's
have
so
Not
nice.
we have people in New Jersey, and
Right.
Yeah, we have New Jersey, but yeah, New York.
just
Nice,
right
nice.
next door. You know.
Okay. So, Bronze
Yeah,
Star.
we could add quite a few people from the East Coast. It would be very nice.
I'm going to, there's a video I have. What he is asking, though, he says, okay, let's go back.
I'd like to have a Skywatcher in Iceland. I'd like to have a Skywatcher in Maine. I'd like to have a Skywatcher in. We have a few in Florida, and we have quite a few around the world. So you know, those little spots. Unfortunately, my friend from Korea, I have not heard from in a long time, and China and Russia have dropped off a couple of years ago. And we were talking to some Russian folks and some Eastern Europe bloc countries, and they've all sort of gone elsewhere. I don't know why. Been weird. Everybody gone quiet on us. What the hell, you know?
Yeah, right. Well, I have a question for Bronze Star about the moon. And you're in luck, Bronze Star, because Jesus is like our moon expert. So just so you know, this is the night to ask. So let's see. Let's go back to his question. He wants to know, he says, the moon disappeared tonight. Something covered the moon tonight. Do you know what happened? I video it all until it completely disappeared. It went from a crescent to nothing. Anything about the moon. Okay, so
I saw some videos on TikTok of people saying the same thing.
Yeah, let's watch this because it's the first couple of minutes of our current events video.
Oh.
It shows this lady of the moon matching Sam's moon drawing so perfectly. And then she comes back for part 2 and she says, I just drove down the street. I get out of my car. The moon is completely gone.
That's the one.
So
That's the
yeah,
one.
let's see.
She's been
I haven't
commenting
seen this yet.
she's been commenting on your videos, that lady. And
yeah.
I've been answering
Okay.
some
Blow
questions
this
and
up.
she followed me
That
also.
moon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the moon does weird stuff like that. It's just insane.
I've never seen it look like that before.
I've seen it do that.
Light coming
Uh-huh.
off of it. And of course, Siren went a mile down the street to go home, get out of the car to look up at the moon again, and it's freaking gone. It was right here, and it's gone in a matter of 3 minutes.
Okay, so we're back to anyway.
And so,
we'll come back.
where would it have gone?
So, what do you think? What should we tell Bronze Star, you guys?
Sam.
I was waiting for you guys.
He
Right,
looks
okay,
like,
so what's it hiding behind? What's it hiding behind?
Okay.
It
Okay.
looks
I'll
like
tell you
something
exactly what
was-
crossed
it
my
look-
mind.
it looks overlapped. It doesn't look like the moonlight.
What if it
moon-
wasn't the
It
moon?
looks more like it's being overlapped, like it's being eclipsed to me.
Yeah, and then there's a darker object in front. What if it wasn't
Yes.
the moon? Or what?
Yeah.
What if it was
And it's
the Empire Orb?
Whoa. No. Do you know what? I've thought about do those ships actually pretend to be the moon? They actually
I
put
can't
something
attest-
over it?
I can't attest to their intent. But no, well, the drawing. I've been up here in Montana. I've been seeing 2 objects. I've been seeing our moon, and then there's a different object behind our moon, which is more yellow. And
we've been talking about supermoons for many, many years where there was a supermoon. It was a supermoon. It was a supermoon.
But how can they say it's the supermoon? Yeah, because it hasn't got the same craters on, surely. How do they
Because it's
replicate the
actually
craters?
very large. They're talking about size. They're talking about the general public.
Okay.
And they see
So
this
he's-
size. And if you look at the lower right drawing, it's larger because there's a bigger object behind it.
Yeah.
And then the average public doesn't see it. They see it as one. The closer you are to sea level, the more junk that's in the air, and you only see the one. But up here in Montana, I see two objects. And I've talked about that forever. And I tried to get anybody to bite on board, and everybody, more crickets. And so I had to do more drawings about it.
I haven't seen it as of recent, Sam, but in 2018, I saw in one night I saw some of the craziest shit I've ever seen, and it was a moon, and an enormous asteroid passed right in front of it. Okay,
Right.
that week I also saw, and I'm looking for the picture right now to show you guys. I'm really looking for it in a second.
Bronze
But I
Star
also took a picture.
He
It's
thinks
like,
And with the 180 day, we're going to see more of all sorts of shit flying across the sky, even at night. I mean, look at the black. I'm looking at it on my 43-inch screen. Look at all the black dots that are not the moon in this picture. There are dozens of black dots behind it throughout the whole picture.
That's right.
Okay, so I'm
And,
just telling them
people are
this.
going to watch this on a small screen.
So are you
And-
actually talking to Bronze, whatever?
I am, yes.
I'm sorry, Bronze. I don't know your whole. What was the whole
Bronze
title?
Star,
Sorry.
Bronze Star, and I need to.
Bronze Star.
We have another guest that's going to be joining us in just a second. I see
Amanda,
here now.
RGV520. The reason you haven't been able to see the planets basically is you got to learn to look at the dark areas first. Look up, not
We can
necessarily
help
out.
her. Help her learn what to look for.
Once you learn to look at the dark areas first, it will give you the ability to get a different three-dimensional grasp of what you're staring at. If you look at the light first, you're going to be blinded and you won't see the rest of what's going on out there. That includes your photographs and stuff. What you film on your camera, even in a still shot, which is most of what I use, you see something and then you come back to that photograph later and it is an entirely different, oh my God, I see even more. And we have spent many, many years, ever since 2012, when the planets came up into viewable, northern hemisphere viewable, because they did rise up from below us, including the second star. When we started watching all of this stuff happen, it was very difficult at first to decipher what we were staring at until all of a sudden we saw the shadowing and the side illuminations and the dark bodies, and then realization that they were between us and our sun, and that we're staring at the back sides of them. So if you learn to find the dark areas first, you'll see the backside of the planet, and then you look slowly graduate towards the sun illumination, either on the right or on the left, and you'll see the graduated faces of them appear because you're working your way from the dark to the light.
I have some good pictures,
And then
and
you have
I'll
to take
pull
the
those up
typewriter, too.
next, and then we'll go through those. And here in a minute, she'll be an expert at seeing the planets. So
Yeah, even more of
yeah, I
your
can
shorts.
see.
If you have another one of your shorts that you could show, that your videos are great.
But we have another guest, you guys. I need to bring him on board. Okay.
Okay.
Any guesses who we have?
No.
It's a second time around for
Alex.
I know. Yeah, it's the middle of the night for him, but
Oh.
one of these days, hope so.
Is it
But no,
is
it's
it
our
Rooster?
friend. No, that's a good guess. So it's everybody thinks Rooster. It's our friend JD Martinez.
Hi.
Hey, JD.
Oh, nice.
Oh, guess who I
Howdy,
spoke
howdy.
to this morning?
Oh, hey, JD.
You're muted, JD.
Rebecca. Rebecca, I spoke
can you
to
hear me?
Matthew Oy this morning.
Okay. Well, cool.
Mm.
Good.
I'll give you the message in a while.
Can you hear
Okay,
me?
Julian.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
You're mysteriously dark, however, which is okay,
It's
I
really
guess.
dark. We can see you a little. How are you tonight, JD?
All right.
Our Dark Knight
I'm in
JD, the poster coming directly to us from the middle of the United States of America.
Yeah, I just gotta get the kids settled and I can play a little bit, you know.
There you go. There you go. I know the
Right,
feeling.
right. Well, I'm happy.
But
I'm happy it worked out.
But Green Asteroid is where my topic's at tonight.
Cool.
Say that again.
I think there's a lot of folks that are trying to identify it. Green Asteroid is my topic tonight.
Cool.
Oh,
That's what
cool. All right.
Yeah,
If y'all can please excuse my voice, I'm still trying to get it back. I've been sick for over a month now, and I'm still trying to get my voice back. So.
Oh my gosh, JD.
Colloidal silver.
Excuse my
Colloidal
voice.
silver. Yeah, you gotta take colloidal silver. It'll kick that thing out of your body. Or hot sauce. Remember we talked about this hot sauce.
Yeah.
Go eat some hot sauce.
Yeah, I eat plenty of hot sauce.
Yeah, get rid of them bug uglies.
Green Asteroid wise, Green Asteroid. I think a lot of people have a conflict with. Don't get me wrong. I think a lot of videos and pictures I see, Green Asteroid wise, I think a lot of people are right on the money, but then I think there's a lot of misinterpretation when it comes to Green Asteroid.
Oh hell, I still don't know what the hell it is. It's the most unusual one of all of them combined. Those little blips of light on the outside of the asteroid. I can see it within the asteroid as geologic or volcanic or or crystallic or something like that. But I mean, it's got floating orbitoids on the outside of its main body, and I mean, it almost looks like a coronavirus. I mean, but it's green and it's glowing and
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it looks like a coronavirus.
I mean, that thing is confounding. I still don't know what the hell it is, but we know, I mean, we've got captures of it
Sam,
going back all the way.
Samuel,
Go ahead.
you know what it is. Come on now. I'm joking.
Hey, I'm still trying to figure it out. I really am.
I wonder.
Well, we have seen that in the group, and this is why we call it the OCG or Object Cluster Group, because when we first started seeing them, they were way tiny and way out there, and in the left-hand side of our picture, and we saw this patch of light, and we saw this patch of light, and then it got bigger, and then it got bigger, and then and then it was the Anno Domini cross and light, and there was this illuminated little star off in our shots, and hell, from 14 years later, here we are today. And if you noticed, if you did see that video that we showed a little earlier about the green asteroid in the filming from Robert, it didn't move when he moved his camera, so it's absolutely not a lens flare. And I will have to change location on where that is in comparison, because he's pretty much geographically located in New York, straight from me, so that my out view will change in next month's drawing.
Oh, when did I miss it? When I went away for a visit somewhere.
Uh-oh.
I'm just pulling this up mainly for Amanda, but for everybody, but just so she can see the planets, so she understands.
Yeah, this is Atu's moon, and Uri is the blue, and the pretty much overall picture of the background blue is Uri. And they do turn blue, even though you can kind of see her stripes in it. Remember, I'm looking at a large screen. And then Atu is the orange, and of course, the first orange stripe as you work your way left is the face of Atu. The second light purple is the Atu's moon. And the asteroids coming around or orbiting in from the upper left is red asteroid, and spiral asteroid, etc. And above that dead center, top middle, is the Texas cube.
Yes. I just want her to see, on both sides of our sun are these massive curves. They're just always there.
And this is a 2020 shot of the side of Uri, and you can actually see her stripes. And dead center of that squarish stripe is the Tan asteroid. Back then, it was much smaller. But that squarish appendage in the middle of the shot is not the cube. It is actually the inset edge of one of the stripes of Uri.
Man, impressive.
That'll be like half like a cave or something.
Yeah, there's
a
five.
big
or 6 visible stripes of Yuri in this shot. And this is when Yuri, this is why this was 2020. And I very much remember this picture.
It's like it's got giant canyons on it.
It's a gas giant. So we won't even see the surface. Again, everything blue in the upper left-hand corner is Yuri. And the date of this picture, I'd have to blow it up to see it better, is 2020.
Let's look at the right side.
Hey, Sam.
Yes, sir.
I got a question for you. Do you like this person?
Oh, I love Bach. I absolutely love Bach. I played Bach for my children when they were babies all the way through. You know, I've listened to Bach all my life. I had a European upbringing, and we listened to, you know, I have been highly exposed to all the classical music and operas and you name it, and music and piano and reading music as a child. So,
I have the complete edition, so I will put this up there on our platform.
oh my God, now you're getting me tempted to go there.
I brought that for you, by the way.
This one is 2021. Okay. In 2021, that majority of what we're staring at is Nibiru, and only in the middle is smaller is Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon way back when, 4 years ago. It was way smaller. And then we are looking at the long box cube of the TV antenna in the dead center.
I think
There's
we
the side orb in front of it, and a little moon around the side orb. And upper middle left, right by the name Budapest, and this is, of course, one of Petty from Hungary's photographs in 2021. That would be lead asteroid.
Oh, I like that.
I'd like, just so everybody is on the same page, the only part that is our sky is the blue area.
Right.
Everything
You can imagine that.
Right on.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Everything else is planet related.
Most of the background area is Nibiru.
I remember when our sky was that color when I was a kid. I used to see that
That's
blue
the normal
sky.
sky. And that's what everybody's forgotten in the last, we got, and I think about that. I was thinking about it today. It's like, Christ, 2011 was a long time ago.
I know.
It really was. And holy shit, what am I
You
doing?
have
Look at
to
that.
train yourself to. You have to train yourself.
That's Nibiru right there.
Right. There it is. The blue area, the dark blue.
Yeah, and then the darker areas is Saturn's yellow moon standing in front of Nibiru.
You have to train yourself to big, and
Dun-pa-da,
they're gonna.
dun-da-da-da. There it is. Can't you see? Oh, sorry. Bad singing. Joke.
No, you sing good.
No, well, yeah, but I intentionally went off key.
I sent you that. I found that moon picture I took a while back. I cannot get it to come up on my my presentation here, so I sent it to you. It's just a picture. It's not a video, but whenever you have a chance.
2028.
Yeah, so you could show.
The
I know
white area.
we kind of went off topic. We went off. We got off that topic not too long ago. About the moon, but before we forget about it, I just want to share it with. I don't know who was asking, Amanda or somebody about
Bronze star.
This is, of course, Nibiru and Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon, very large as Saturn, so it's recent. The Saturn's yellow moon is in the upper middle right, and there's this ion tail literally coming off and going around is Saturn proper, and then Nibiru is everything from middle of the page lower to upper left. And look at the sun. That's the normal sky.
Did you say it's recent? Because it's older. Maybe I didn't hear you.
Yeah. Well, 2022, 2023.
Yeah.
I see that as recent.
But it's not. Sorry, Sam. It's really not. It's from December of 2018.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like one of my famous prized pictures.
2018. Oh God, Earth
Sneak
to Brain.
that one in.
Okay, well, I take that back then. You know what this is?
Yeah.
I am wrong, and you caught me.
It's okay.
In 2018, this is Atu's Moon and Yuri. In
Wow.
2018, it was on the right-hand side back then.
Okay.
Thank you. You caught me. Rare, but
Okay.
it happens, guys.
Yeah. I'm going to
Yeah, it
double
happens.
check. It was either
Okay, and what we're
27.
looking at is the stripes of
18,
Yuri.
Pretty sure.
And that big circle, that blue circle, is Atu's moon.
You're going to make me go back and check it. I'll go back and make sure. But
Oh,
yeah,
I totally believe you now that it makes way more sense.
Huh.
I was looking at that Y pattern of the white clouds in the front, and I went, "What the hell am I looking at? That's odd." And that is
Okay.
actually that's stripes of Yuri and Atu's moon in front in 2018. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, for Amanda's sake, the blue area is planet, yellow area is our sky. I think
Right.
now she probably has a better understanding, how big and sky feeling
Now
these
this is recent, and this is probably 2 years old, correct?
Wow.
I need to start asking.
No, this one I don't know for sure.
Okay, it's Saturn yellow moon.
Yeah.
Base plate is illuminated orange above the poles, and it is, of course, on the right hand side of the sun. And the Saturn is the second yellow line by the brighter yellow orange area, and then Nibiru is at the edge near the tree on the left. That's the edge of Nibiru right down there. But yeah, that's the Saturn's yellow moon coming in,
And then
and the illuminated orange area that looks sort of kind of almost like a bird. You can see the little curve above the telephone poles and the light pole and all of that. That is the Saturn's yellow moon going all the way up to the middle right of the picture. And you can
Let's
see
do
the
it.
illumination behind it and below it on the right middle.
let's do this one too, so she can get an
And that
idea.
matches one of my older drawings. Okay, that's an older one from Yuri is on the left. And Nibiru, the year on this one. Let me blow it up and I'll tell you the year. Okay, it might be 2018. And we know that's Yuri for sure on the left. And most likely Nibiru on the right. I can sort of see the date on it. I can't actually tell you. But
But
you can see you can
these-
plainly see the stripes of Yuri, including the weird extra thick one in the middle hemisphere of Yuri, and how some of the other rings allow light through, and that's how we matched it going all the way back to the 2013 early approach picture of Yuri that we have, and it's unbelievable to this day. And it's a huge reference guide because when a planet matches year after year after year after year, and it just gets bigger and bigger, you know what the hell you're talking about, and it's not like it's ever changed because it hasn't, and it was always repetitively matching, which is why we knew it was Yuri.
Okay.
This one is 2017. Okay, back in 2017, Earth to Brain. Wow, that is when Saturn is smaller and on the left-hand side center. 2017. Nibiru is on the right and going backwards, and Saru and Yuri at this time is also on the right. And that would be where that white flash is, probably the object cluster group. And then, yeah, Sarah was on the left, and then is Sat. And this is really strange how this out view turned out. It was really weird in the early years, and it's still really weird to me now. And I try to facilitate how Nibiru oddly moved back, and Saru moved back, and then we ended up eating Yuri for years, and we watched the transition and approach all change, and Atu, and we saw more of Atu than any of the other planets combined. And then we haven't seen Matim in years. It's kind of it messes with your head.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to Jesus's picture here for a moment so we don't get too far off track. But he sent me this picture.
Yeah, I'm off track.
Our moon talk. So.
Oh, I'm just trying to envision what the way back when.
Right.
This was sometime in 2018, 2019ish. I'm guessing. I gotta see 2018. And I also experienced for what I saw was a huge dark circle in the sky. Even in the night sky, it was obvious. And
at that time, 2017, 18, and 19 was when the Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon were moving over the top of the sun. And that's when we saw that winged planet illumination go on for many years and a few cycles. It moved.
Look at that thing. I mean, look at it. Wow, that's like a whole object, huge object behind the little one.
So the little one is, and what I would think at the moment, who knows? I ain't got a bird's eye view of it, but the front one is our moon, or at least that's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
I was watching the moon, and then
what year
disappeared
again?
on me. It disappeared. I would have to say, Sam, 2018, 2019, one of those.
Well, we did have many crossings of the asteroids in front of the moon and the sun going overhead at night. And they're very close.
That same day, in the same week, Sam, I had a huge asteroid pass in front of the moon. I'm not gonna say it eclipsed. It cut off a lot of the light from the moon.
I kind of miss those early years when we were having way more unusual events and we were searching things out. Now it's become easier because we know what everything is, and so it's less of an intriguing mystery. But yeah, these older pictures are awesome, and I love going back on some of them because we don't get the opportunity to do that very often. Yeah, and go back for the new folks.
But this was through a night. The camera I had at the time was it was a good camera. It was a professional camera. It had a good zoom, and it had a night mode, so I was able to take this picture. I would not be able to take pictures with my current, low end equipment. But at that time, I had a much better equipment. I had a tripod, so I set my camera on a tripod, and I took a few pictures, and this is what I ended up with, and it explained a lot, and at the same time brought a lot of questions as well. So, yes.
I'm wondering what the hell I'm looking at, because that looks like a great big round object and something shining on the front of it. But maybe, that's not, if you didn't say the moon, I wouldn't think it was the moon. Okay. I would think it was an object with something shining on it.
Could it be their sun? Could they have their own sun?
I'm going to go back.
What is that? Just look at it. You can see it looks like features behind it, Sam. I mean, that looks like a whole object.
It is a planet.
I'm going to go back to an old file and grab some early object cluster group pictures going back many, many years. Okay.
So you're saying that this is like debris behind the moon?
It looks like a planet.
No, well, it is. Everything is
planet.
behind the moon. Of course, it's behind the moon because the moon is 265,000 miles away, and most of this stuff that we're seeing is much, much bigger and much, much farther away. And yes, we can see way out there, but we don't see well enough either. Okay, I'm going in. I'm going to try and remember what I'm doing here.
So what you're saying is that this is all fuzzy because it's like a debris field, and.
Go back.
I saw the huge shadow, and it dwarfed the moon. I watched this huge shadow, and as I progressively watched it.
Yeah, I believe you. I've seen stuff like that at night too. It just completely does your head in. You're looking at it thinking,
I just sent you, Rebecca. I sent you a picture of one of my favorite pictures of all time. and it will be self-explanatory, and we'll spend a couple minutes talking about it. Because I saw that and went, oh, I got to post this because we don't post that one enough. This was an early picture many years ago that shows you the premise of what we know and what we have learned. God, I'm in the M file and the L file, and I'm just going, wow, look at that one, and look at that one, look at that one. I can send this one. Anyway, but I'll go back to the OCG early day. Let me try and grab a.
There was a lot of asteroid action, that week, Sam. So I had actually shared a picture on one of the shows of that asteroid that you can see at night. It almost looks like it has two holes in the front, almost like the Skull asteroid, but it seemed a little too big and not the right shape to be the Skull asteroid.
Rebecca, I sent you 2 pictures, and we can start there.
Okay. Hey, Sam, I'm trying to find a comment from Amanda. She's really wanting to know about, let's see. She says we should be able to see the part that isn't illuminated by the sun unless there is a second light source.
Okay, the second light source, the both light sources, our star and the second star are still in the same area. So it's a larger amount of light we're coming in. But the illumination above us overhead after post sunset and during sunset is the change in the angle of the light through our atmosphere. And it completely reveals all kinds of really cool shit before at sunrise and sunset, as well as midday does another effect. So the trick is you have to learn to understand the angle of light and shining off the faces of these planets. And you'll see crescent flare illuminations. You'll see the crescent face of the planets followed by a half, all the way up to a half illumination. And yet you'll still see the dark back side facing us, because we're always, because they're between us and our star. And that's why we don't mostly see them at night self-illuminated until they're going over us, which they are doing now. So if you look straight up at night, there's going to be different illuminations that are highly unusual and really cool to experience. And I do recommend it. That's if you have clear skies up to a point.
And they are very difficult. They are difficult to see. That's why not everybody's catching it, because we're seeing the dark side. It is hard unless we have the occasion. When we have the occasional side illumination, we get to see that. So,
right, and
so what she's saying, we shouldn't be able to see the part that isn't illuminated by the sun, but we don't. We do, but it's a lot more
when
difficult.
They go past Earth and then the light goes beyond us and we see their face. Yes. And that's what's happening now.
I have
that more, and this is what we're talking about in the years to come, in the nearby time to come. As they go up higher and higher and above us and beyond us, they're going to be swinging farther and farther beyond Earth into our far out view, where they will be facially illuminated and rising up and getting actually semi-smaller over time. And so this is my anticipatory expectation. And I am looking forward to that event, because then we will actually get more facials of them being illuminated planets as they exit. And I'm also excruciatingly hopeful that this will become way more mainstream media when that occurs. And people will be, because currently they're so big and on top of us, they're almost impossible to differentiate one planet from the other, and they almost bleed into each other, but only through practice do the pros know what we're looking at. Right. And it's harder for new members right now, sort of. But back years ago, they were smaller and they were much easier to identify. Anyway, Rebecca, do you have those 2 pictures?
I got them. Yes.
And here's an example of that, saying when they were much easier to see, and I will describe to you. This is literally one of my favorite pictures of all time.
Cool. All right. Hang on 1 second.
And then there's I only sent you 2.
Right.
I could send pictures for the next 8 hours.
Oh no!
Yeah, right.
8 hours? Nah, man. We've just gone to 3:19. So,
and then we'd move on.
I wasn't even here for the whole hour.
Or yeah, and then part C or part 3 or 4 or 5. Yeah, I have so many pictures you wouldn't believe.
Those illuminations are getting crazy. It's why I got to see such a great view of the salamander.
Have you got
the
other
last-
pictures that go with that moon one that you were showing? Have you got other ones that in the sequence of that, Jesus?
I have a video. That was a still shot from a video. I didn't take pictures. I just took a video. I
Oh.
can't, I'll share that here soon. I think I could share it myself, but yeah.
Yeah,
it's,
I'm just curious what that looks like so that I can go look for it too.
because it was directly above us. It's a lot easier to get that illumination, and that's
Yeah,
what
I've
Sam's
seen a
talking.
couple of things at night as well because I thought it was the peachy, dirty moon of Atu. That what we call the white moon is not white; it's a sort of dirty peach kind of color because it would glow here at 2 a.m. and the birds would start singing. But that was back when I stayed in that big building and I could look through the skylight and everything would be like a weird peach color in the room.
That's from
And I thought one day, like,
reflecting light
why
off
is
of,
that?
Isato.
wow.
The dirty peach color.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why I say
Oh,
Red.
high
Red. You got to think the color wheel. Think blending angular light, refracting off of Earth, filling our skies, filling our atmosphere, because light bounces inside of each planetary atmosphere.
So the dirty
Which is
peach
why
has always been
upside down
Saturn
rainbows
then.
are the bottom of Atu.
I just thought it was Atu's moon because it kind of glowed. It was like a glow. I suppose I think that's because we're oh, hello Nancy. Hiya.
Yep.
To Amanda, I hope we answered your question and you were not a
Yeah.
bother. We just kind of get into the conversation and sorry.
Yeah, we always wander off on different little side angles. It's fun.
Well, hopefully we answered your question. Nancy, nice to see you. Hello.
Okay.
Cheers,
On this
Wolfgang.
picture,
Hello, Nancy. Go ahead.
Object Cluster Group rounding at 2016. I hope everybody looks at this reddish area as the bottom of planet Uri. Can you see Uri? Very large, very purple, going from the light pole all the way to the tree on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
That is planet
Yeah.
Uri. This
Uri.
is illuminating, self-illuminating object cluster group and all of the stuff underneath Uri.
Wow.
This is going to go over the top of us in 11 days.
Cool.
This is the dragon.
Get your cameras
This
out,
is
boys.
Wormwood. This is Apophis. This is the OCG. This is all the whole group of asteroids underneath planet Uri. Atu's up in there as well, just above the sun in the center.
Okay.
But the overall Uri is, and this is all the object cluster group. Now that illuminated secondary yellow object on the left is the lead asteroid.
Wow.
And
That
behind
glowing
that,
yellow thing in the middle.
yeah, well, in the middle, yeah, in dead center in the middle, the illuminated object, that is the lead asteroid. And back in 2016, that's why we called it the lead asteroid, because it is in front of the whole mass of millions and millions of asteroids. And every one of those clouds that you're staring at is not in our atmosphere.
Wow.
Oh.
That is the object cluster group. The big three, the salamander asteroid group, the tan asteroid, the red asteroid, the spiral asteroid, the whole ball of wax is right in this photograph right here in front of you. And this is why I warn people and try to let you know that, this isn't just some anomaly. And they're not in our atmosphere. They're not in our orbit. And we go past them every day. And all of that shit is going to be right over our heads in 2 weeks.
Guess we're going to have lots of interesting storms.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And I want to be wrong.
Yep.
I do want to be wrong. And okay, this is a close-up, and from dear old Sharon Arbic. This is what it looks like when it's illuminated from behind in space. A close-up.
It's
And this
been
is what we call
Wow, I
the
wonder how she got that thing.
This goes
Where did
back
they get
to
that
I
picture?
gotta
2018.
How did they get that picture? Camera as well.
I believe Sharon is in the Pacific Northwest, and I forget exactly where she is. We haven't seen much of her recently, although she had a tendency to get in a lot of Facebook trouble.
Oh.
And some of her material was not shareable over time.
Hey,
But
Rebecca.
then she and her friends were actually discussing rather controversial topics, so I understand.
Yes, Rocket Man.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get going. I got an early morning
Oh.
with Colorado State University tomorrow. I put a link in the chat. It's a really
I'm looking
cool,
at it right now.
It's pretty wild.
I was just seeing it too.
I was going to get a copy. Of
I don't know how you explain that. Did
Yeah.
it just,
Well, you want to watch it right now, real quick?
Sure, yeah.
I'm
Let's
downloading
see.
it. Uh-huh.
Let's see if anybody can explain this.
Okay, bear with me.
Woo, ha, 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 ha. Of course I can
Come on,
explain it.
Sam.
Famous last words. Now watch, I'll be totally stumped.
It's about the sun.
Yeah.
Wow,
Okay.
I checked the
It's
sun
about
report today. Thank
clouds.
you. I did my homework. Oh, planet. Oh, God. Excuse. Oh, wait. Hit pause.
No,
I got to get out my puke bucket.
no. Just
no.
watch the video. Just watch the video. Okay, it's our sky. It's God's creation.
This is the Money Boys.
Yeah, I know, but the video is not copyrighted. The sky is not copyrighted by.
So it's talking about there being clouds in front of the sun and behind our sun.
Or
Is
could
that
it be
our
the-
sun?
Really?
Is it our sun, or is it something?
Yeah,
on the
that's our
planet?
sun.
Okay.
The clouds are going behind it. The clouds are going right behind it. Explain that.
Huh.
That's the side of his Saturn's yellow moon on the right there.
Okay. So I think the question though is there being clouds behind the sun, right?
And-
Rocket
Yeah,
Man?
because there are
Yep.
space clouds, and that's the ion tail on the right-hand side erping off of his Saturn's yellow moon.
So the space clouds behind the sun.
Okay, and now it's Xing out into a light cutoff.
Look at that. Look at that.
By the way, this is Planet X News, and we sort of do not use his information because it's usually
But it's making an X, Sam.
yeah,
I mean,
because it's being
how does that
refracted
do
in
it?
on the right-hand side by right there is just Saturn's yellow moon.
I mean, it has to be
That's
Planet
why you see
X.
the X shadowing.
Sorry.
It's got to be. It's got to
Yeah.
be.
Cut off
yeah.
refraction. And he's like doesn't have a clue what the hell he's got. And this is why, I reached out to him years ago, and they had this entire freaking campaign against me as a group. And so I have nothing for them.
I'm wondering if that's the look. I think there's a cube on both sides.
Yeah!
Of the sun.
Look at
You see
that.
that? There's a
Yeah,
cube on
I
both
will
sides.
say yes, Texas Cube on the left.
Yeah, the big one. Yeah, sure.
But
Yeah, but the
look on the
cut in
right.
and the cut in on the right is the Saturn's yellow moon.
Mhm.
Okay, but you do see that point,
And
right?
that
On
makes
the
this
right.
video roughly about 6 months old.
Yeah.
Because we know it's cutting over the top right now. It's cutting over the top.
Yeah, well, they were talking about the clouds going behind the sun, weren't they?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, there are
Right.
space clouds, guys, but you can't judge that off of this close up. You'd have to see way farther out.
Yeah.
Well,
Just a close
you know
up that
what?
can be completely deceptive. Little
I
blip right
repeat
there.
Jesus often when I remember him saying that clouds are not exclusive to Earth.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
that's the best answer yet. You
Exactly.
know,
Yeah,
clouds
there
are-
are
Yeah,
clouds
that was
around
really
all over.
clever. I like that one.
I had a conversation with somebody recently about that, and they laughed. They laughed at me. I was like, "Okay, buddy, all right."
Wow.
You know, think about it. You know, and we've talked about this before. How things out there are so cold, and as they come into the light, into the sunlight, it warms it up, so you have a cloud effect. It's
all you have
really-
to tell them is the Hoffman unification model 1980.
Yeah.
And then they can go look it up. I'm joking. I wish it was look upable.
That's wild. That is
Yeah,
so
you know, I
wild.
mean, you know, what happens here happens out there too.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that Einstein was always searching for, and he had no unification model because he was using gravity. I watched the thing where they're announcing, "Oh, physicists have discovered this huge thing," and then going, "And the gravity-based blah blah blah." And the moment she's like spewing gravity out of her mouth, I go, "Okay, next channel."
Oh.
You know, it's not gravity; it's electrical universe. It's compounding. It's chemistry. It's what goes on Earth and our shell and our oxygen and everything else and the other planets and the binary solar system. It's all electrical. It's a compound. It's a structure. And the gravity isn't part of this. You know, we've seen that with the planets repelling each other, and that's direct proof. You know, this purple lightning thing, upper atmospheric purple lightning, repelling the planets away from each other because they don't gravitationally crash into each other. And you know, you can tell me all, you know, your theoretical physics all you want, and then if you don't include the binary system, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, and if you see the Thunderbolts project, where you have well-known physicists and astrophysicists and all that, they say that when you take into account that the space is electrical, it answers all the questions that mainstream science still cannot answer, because every time they come to some thing that blocks them from keeping that is because they don't take into account that things are electrical. And when you do take that
and
into
not to mention the countless hours sought for dark matter, which is the basis of Einstein's layout process. You know, we don't rotate around our star on a dinner plate. We travel sideways in a spiral static cling electrical. We're a structure, we're a compound, we're a chemistry.
And every time that they get stuck with something, they throw out something like dark matter or something like that, because there's always something that's unexplainable to explain what they can't explain. You know, but if you take into consideration that things are electrical, it answers so many questions, and we're hoping that this kind of electrical theory so far, which is, you know, mainstream, has yet to accept it, but I do think that there's been they're laying the groundwork for this to be accepted widely in mainstream science, because you know, the Thunderbolts project is a lot of well-known astrophysicists and scientists. You know,
David
and
Talbot, one and many others. Yes,
and they're making really good arguments. You know, and
well, you know, they're pondering. They're using the new telescopes, and they're pondering black holes and everything right now. And they're actually they came out with some the Kepler telescope and all this, come up with some really some cool shit pictures of other galaxies and other blips out there that I've seen in my mind for many years. And I mean, it was literally like, oh shit, that I saw that a long time ago in my head. Thank you. And it's like, there it is. And so they're just now realizing, I don't think they even fathom dimensions. I think they think it sort of like, you know, the bedroom beyond the living room behind the wall. And that is not what the other dimensions are. They're connected to each other in different sizes. And when I, you know, understood that, that's when the chemistry equation popped into my head as in being chemical structuring. And this is where, if you look up, if anybody wants to go out there and look up more information, study shirt sleeve syndrome in physics. And we are the smaller part of our larger dimension above us. And there are many more above us and below us. And then for otherwise, the people who like to go watch movies, go watch Ant-Man.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, excellent movie.
And
Sure
Ant-Man 2, Ant-Man 2 is also really cool as
I've
well.
not seen that one yet.
Yeah. Which one do you want, Sam? Ant-Man 2? I'll put that up there.
Well, Ant-Man 2 is more informative.
Yeah, I'll get that one.
They actually discuss the realms of micro dimension.
Yeah. Yeah. What about the
There's micro and macro dimension above us. We're connected. We are part of the chemistry equation that builds the larger dimension.
Did you see
and
the one
black
with
holes are connective tubeways to parts of that additional chemistry.
Yeah. Did you see? Oh no, it was with a flash. Yeah, the
Hi,
flash.
Hi, Katie Joe.
Hello.
Hey,
Yeah,
what's up?
I didn't. I have not watched a lot of the Flash stuff. I
The
got
Flash
tired of
one.
it. Every time I got adhered to a character, they'd switch who the Flash was.
Yeah. The
That
latest
irritated
one.
me, and I sort of dropped them. Although I did buy, I bought Aquaman
one's pretty
today. I bought Aquaman. Once a month, I treat
Aquaman.
myself to a DVD. Yes, I know it. Yes, I know it's an old medium that's outdated. Oh, by the way, people, my DVD player died, so now I don't get to watch it. So send your donations. I'm poor. Anyway, yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
I had to
just
mention
wanted
this.
to
Negotiate.
formally introduce Katie Joe,
Hi, Katie Joe.
our correspondent, our
Hello.
professional correspondent from New Jersey. And
Hi.
yeah, so here she is tonight with us. It's been a little bit, and I want her to be a regular with us.
Yeah. Hey,
So
Katie.
how's your neck of the woods?
It's
Great
great
captures,
over
Katie.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's going to be starting in her own group.
Yeah, I want to
Sometime.
ask you all, since you all are here, what should I name it? Like, I'm having such a terrible, like, my anxiety level is like, oh my gosh,
Well,
what
okay,
do I name it?
where are you at?
The name just pops into your head, man.
I know, like, I'm feeling East Coast something, but, like, I mean, maybe
Well-
I should just make it East, because I might be moving soon. I'm not sure
Well,
exactly.
are you going
but
to
I'll
leave your
probably stay
state?
I'll probably stay on the East Coast. I'm not sure
Well,
yet. That's the thing.
What state though?
Like, I could pretty much go anywhere. I just don't know
Well-
where I'm going yet. So I'm trying. I'm in the
Well,
midst of trying to figure.
may I
by
recommend
July,
at least
I'll be gone.
300 miles inland?
Yeah.
Yes,
Exactly.
I'm thinking like I want to go inland and maybe upward.
Yeah, Old
Like
Rock, Old
mountains,
Rock,
maybe.
Mountain Range. I don't recommend going anywhere in the states that are unfortunately meth laden. I hate to mention that, but there's a huge pandemic going on around the world with some really scary drugs. Don't do drugs, kids. Anyway,
I was
says
going to
the
say
teetotaler.
it's everywhere.
Well,
Sam.
I don't know why, but like West Virginia, how does that sound? No.
Oh, spooky,
Oh
but,
no,
crazy, but
no.
spooky. Very, don't drink the water.
Don't
No.
go there.
Okay.
Yeah, don't
Yeah,
drink the
maybe
water.
not.
It's not healthy.
No,
All right. What
no,
about South Carolina?
South Carolina's nice.
Too
I feel
close
like
to the
that's
ocean.
too low, though. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
too close. You're still,
That's
we-
my thing. I feel like
But,
I'm too low and too over.
you know what I'm going to tell everybody? Montana. No, but
Yeah, right?
we only have
I mean,
a
it makes
million,
sense.
we have less than 1 million people here in our entire
Go to
huge
Colorado.
state. That's you go to Colorado.
Colorado.
You can
I
go.
used to live in Colorado. I was in Colorado Springs for a bit.
It depends if you can handle flatlands or mountains. Me,
I think I
I
could do either one.
I've
just wanna
lived
be
in
able to have
both, and I really
gardens.
want to be in the
some
mountains.
land.
Period. I have to be in the mountains.
Yeah, me too.
I wanted to move to Flagstaff, but ET told me not to.
Got you.
Oh, I'd love
Yeah,
to live in
it's just like
Flagstaff.
it's like so crazy because like families everywhere along the East Coast. So it's like pretty much wherever I go, I'm within 5 hours of somebody I know. So I'm cool with that, you know. It's
So
just
anytime now we
where
should
do I
have
go,
really,
you know?
really cool new volcanic activity that nobody expected. I've been watching that big swarm going off in Greece, and this morning in the Earth to Brain Western Ocean above the boot between Sicily and Italy, they had 2 major earthquakes underwater, which were not normal. And there's the swarm is going on in Greece, and so there's like and then we were talking about Sicily and all of this, and Naples, and how much danger they were in because they are volcanic. So there's all kinds of new shit going off around, and New Zealand's hopping, and
Where else? Okay, yeah, the Ring of Fire is doing some interesting stuff, and Hawaii, of course, is busy and active. And we can talk about the San Andreas Fault is actually burping and chirping a little bit in 1.2 points. I am doing my homework, you guys. I really am. And I'm out of pop again. Dang it!
Here's another disappearing moon, you guys. Another happened tonight. We just, hey Tara, hi. We had just watched a video about that same thing. We had somebody over on TikTok ask that same question, that the moon disappeared. I guess it's happened 2 nights in a row. Jesus, is that what? Is that what's happening?
I ran into a lot of videos on TikTok talking about the moon recently.
Do you have the Empire Orb video handy?
Of course, it's always right there. But yeah, we're on top of that.
Eyes of the moon. If you know, I mean, if you normally 3 days ago you saw the moon and it was so big, and then you see the moon really big and you don't know why, and then it's gone. Maybe, just maybe. Maybe.
No.
Maybe.
Do you think?
Maybe.
Okay, so it may be this.
Look for the eye. Look for the eye.
That's a Cylon ship.
Oh, come on, Rocket Man. Yeah, like imagine all those guys coming out.
There it is.
No, I've seen that sucker by eye. I know it's real. Freaky as shit. Yeah, I mean, you know, drop you to your knees and grab onto the car so you don't go down. I saw that sucker drop out of the sky in about 2018-ish. No, maybe earlier. 16.
And it's
it's
got support. It's got support craft.
15.
The support craft are following it.
No, the fighter craft, whatever. But that came through the Norway Spiral in 2009. Way ahead of the planets, way ahead of the cubes,
Through a
way
vortex?
ahead of the Star Destroyers.
Like a wormhole or a vortex or something like that.
Yeah, the Norway Spiral. Right.
Is that the one that they keep on claiming that SpaceX? Is that one?
No way. That wasn't even, no. As a matter of fact, all of the G7 countries were having a meeting in Germany.
Those big spirals in the sky?
Yeah, well, no, SpaceX is small spirals, and you can see the alteration in the transition of the rocket, SpaceX. Yeah. And in the early days, SpaceX actually was illuminating the object cluster group through flybys. And they were studying the asteroids via that. And that was, 2018, 19, and 2020. And you could see once, the SpaceX went through it, it illuminated all the shit that it went past. And it was, it fell into the pattern that we've, of course, recognized as the object cluster group and, watched for years. And so it all matched.
I found
and that's why sometimes we do the saying where they tell on themselves, because they do.
Absolutely.
You guys are getting quiet. Come on, wake up. Yahoo!
Oh,
that's the coolest damn shit that ever was.
Yeah, we all like to watch this one, and just in case something different happens.
I know, right?
And I bet none of you guys saw the planet in the upper left behind it.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
I'm trying to teach you to look at the other things besides what's obvious in the center.
I see here where Jesus has sent me a video, and I think that's the same one. Let me make sure.
I actually took
Either
classes on that to look at the other stuff in television commercials marketing. I did a great deal of studying in marketing where you see what's behind the scenes, what's in the background. And this is, of course, partially what, I have abilities. I can see shit that most everyone does not see, and I'm enjoying that very much. Thank you.
Here is.
And I'm going to tease everybody that says you're silly if you don't listen.
Yeah.
By the
it's
way,
same one.
Rebecca,
I agree.
I very much love the background thumbnail.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, that's Jesus' video, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yes, this is.
Yeah, look at that
Yeah,
thing.
I like the
That is
background.
the
the
salamander tail. And we see it all the time, and that's why I know what it is, even though it's smaller than it should be.
I don't think he's on here with us. I hate to.
Okay, sorry, I was in a little
Are you there,
transition.
Mason? Okay, I just.
I am,
Yeah, you're
I am.
fine. I just want you to know we're playing your video. This.
Look at the detail, guys. Wow. Just I've never
Wow,
seen
that's
anything
good.
that close. I've
That's the
never seen it
planet.
that close before.
That is the
Yeah,
planet,
and this is
man.
the onset. This is what's coming in.
I mean,
This
you
is
can
the shit,
see
that line
you
right
can
there.
You can
It's
see
gonna
the
close
ridges.
fast.
You can see the rocky surface. It's just absolutely bananas. I cannot. While
That
I
is
was
coming
taking this
in.
video, I was in complete shock that nobody saw this.
They look
It
like
was just
dragon.
it was that obvious.
It looks like dragon scales.
Yeah,
Like a dragon.
Yeah.
China calls it the
But
dragon.
it looks
in
like
the year
I
of the dragon.
absolutely see it.
Yeah,
as
the
well.
dragon scales. That's a dragon.
looks like
ball.
Yeah.
surface, man. But
This
it's
is the
actually
tail.
debris.
This
Exactly
is
what
the
you're
tail.
seeing
The
on the
legs are up there by the telephone pole we just
Oh,
went
it's
by.
the tail of a dragon.
That is
the
the
red-
tail, and the body's up above it.
The red dragon.
This is just the tail.
But see the shadow behind it? Is that Yuri, Sam?
Correct. And behind it is the tan asteroid, just to the right there.
Yeah.
See it?
Christ.
Hey, I'll
Yes,
see
Santa.
y'all. I'll see y'all later. I gotta go.
Okay,
All right,
good
good
night.
night.
Okay.
Good night.
Keep up the
Bye.
good work.
Good night.
Thank you.
God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank
You're
you, everybody.
welcome.
We'll see y'all later.
Bye.
Talk to
Bye.
you later. Bye bye. So yeah,
It's a good time to pay attention, guys. 'Cause things are very
Look at that
things are very
background. No,
close. And as the 180-day cycle starts, we're starting to see already this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
So pay
because I seen
attention.
that upside down
Not a-
rainbow. I thought, whoa, is this the 180-day cycle early? Uh-oh.
no, the bottom upside down rainbow is usually Atu's moon.
So would it definitely just
This
always
was-
be Atu? Because it was a soft kind
Well, it
of.
depends on which direction
reddish.
you're looking. What part of the day?
It was in the morning, right up above me.
Yeah, Atu's moon.
Right up above me it was. And the other things were side focaling to the left and right. And it just was ridiculous. There was focaling all over the place. And then that was right up above me, like upside down rainbow thing. And the guy went straight through it, the chemtrail guy. Well, the scribbler.
Got you.
Scribbler. Sorry.
Yeah,
Scribbler.
Wait, what do you mean by tail, Sam? You mean like the whole trail of asteroids that comes underneath Yuri or behind? Could you
Well, that's what I-
elaborate?
I was just
Is that
thinking,
under Yuri? What is that? Is that the butt of Yuri?
what I need to do is hand Rebecca one of the older drawings and try
Sorry,
to
Julie.
describe to people where we are.
Because this
get
was
our
basically above me,
Yeah.
pretty much above me.
Right.
Forward, above.
Yeah, and this is why Okay, I'm gonna reach out. I'm gonna grab Rebecca.
What time of the
Okay,
day
now I'm
was
gonna
that,
take a
Jesus?
photo.
I feel like
This
it's
was
like,
mid. This was midday. This
I
was
feel like
midday.
Yuri's, like,
You know.
staying. I feel like
Uh-huh.
you're staying on top of us, and it like rotates around, and the cluster group just rotates around us for a minute, and then comes back around.
You're
or
correct.
Something, something weird
You
is
are
going
correct.
on.
Yeah,
You are
yeah,
absolutely
It's
correct.
crazy.
It stays on the left-hand side as the sun moves and progresses through the day, and then goes over and sets in the west. But it goes over us in a tighter circle than it ever used to. It's really, really weird, and it's
Oh,
actually
man, yeah.
decreased in size,
Good night, Nancy.
and it goes farther past us
Peace
to
to you
the
too.
over the top of us, and then into the northwest, and then it goes into the
Yeah,
north, and then it goes back into the northeast again through the cycle.
That's what
of the day.
happens. That's
Crazy
that's
for a minute,
exactly
but I
what
kept
happened.
seeing something. Sorry, Jesus. Go ahead.
No.
Yeah, we're all
It came
confused.
in northeast. and shadowed the right
Right.
above the sun, left of the sun,
Right.
and then it just came in northeast and
Right.
caused
Then it goes to the northwest
darkest
partially. It
the
goes all
darkest
the way
shadow
to
I've
the
ever
northwest
seen.
and then comes north, and then it wiggles its way back to the northeast come the end of the day and night. And meanwhile, I'm looking here in my file for a drawing that can portray this, where I could describe to you what happens or where we've gone. Here's an older one, Rebecca, and maybe we can work our way from there. And I'll grab this other one I think is in the front file. And that is an adaptation, I believe. I think I sent it to you twice. Oh, yeah. Okay. No, I did send it. All right. Let me see.
You got that thing
yeah,
shadowing the pictures that you sent me, Katie.
use the
You
second
got
one,
that thing
Rebecca.
shadowing in the very same exact place, just left of the sun, northeast.
Yeah, I'm gonna
coming right
try
up.
to describe this to everybody. This is an older drawing. And God, I know what I should send you next as well, Rebecca. Is the orbit model from the crop circle, which goes back to about, 2016, 17, 18.
These are kind of the
Actual
same.
orbit model. Okay,
Did you
there.
send me
I
two of the
sent you
same
two.
one?
Use the second one.
Okay.
The second one is a revision of the first one.
Yeah. Okay.
And no reason to throw out the first one if we're going to automatically have to jump to the second one.
Yeah.
And then when you post that, I will give everybody the description of where we were. I drew this. I'm pretty sure it's dated. And this is part of why I date my drawings, because it's also proof to Rebecca and Jesus and Jillian and hopefully everybody else, Christopher and Katie Joe, that I do this ahead of time. And then we date them so that way we can resort back to them as well and match comparative old pictures to old drawings.
Sam,
And they always match.
I just started rewatching the series of the Understanding the Skies by you, and I watched like 6 of them, and knowing like what I know now compared to the first time I watched them, it's like amazing just understanding it all. It's crazy.
Well, do tell. Tell us what you learned.
Oh, just like how Yuri can still have like some of the clouds and like just different things that I and just like the little things that I saw all along that like I've been so unsure about, but like I mean since have learned, but just rewatching that and understanding it more completely to what I have learned, that there are these little things in the sky and I'm not crazy that there's these little dark circles and then there's these little things in front of them and there's these ion trails and the ion illuminations and like it's just all like it just all is
And
coming.
were you to be critical of my teaching skills, and you're allowed, I give you full license to throw a donut on the plate.
Your teaching
Yeah,
skills,
I won't
like,
take it offensively.
I love it. It gets so much done in such a short amount of time. Like I guess for me, especially understanding already, it just makes it more understandable and like it's like quick, short mini series for me. And I do put it on like 1.25 speed just because I understand it already, but like I'm still just trying to process it faster. I don't know.
So you've enjoyed yourself then.
Oh yeah, and it's amazing. I love it.
I'm very glad to help.
The more you learn, the more
It makes
everything. Yeah, the more you go back and you're like, okay, you start understanding. You start seeing everything through different eyes. Once you start understanding things, once you start. So I love going back on Sam's interviews because I still to this day I'll learn little things here and there. There's so many Easter eggs there that you can learn, that can help you really get a firm grasp of what is it that you're watching and seeing.
And especially like once you get the out view and then even if you just like catch up now on these more recent videos, podcast things, and then incorporate them into his older videos and just understanding each planet individually and getting it more and more and more and more. Like after understanding already what everybody else is saying, you know, like Ion Trail and Ion, you know, all that like talk that you don't really understand until you actually like understand it, you know.
Exactly. It's
Yeah, you build on every single time you see one. You build on another little bit of information, and you just go, "Oh right, oh right."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then you suddenly realize that after a while that you've learned a new science, and you think, "Wow,
Absolutely.
everybody should actually know this," and they don't, and it's really tragic that people are living in a fake science dream, and it doesn't make sense, because when they said to me, "Oh, you've got to teach the children science as well," and I thought there's something missing. How it doesn't make sense to me, and I don't even know what it is that doesn't make sense. And then one day there was this video on the internet going, "Understanding the Skies," and it's an electric universe. We repel each other, and then so much more followed. And it's wrong. It's just wrong that people don't know this.
Absolutely.
Rebecca, I hope you keep a copy of this.
Okay.
This one is special. This one.
Yes, I would encourage everyone to look at this picture and look over to the right-hand side middle, and it says out view. That is Earth. Okay, we are looking out. The sun is in between Saru and Nibiru in the background. It's not drawn in here. I apologize. Okay, we are seeing Isatum very closely to our right-hand side. We are seeing Nepesity in the background be slightly behind Uri, and Atu is now over the top of us, as well as Nibiru. Everything has moved to the right, above us, since this drawing in 2019. So we are now in the middle, between, underneath Atu, Uri, Nibiru, and Isatum. We have transitioned from this out view to looking up view at them, above us. Yeah. That's why we're seeing Isatum as close as we are on our right-hand side, as well as Nibiru. That's why we are seeing Atu and Atu's moon over the top of us. Nepesity slightly behind Uri, because Uri is literally coming in our faces, directly on the left-hand side of the sun, over the top of us, in a way that we've never seen. And meanwhile, Saru is behind Uri and Nepesity in our out view, almost looking up now from this angle change. So you angle it up, 5 or 10 degrees, looking at all of this upward.
Yeah, that's what I couldn't get when I seen when I seen the
lower left. It's moving to the upper right beyond us.
And it's why if you look up at the sky at midday, you're gonna see quite a pretty good illumination on the bottom of them.
Yeah, and they're there. You just gotta start understanding the angles of light.
Yeah.
AM, sunrise, midday, illumination,
midday,
sunset,
and like
illumination, angles as it goes beyond sunset.
Yeah, those are the classic times for everybody. They're just perfect times.
You'll see the bottom of the planets illuminate at night. I think, remember back in 2018, 17, it didn't get dark until well after midnight because the illumination.
Yeah, it was so light we couldn't figure it out. But that was also another wow moment.
The bottom of Nibiru and Saru were so illuminated that it didn't get dark until way late. But they were so big and so close way back then, we didn't know it. Okay, here's that same group. That whole thing is spun. We are literally underneath where the word says Amel Saru, next to the word that says Imaru. We're underneath, looking at all of that from underneath as it goes past us.
Okay.
Interesting time, guys. Start to pay attention because we're gonna see bottom illuminations here as
beyond illuminations as the years go by. We should actually get way better.
And as they cross, as they cross the halfway point above us, it's going to get even more interesting.
We should see purple Atu. We should see green Nepesity again. We should see striped white Yuri. We should see very soon. We're going to see green blue Saru. Nibiru is going to be deep blue, and then this Saturn is going to be red with the yellow moon, and the Ion Tail, which is the actual winged planet, not Nibiru. Internet disinfo mixed in with a blender through human information, and most of our information comes from off-world and remote viewing, and many years of wonderful citizen science collective information.
Tons of hours of observations, personal observations, guys. We're not most of us here. We're not seeing. We're not going up on somebody else's videos and learning. No, we all here do our own observations. We all do our own observations.
It's amazing too.
And that's what makes this different than most every other sky watching anything, is because
we're a collective of people who have gathered together over a decade because we all sought each other out, because it all matched and it was all proven to each other as many groups, and we are here to share that with the new folk out there. And by God, you know, I don't know who's watching tonight, but it should be a hell of a lot more than what we have. And I don't mean to be rude about that, but dang, come on, guys, we gotta go here.
Yeah.
It's damn important. I mean, Christ, there's a fleet above us.
Right. And even on Facebook, you know, when we're posting our pictures, people just, you know, they hit the like button, but there's no comments. Like, that just strikes me as weird too.
Well,
you know,
where do you weigh? You know, frankly, and I was thinking this earlier. I'm here to change the world. Are you?
Right.
Are you here to change the world? Because, you know, only through group participation, and only do when we tell other people this is a science that we've learned that is absolutely beyond reproach. There is over a decade's worth of information, cross-referencing and scientific gathering from New Zealand to New York, to you name it. And when the hell is everyone going to get on board with the fact that we are part of a very much larger story, and and that blows back to the three greatest questions: is like, are we alone in the universe? Is there a God? And what happens to us at life after death? And I know a very large portion of that information, thanks to the off-world information that I've gathered and my abilities, and why I'm doing what I did and am doing and will do. I always got to cover the time loop. And all of these wonderful researchers have gathered up, and they got past their social fears of being retaliated against by a bunch of really small-minded people, and they've all gotten together and joined us, and we're not talking out our ass, plain and simple. Deal.
After you've seen this long enough, you have no choice but to just say, I don't care. Like I know what I'm seeing. I don't care what people call me, what people say. Right. You have to just get over it because you know what you're seeing, and
and we can jump into the crazy zone, and we can talk about. And I apologize that I'm going to pre-qualify my apologies ahead of time. My far-seeing abilities do work,
and they're provable.
Absolutely. Yes.
It's very provable,
Yeah, there's
all you have to do is go outside.
Anybody who's new here, take what you learned here and then go out and prove it. Go outside yourself.
Yep.
Take video, time lapse your sky, take photographs.
And pick a
Go
day.
back
Pick a time of day each day if you want. For I'm saying 2 weeks, because there might be clouds, there might be this, there might be rain,
exactly.
this, that, the
Yeah,
third.
there's
2
never
weeks,
always
you will find
perfect.
something in there that is alike. If you take the
Everybody
same picture
gets
in the
their
same place.
turn. They're absolutely.
Sorry.
But take what you learned here and then go out on the field and then prove it yourself. You don't have to really take our word for it. Just take into consideration the things we tell you. They're dark. We're looking at their dark side. Take those things into consideration and then go.
That's all about the light.
and then see it for yourself, and then it'll change your life. It really will.
And watch Sam's videos from back in the day, because
That's right.
seriously, you learn so much.
Oh God, I think about those videos and I'm emotionally embarrassed. And yet there's
No,
I
don't be
have a
embarrassed.
couple of favorites I do, and I'll watch them from time to time, and I chuckle over the
I'm
innocence
telling
in
you,
which I was throwing it out there as fast, and everybody always says, Sam, my God, you talk 300 miles an hour, and yes, I do.
And I put it on 1.25 speed too, so you're going quick, but then I have it even quicker.
Do I sound like a chipmunk?
Not so much. It's not that fast.
Oh well, we have a problem with hamsters, so you got to watch out for
Oh
the
yeah,
hamsters.
don't do a hamster wheel. Please don't do that to yourself.
Yeah, you get in
I was
trouble
But
for hamsters.
seriously, it's like little, like you could listen to it, while you're doing the laundry. You could listen to it while you're gardening. You could listen, it's fast enough. You could listen to it like while you're taking your kids to school.
Jesus,
just a
that
short
sound
little trip.
familiar?
Yep, that's my thing. That's my
Hey,
thing.
do you like
I talk about that
do
'cause
you like laundry? Do you like laundry?
I don't, but I have to do it for 6 people.
Guess what you
so,
just did, Jillian?
That's the laundry though.
What's
You just
that?
reminded me that I did not do laundry today.
Oh,
I
naughty
see.
boy, daddy,
I-
naughty boy, daddy.
That makes
Get
two of
those
us.
girls to
Sam.
help.
That makes two of us. I usually
I
do
went
it
outside and watched
Tuesdays,
the planets, I'm
but I
sorry.
skipped it today. So yeah.
I was so behind, but I caught up today, thankfully. But I did
Oh,
step
God.
outside a million times today. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
I was
Like,
watching planets outside and feeding the birds.
I was like, if I'm going outside, I have to switch the laundry. I
Oh,
gotta
weird
focus,
thing,
and I gotta put
funny
it away.
thing, a funny thing happened to me. Well, it's like it doesn't feel funny at the time, but laundry is just one of the many things that I do in the care home. So
Ew.
sometimes
It's like-
yeah. Well, you're looking after people, so usually your rota, well, standardly I'm meant to be going and cleaning the rooms and stuff, but on the rare occasions when somebody's poorly, then you walk in the door and you're like, right, go to the laundry, that way, go back up to the other house, and you're like, anyway, so
I managed hotels. I understand.
yeah, well, yeah, yesterday again, I got another message on WhatsApp. And they do this sort of nervous, laughing kind of smiley face thing. Can you? The rota is on the move again. Is that okay? I'm like, that depends on where it's moving to.
Yeah, okay, and that's a nasty one. It really isn't it because it's affiliated with the poop virus and the flu, and that could actually now be wearing COVID as well. And the thing with it is airborne, and if you actually smell it, it will infect you.
Jesus.
But I've
So if
had one of
you're-
these.
if you have
I
this,
walked through it. I walk through it and don't get it.
Well, then you're not supposed to. But if you're actually standing in an elevator, and this person has it, and they, pardon the expression, they fart, you are exposed.
No way. Seriously,
because-
even
and
in
it
that.
started out in daycares about a decade ago, and it is the Ruta flu mixed and now mixed in with the corona. And I hope we don't get flagged for just saying that.
I think some of us aren't meant to
Airborne.
get it. I'm super exposed. I was very I've always been exposed, very much so. And my brothers got it. My brothers both got it. My younger brother almost died. My older brother's gotten it twice. And I've yet to get it. Knock on wood.
Tell them to keep eating more salsa.
Yeah, I wonder what it is. But
Well, if you
Hey,
keep
sorry?
your capsaicin and your vitamin C levels up and your magnesium, and if you keep your body
Mhm.
levels up, including colloidal silver and that in your metals in your body, then you can beat and defeat bacteria in your bloodstream.
Well, if
I
you're
use
talking-
oregano oil. If
If
I
you're
feel
talking
like
about-
something's happening in my tonsils, I use oregano oil. 4
No,
little
it-
drops in water.
So you're saying spicy stuff is good for
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, very.
Well,
It's full of
how you,
capsaicin. Has a lot of vitamin C.
Yeah, I'm Mexican, so we eat a lot of spicy stuff.
There you go.
My brother and my dad have they have these competitions where they send each other the hottest chilies.
Stay away from
They must be the
the
healthiest
X
people
pepper.
alive.
The brand new X pepper.
Yeah, he does have habaneros and Carolina.
Did you do the?
So
remember
yeah,
we talked
yes,
about the videos with Now We Feast and the salsa challenges with the celebrities and then
the
there's
hot
the one chip challenge and all of that. You know, great
Oh,
source of
geez.
humor and entertainment.
I
watch-
did the one chip challenge for New Year's a couple years ago at my family's, and I regretted it so badly. I didn't even eat the whole chip. I just ate a piece. And, oof, it was really bad.
Oh, my
Thank God I was
God.
already pretty drunk, so I kind of toughed it out, but it was worse than I thought it was going to be. It was
Yeah, it's almost a trip to the hospital, and then a couple of days later it comes out.
Yeah.
So I did have the virus, the COVID, and I cannot take spicy foods like I used to. Like I used to be hardcore spicy, this, that, the third. Everything was hot, jalapenos at it, this, that, the third. And now my taste buds are like, I'll still eat it, but I'm dying after I'm eating it. I'm just
Yeah, I got COVID in 2019, and it wiped out my lungs. I
Yeah,
spent
that's what-
forever recovering from it.
everybody in my work was sick in October 2019. Like everybody.
Yeah, we got it
I
up here
never
in
got it
Montana
in my
early.
work, but I got it when I went to Iceland. When I came home from Iceland, that's when
Oh.
I had a strain that had me. I was just unwell for 4 days.
Yeah.
And
I'm not going to flag us, but I would recommend everybody out there go watch Australia 60 Minutes, the COVID virus, and Wuhan. Type that in. I hope you get the Australian 60 Minutes version of what the United States is not publishing, and I don't think Canadians are either, or the Crown. So we'll leave it at that. I don't want to get us flagged, but there's some information that people don't understand.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm sure yeah.
I'm sure.
Well,
they
it
do
was
more than-
it really did a thing, and it also forwarded another thing, and I'm not pleased about it.
I get it. That's like
There's
what I'm
always-
saying. Like I was to the point already to where I was trying to understand everything about everything. Like, so I already doubted
boy, that's a
other
big order.
things before, you know what I mean? I saw you guys, and I was already on my journey. I was already along on it, you know what I mean? Like, and then I found you guys, and I was just like, wow, this all just fits, you know?
The
It,
one
it
thing I can
changes.
say that, go ahead.
It changes the way you look at the world. Like you can never look at the world the same again. Like you just
The one
can't.
thing I can tell you from absolute experience is our governments are not necessarily interested in our beneficial needs.
Absolutely, and yep, I don't want to get flagged for anything either. But
Right, and I
No,
know.
me either.
1,000%. And like I said, like I might have thought differently when I was younger, and I did, you know, I joined what I joined, and I did what I did. I'm not saying like I'm proud I did it, and this, that, the third, but like,
Oh, hey,
you know,
only
like-
through mistakes do we learn.
no, absolutely,
It's
1,000%.
all part of
And
the
that's why
journey.
we're on our journeys, you know, and that's what I'm saying. Like a million things that I learned, like within a small amount of time frame, and then I saw you guys, and like it just
Alice
all
in
made sense,
Wonderland.
you know?
Time to wake up, Alice.
And hey, I have an Alice in Wonderland tattoo.
Yeah.
It's her
Like I
through the
said.
looking glass. It's through the
Like
looking
I
and
said, Alice in Wonderland.
I wasn't even like, you know, like about that when I got the tattoo. You know what I mean? I was just like,
And,
you
and
know,
how does Sam
yeah,
know
it's
that?
cool as anything, you know. But it's just, you know, it's out of this world. It's crazy.
That awakening that we all went through or currently, because you know I think it's a journey, but that awakening is life altering, and it just changes everything. It's, as Nicole said it in the last show, it's paradigm shifting. You know,
Oh, and there
everything.
is so much more that we could teach beyond what we do with these shows. How you can reach and ground and learn to listen to Mother Earth talk to you, and then be empowered with the turning on of the rest of your human brain. So it what happens, and I can tell people through enlightenment what happens to in enlightenment. You know, people talk about meditation and all this. It's not all of a sudden you get this hallelujah moment. What happens is you turn on your brain, and then all of a sudden everything around you starts to become easier, and you start to see more, you understand more, it becomes simpler, and then you don't seek out the drama, you release the negativities of others that throw shit at you, and then you go, excuse me, but that's not my problem. And you know, granted, that's a little bit negative, but you start to be
But it's not though, too.
you understand things as a plain evident occurrence, because you've grounded and you've touched earth, and that's who we have forgotten who we are.
It's
And that's
hard for
what-
somebody to bullshit you anymore. That's what they.
Right,
That's
and
what
this
it's.
is why
You
all
can
of
see
everybody out
you
here
can see through
listening,
the bullshit. It becomes
everybody
easier.
here,
The world's bullshit.
everybody
Once
here knows this, and we are all here now because of this. And this is what I argued with. You know, we talked about this many times. I argued with the Pleiadian, going, "Well, how the hell am I supposed to be this guy that hands out this information and changes shit?" And he's, you know, and then he handed me, "Well, you know, you've got this audible glamour thing where people who will recognize you and see you for telling the truth, and it will be important to them." And you know, I can't sit here and, you know, cry this from the rooftops and try to brag about it. And this is where I started arguing with him, going, "Well, how do I do that?" And here we are today. So, you know,
See, and if I didn't go on my journey, I would have never even known what you guys were talking about right this second. You know what I mean? Like, I understand that stuff because of like previous stuff I learned along my journey. But like I said, within a short amount, like I'm 36 years old. You know, like I
you're
learned
so
this
old.
within the last 4 years, though. You know what I mean? Like
Me too.
30
It feels like
32
suddenly
years
it
of not
steamrolls
knowing,
into you like a
you
whole
know?
year. Yeah. Yeah.
it's
And
a
trust me,
perfect.
those years have gone by fast. Like it feels like yesterday. You know.
I agree with what Sam told me once. You know, your time is your time. It all happens at the perfect timing. You know,
I agree.
because
I agree.
if I hadn't learned some of the things that I learned before I came to Sam, I may have just dismissed it as bullshit. But because of the journey, the short journey that I had right before I met Sam, really helped me when I came across Sam. I learned just enough to make it resonate with me. You know, and I think that's what you're saying too, is that had it not been because of the certain previous things that you learned, once
Yeah,
you
like
came
it
to
just
this
all just
information, it all just
clicked,
kind of
you know,
fit
and it
in
was like
and just kind of fell
like
into
I was
place.
meant to see Rebecca's video about Sam Hoffman, you know what I mean? I'm like, who's this guy? And then I went, you know, and then I started looking into it, and then I started typing in on Facebook like Nibiru Followers Anonymous because I wanted to see if Rebecca would put out more videos, you know, like
Yeah,
I
it
just,
becomes,
you
it
know,
becomes quite
and
the fascination. Quite the
absolutely,
fascination.
yes. Because when you see
Yeah, I
it,
remember waiting
you
for
know, and you
understanding the
start
skies
getting
every
it,
week.
yeah. Like
yeah. And then we
it's just
spent, you
awesome.
know, literally like a month and a half to 2 months to get every Radio Wasteland show.
Yeah,
they're,
those
they're
were
awesome
ages. Just
too. Everybody should go watch them. Listen to them.
Yeah,
Go to sleep with them. Seriously, that's
well,
what I did
well,
at
thank you.
first.
That's,
I
you
would,
know, that's an awesome statement right there by itself.
well, but like you know, our brains are always on. Like we're always listening. So even if you like,
Oh God, I wish mine
listen
would
to it
turn
and
off.
then
You
you
know, I'm clicking the pillow all the time.
like if
Like
you
it's my
you know
mouse.
because then if you come on here and you already listen to a show, like something might pop in your brain, like oh, I already heard that. I don't know where, but I'm understanding this. You
Yeah,
know,
I
like
agree. I agree. I agree. Even in your sleep, your brain retains a lot of the information.
Yeah, I heard all you guys in my sleep the other day.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm
Listening
flying
to
around
that
the
last
planet haunting people in their dreams, you know.
Right. Maybe
night. Yeah,
not.
then you dream about podcasts once you've gone to sleep.
But and me and Rebecca talked about this before too. How when we heard Sam talk, we just kind of heard the honesty and it was just undeniable, and it was something just gravitated me to want to listen more to this guy. And, never that feeling of wanting to learn more never went away from me. I've always been one of them guys that loses interest. I'm pretty ADHD, like ADD. I hone in and then I'll lose interest, right?
I get
But when it comes to this stuff, I absolutely never lost interest whatsoever. I obsessed about it.
No, but it's like our brains are doing 5 different things at once now. It's so.
I didn't want to miss it. I couldn't quit.
Yeah.
I mean, every time I turned around, it was grabbing my brain, and I just went, "Oh shit, I got to stay on top of this." I was
get it,
afraid
and
of
that's how I
losing
feel
it.
too. And then it's like if there's a day of clouds or something, I'm like, oh my gosh, stop. And then it'll be like 4 days of clouds, and I'm like, no. And then everything's so different. I'm like, wait, I'm lost.
Yeah, and that happens to me all the time. I have my weeks where I can't see anything, and then all of a sudden I just go, "Oh my god, look
Like,
what
it's so
happened!"
different.
And I
Like,
don't
that
want to
wasn't
fall behind. I
happening
don't
at
want to
this
get
time.
confused. No, I want to keep up on top of it, so I, don't tell anybody the wrong thing. And I make mistakes, yeah, but wow,
I get
God,
it.
guys, 14 years. Yeah, every time I remind myself of that, it's just I go back. It's like, wow, that long already? Wow.
Yeah, time flies.
And how the hell did the Earth miss this for 14 years?
Cell phones.
I know, but I was really fascinated that somebody finally seen it when I said to her, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I see that."
Right.
I'm like,
No. Yeah, and
I
we
said
go
it to
back
my
all the way
friend the
back
other
to
day.
2010, 11. I mean, Christ, we could see them coming up in Antarctica in 2011. How come that didn't hit the media? I mean, 2011, when the second star got here, how come that didn't hit the media?
Well, Sam, I mean,
how many people didn't see that?
Have you
I
seen?
don't
Did they
know.
not see 2 suns?
Have you seen who owns the news outlets? There's maybe like 4, 5, 6, and they're all owned by the same people. They're all owned by the
Exactly.
same people.
But they all say the same things in the
all
same
say the
words too.
You have a point. Well, we're seeing corporate
See,
monopolies
and that was
worldwide
part of my
affecting
awakening
our outlook.
journey.
And we have to also take into the variety of people in the population. There are many different segmented groups of society between the educated and the non-educated. Many vary in degrees, monetarily, politically, spiritually, religiously. So, taking all of that into account, there is a vast part of the population that does not want to know about this.
Yeah.
And that is an automatic scapegoat for those in power, because they automatically, now if you have power, it can see up to a point where you are trying to protect the meek of the society. And yet this also boils back to my point of view, being my government rated IQ and my intellectual ability of far seeing, which is why I was recruited, was because of my math, my chemistry, physics skills, and my spiritual abilities, which is why the Far Seeing Project, which is now declassified, which is why I can tell you about it. Go look it up. Far Seeing Project, which is remote viewing, which is why I can tell shit ahead of time, which everybody knows about. I've been doing it for over a decade. The point with it is that it's really important that you realize that this is happening now, even though it is not anything we've ever understood or seen before. And we've known about it since the 70s. I knew about it. my brain automatically told me chemistry-wise we're atomic mass and our star and everything. And 83% of all solar systems have 2 or more stars. The Greeks knew it. I know it. That's why I wrote my paper. That's why they came to me. They don't bother you. They don't slap you with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement for being wrong. Looking at the ion tail of the Saturn Jello moon right in front of us there. It's happened over and over again. We've done this for 14 years. If you don't listen, you're silly. Excuse me, Christopher. We talked over each other.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
I couldn't
sorry.
hear. I was like, wait, what?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, please say what you had to say.
I was just saying, who has ever heard about somebody at the age of 18 getting slapped with a non-disclosure agreement from the government? I've never heard of it.
Insane.
Yeah, if you only kiss our ass and do what we want you to do, and we're going to let you, and the first thing they handed me was the guy says to me, here's the keys to your house and here's the keys to your car. And you're going to live here, and here's the keys to your car that you get, and we're going to have a guy that goes with you everywhere you go. And you know what they were handing me? The car.
A jail
the car. Okay, I got a 65 GTO in the driveway, and a 67 Tempest Pontiac, both of them,
nice,
side by side. The guy hands me the keys to a 1979 or 78 K car. Did they research their promotion value on hiring this guy? Here's what we're offering you as a fucking K car. Oops. Excuse me. Look it up. Anybody that is too young that doesn't know what a Chrysler.
I looked it up, and it is a
Chrysler K car.
it is. Yeah. It's a pretty fugly car, man.
And this is right at the end of the Jimmy Carter era when they were going in during the gas crisis and all of this, and the recovery from the gas crisis of 1976 through 78, 79, 80. And they're offering me the keys to a K car. I mean, that's, it's like slap me with a dead herring, and I'm laughing at these fools. And if they would have actually spoken money to me, I might have actually maybe listened better. But I mean, when you, my IQ is in the higher 96th percentile of everyone on the planet. I am a member to the private club. Anyway, and I look at everything a lot different than everybody around me, including I walked into Walmart this morning, and I was directly commenting to my daughter as she went in with me. I was like reading everyone inside before I even walked in, and it was like a barrage nightmare. And I'm trying to be as honest as I can. Yes, I'm putting myself on the burning block with the post where they tie your hands behind and then they throw the match in. Anyway, I'm reading the building as I walk in, and it was so loud that it was amazing. And we talk about the metaphysics in the 2010 ascension and all the shit and that's going on, and how we're able to do what we do, and how I can see stuff, and it's mind-boggling how intense all of this shit really has become in a very short time. And I'm wondering if it's refractive proximity of the planets and all the sounds and the noises. And I was talking about, I believe, to Rebecca before the show, I've been having the weirdest damn dreams.
I have too.
Yeah.
In things that I would never, as a person, ever comprehend of doing. And yet they were semi-acceptable, and it was like, semi-psychotic. And I went, whoa, what the hell dream is this? And I even dreamed back to my private Catholic high school days, which is haunting me forever. We've talked about that in past shows where Rebecca and I were both very religious people. I wasn't Catholic, but I was very religious because I've studied Buddhism and every other religion since I was a very young person, 9. Etc. So, my spiritualism has always been very strong, because I know it and I can see. But and I thought everybody could. And this is what rolls back all the way back to my paper, where I just knew that we had to have 2 stars, and that's why they walked in and I wrote a paper on it, and it became public knowledge. And What got me flagged was I finished equations that Einstein could not finish, and my adjoining professor sent that in to get accreditation for another school, or for the school, excuse me, and because he was a member of the University of Montana as well. And then it got the kibosh by the government immediately within about 3 months, and that's the old story. And you can go back to Radio Wasteland; that story's on there. At how Sam Hoffman got involved in the Nibiru story. That's on Radio Wasteland on YouTube, and we have many copies of that. And then having been crushed, and then having met other races during this intervention and what I often call a vacation to meet the scientists of our government on the East Coast. After that vacation, I spent many years trying to deal with what I knew, and then I had another visitation, and then this is where I got off-world information, was pointed out things about me that we would be doing today, and here we are doing it. And all of you guys are part of this now that you're here. And I do hope that people listen and don't discount this information or this podcast or our work and our hours and hours and hours and hours of research.
At least look into it and understand it before you discount it.
Yep.
And we should have hundreds of people, singing a single chorus song on the internet as the science. This is why we're inviting sister sites all the time in for everyone to come in, including those on the fringe and who may even doubt us. We can, spend time. We'll explain it. And the fact that the accuracy ratio going back well over a decade, I think should speak for itself. And anybody else want to say something?
I just looked at K cars again. I think I've looked already.
They were spooky and they barely worked. And after that, they didn't work. And like 83 and 84 were just a computer nightmare.
They look like little toy cars, man.
Yeah, and they broke very easy. If you blow on them, they move
And
to
they
the
look
side.
so obvious too. Were they trying to not go under, undercover or something? Because they just spell government.
No, what happened was in the 70s gas crisis during the Jimmy Carter era, we ran out of gasoline, and that had to do with manufacturing more than supply, and the Saudis and all this other shit. And so the government started heading toward economy vehicles, so that they stopped burning huge, massive amounts of gasoline from the federal government employees alone and car fleet. And so they owned a bunch of those damn things, and they tried to hand me one. It was dumb. I was in the hot rods and engines.
Right.
And so they handed me basically a joke, and it was like stupid.
Is this the car that you posted on Facebook? Like that looks like a Fiero, or?
No, that's a Fiat/Ferrari. With the year that Ferrari bought Fiat, 1976. I owned an Italian sports car for quite a few years. That is the car I still dream about. I still have dreams about that damn car and where I parked it. I am not kidding you. I am pulling those
Where did you
keys out of my
park it?
pocket. I know that.
Where is it? Where is it at right now?
Where is it parked?
Probably in a junkyard in Kalispell.
Aw.
Oh, it was a great car until I had some young children from anywhere from 10 to 13 years old walk across it in the middle of winter thinking it was a snow pile. And they just they broke the flip tail, they broke the top, they broke the windshield, they crushed the hood. They just trashed it, and it was literally like somebody picked it up and dropped it down upside down because they smashed it. They were hopping on it really bad.
Why?
Oh my goodness.
Because they were kids and they were in
It was a snowstorm. It was a mountain.
in East Missoula, Montana, and they found out what they were walking on was not a snow pile. And, and they destroyed my car, and it was beyond repair.
Oh.
And they broke the flip tail, they broke the top, they broke the glass. The windshield alone was like $500. It had to be independently soldered in and all of that, and then you had to ship it over from Italy, and they swam those parts over, so it was absolutely unrepairable. So I shipped it off to a friend, and then he hauled it up to a junkyard up in Kalispell. I think he wanted to rebuild it, but I don't think he ever did.
Shame.
It was number 91,000 even. It came from Italy, and it was an American special. And what they did was they basically reversed the steering wheel onto the other side, and which completed. You could actually adjust the points from inside the car, and if you removed and moved forward the passenger seat, and you opened this panel in the back, and you got right there because the engine was even backwards because of the steering column and all this crap. It's crazy. And it was a mid-engine car, and it would do 220 miles an hour.
That's crazy.
That's a lot.
Hey, anything after 100 miles an hour, you don't want to take your hands off the steering wheel, otherwise you change lanes.
Yeah.
So no, I don't recommend high-speed driving to anyone ever.
The most I went was 105, and that I had a mission.
Yeah, that's silly, because you're a big bucket of Jello.
Silly.
If you stop, you're Jello and you go flat.
And I thought I was cool, and now, honestly, after I got out of the Army, I was like, all right, yeah, I don't need to be on my phone while driving. I don't need to be on my phone while walking. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't know.
I don't know how people can walk and read their phones. They walk by.
Yeah,
Avoid
I'm
the
just
black
I
cats.
don't need to,
Stay away from Satan worshipers in the forest at night. Yeah, always good. Yeah, watch out for cryptids and Bigfoot and all of that. Yeah. Holy crap! Let's talk about all the shit flying over our head right now, man.
Yeah, but did you find my video, Rebecca? Oh, there's Rebecca.
Hey, just sat
Hello.
down, give a woman a break. Jeez, come on, man.
I didn't realize she'd sneaked off there for a minute. She's underneath the red live thing, so I can't see her.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
I just want to say to Tara Nelson, if you're here, it's for a reason. So yes, I'm sure this is we are on your path to enlightenment. So glad to have you on board. Glad to have you here.
And the really cool thing is that this is going to change everything.
Yeah, it is.
We just have to wait and be patient till it does, and that's what's driving me out of my mind.
Okay, well, at least we have something to look forward to now, Sam, because honestly, I had really been a little negative the past couple of years, especially the last year or so.
Well,
we started doing this. Then we started doing this podcast, and then I don't know. I think Rebecca really has dragged me along for it because I have been very almost to the point where I was kind of giving up. Like I was doing it just for fun at one point, but now I kind of seeing how Rebecca, really honestly, you have really. I think if it wasn't because you have been so on it, I don't know. It's really helped me really kind of.
Yeah, you need to go watch Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Oh, have you seen that latest one?
Yeah, well, of course I have. I have all of them. You're on your adventure, dude. Get out your whip.
Now doing the podcast and then meeting Rocket Man, I think we have broken new ground. I think we've turned a corner. I really do. I really do think we've turned a corner. So, yes, it's getting impatient, but it's taking a little longer. But at least we have something to look forward to. Something, another step forward.
I was just going to say, it kind of felt like we were just spinning our wheels, to a degree.
Well, when our likes dropped from 3,000 to 4, hello, and everybody was telling us forever, well, we don't even get your notifications anymore. And I went,
I haven't gotten any notifications of. I have to look for your lives, Rebecca, because I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting any of them. Nothing.
No, we don't want to cry conspiracy and havoc. Let
No,
loose the
it's
dog
happening.
war or anything, but I mean, I think we're being seriously shadow banned. I do.
Well, and speaking of timing again, this is a reason why Rocket Man came into our lives as well, because we grew as much as we're gonna grow on Facebook, and I think TikTok has been successful, has been a little more successful for you, Rebecca. YouTube has, but I do feel that it's very limited, and I do feel that the growth is going to come after we start on our very.
Everything feels limited because it just feels limited just now. You don't get notifications. Your internet goes down, even if you're supposed to be having fast internet.
And when we answer questions on pertinent information, how we get suddenly broken up and our feed drops off and all this other stuff.
Yeah, I don't think it's being paranoid at all. To yell conspiracy and to yell that we're shadow banned, because you have to remind yourself the magnitude of what we're dealing with here. You know.
No kidding.
It's normal.
Let's talk about how I was after I was released from handcuffs in Montana in 1980. And I was not even allowed to own a copy of the periodic chart within my home.
But how could they even know?
Because their technology is many years above what they tell you is normal.
Yeah,
they're years beyond
the
whole thing.
Look at how quickly we got flagged for last show just for a few songs. It took a few hours,
and they will stretch the limits to as far as they can push it to make sure that they get us in every way, shape. And here we're gonna go. I don't want to say that there's a budget out sitting here watching me and everyone around us, but have all of you experienced unusual occurrences?
Absolutely.
Hang on a second. Hey, Thunder.
When I first started talking, I got a few lessons to shut me the hell up. That over this 14-year period, I've had to sort of curb some of my tongue. And yes, I expect my expectation of every minute of every day, including in my home, including in my bathroom, which I doubt more. Percentage is way lower. Nobody wants to watch that. Anyway, I never for a second think that I am not paid attention to from one faction or another, because I have found that I was approached by other factions that do not see my best interest at heart, that were not of anything from Earth, and we've had examples of that. So I don't ever think that I'm not being listened to at one point or another, and I have to warn everybody that yes, there is a level of danger to this. And
then we're also nonchalant and go,
yeah, and yet at the same time, it is worth every damn second of it, because this is the future. This is the real shit. This is, where are you going to find this on the internet? Holy crap. I mean, insiders do not grow on trees.
But Sam, I also do feel that even though there is this other faction, right, that's watching and has their eyes on us.
Yeah, I wonder which one is doing what.
I do also think that we are being guided by something else.
Oh yeah, we are
by
successful.
something else that's actually good. Whether you want to call it God, or you want to call it source, or you want to call it whatever. But I personally feel that something has brought me to where I'm at.
Right. In the circle of time always moves forward correctly. And we know from the future, because the off-world information comes from the future, which is why it was explained to me. Otherwise, they would have just ignored it, and they said, well, you are doing this and you do this. This is very interesting. This is why we're sharing this information with you, because, wow, look who you are. And they didn't know how I did what I did, that
they were very surprised over, and that's of course in other shows. So they took the time to put me aside, and then the guy came and said, "Holy shit, this is who you are, and this is how I know we are successful, because it is written in the future, which was the past to them."
Wow.
I mean, we have to be right. I mean, this shit is.
We are not wrong. There's no damn way.
We're not wrong. We have to. We have to take this further. It has to, because
we watched these damn planets since they were small.
I can't imagine this coming and going, and things just remaining the way they are. I don't see that happening. This has to break through. This has to change. Something's got to give.
Well, I'm evidence of weird things like that happening. I'm here. I'm here.
Well, we have to worry about what's
hell of
coming.
a journey, Jillian. Jillian especially has had a hell of a journey.
We have to worry about our ability to continue to even work on the internet, and if we fall prey to loss of power and internet and future, and I don't want to go there, but it is one of the possibilities. Carrington event, whatever, or climate change to an extreme where it's so hot we can no longer run electric turbines and everything starts to melt, and you name it, or any number of other things. Asteroid hit. Oceanic, volcanic, geologic, whatever. Which I do want to be wrong. I want to be wrong, but we are at the year of the dragon again, and this is going to be something really. And let's remind everybody that all the rivers around the world in 2020 dried up. The Amazon dried up last year. Panama Canal dried up last year. They're having serious issues weather-wise in the southern hemisphere. It's transitory now. We're moving in seasons. Here we go into the 180-day cycle. And this is going to be a nightmare. It is going to be a nightmare. And I want to be wrong.
So do I, but
I totally get it. Like even the other day, just like there was no snow expected. We had just 5 minutes of snow. It was like wind, darkness, snow, and then it was clear skies. Like it was just nuts. Just the weather in the mount. It was just like clear. Then it was like windy. It was windy, clear, windy, cloudy, snow. It was just, and then it was clear. And then it was
that
calm.
does look like
and
two
then
objects.
it was crazy.
Yeah. I was talking about that today with somebody. One of my passengers at work. How the weather reports have been so wrong. They tell us we're gonna get this huge snowstorm, and then we end up getting nothing. And then when we do get hit hard, they didn't even see it coming.
See, what I thought was strange was because I looked at the weather, right, and it just said windy all day, right, and then after it started snowing, I went back and looked at the weather, and then it said snowing till 7. I was like, oh, that's weird, like you had windy all day, and now all of a sudden you have snowing,
Yeah.
All that rainbow is Planet Edge.
I'm sure they have to update the weather as quickly as they can, but it's been very unreliable.
Oh yeah.
Look at all the rainbow stuff. There's just so much rainbow stuff now.
And it's just weird, like it's not there all the time, like
refracted light through debris and planetary atmospheres, broken down into a prism effect so the human eye can see.
Absolutely. I get it. I love it.
Yeah, we really have to take into account that the side of Nibiru is now going to be showing us Nana and Amel Saru.
Well, it's going to be cool. I want to see the little moons.
It's talking to me, so it's just probably about time. Yeah, look at this shit, boys and girls. This is going to come home to a theater near you. Yeah, I was very surprised by the Texas fires. This is going on in Venezuela. And so this is the stuff that's going on in South America right now as well. They're having dry spells in the Amazon. They're having flooding in other areas. It's all weird. It's not normal. And
Yeah, I've seen crazy stuff from Dubai that I just couldn't get my head around. Like Dubai, where's all that
desert,
water and hail and snow, and did they have
Well,
snow as well?
Even the Arab text and everything talk about, when the rivers return to the desert, it's the end time signs, and the signs in the sky and all of this. So, everybody needs to really, and if you don't go out and look for this weather, you're not going to find it on the news. And this is not normal for any of these people.
Look at that! Just like that. Look at
And
that.
we know what that is.
Hi, snorkel.
Yep.
Suck. Yeah.
And these
Jeez,
are
hi,
not normal
Necessity.
storms, boys and girls. These are more. There's a thing way up above that. And look at it. It's going around it right there. All that purple lightning is around the planet.
Oh, look
including
at that.
the base cloud of a planet. This is Atu's moon. And there is the snailfoot dropping down with the asteroids including in that shaft. And all that discharge, that's what we refer to as the red
Yeah, that
sun
ain't
is from.
Photoshop. That's for real.
This is the bottom of Nepesity snorkel. Repetitive. We watched it for years. The green color, the 1, 2, 3 layers. This is open core, bottom rolling past over the top of people. Right before rain bomb.
All that green is.
Oh, look at that
Most
stuff.
passing planets. We never ever had weather like this in our entire lives ever before. That was an asteroid that you were looking at just then. This is the bottom of Nepesity again, coming in for close past beginning.
Oh, look at it. And that kind of stuff
It's
doesn't even
dark.
make a noise either. It
Planets
kind
do
of.
not crash into each other. This is purple Atu's moon.
Wow.
Yeah, Jillian, that's what I was saying before. Like
Planets do
sometimes
not crash into each other. They repel each
Yeah,
other
Katie Joy, it doesn't make a
electrically.
noise, eh?
it seems like it's gonna be a storm, and then you're gonna get a hardcore storm, and nope, nothing. It
Close
just goes
passing
away.
electrical
Or
distribution,
out
discharge,
there,
pushes them
there
away.
might be something
Again,
close.
Nepesity. 1, 2, 3 bands. Snorkel. Under lower base cloud. Snorkel, lower base cloud. Rotational planet in front of you. Discharge around the planet. Core cloud going over. This, of course,
Yeah, the
is
red
fire.
stuff, like, no way, the red stuff is like, how
That's
can that
fire.
be real? The fire.
That's fire. That has nothing to do with
Yeah,
anything else.
fire. Look at that.
Climate change, you guys,
Oh.
and they're trying to blame
There's so
climate
much
change for
fire.
CO2 sequestration. No, it's more than that. Our entire climate has changed. All the planets are heating up.
Look at that. Oh, wow.
Look at the upper part, not the lower planet.
Yeah, the darkness.
Base cloud is that passing that affects
Oh.
our upper atmosphere.
Lorna was saying that they got like a siren warning or something.
Yeah, there's going to be some really intense storms coming.
Oh, every time I see those things, I think of poor Lorna. Oh, I never got that.
Yeah, they start in Texas and Oklahoma and work their way all the way up to anywhere from Alabama all the way up to Kentucky and all of that, and they can run up the eastern seaboard as well. And now we're having superstorm. And a month or two ago, we watched a hurricane force scenario form from the Midwest in the middle of the USA, on land hurricane forming in the middle of the USA, which we've never seen before.
It's like out those movies, Sam.
Yeah, well, this is what everybody can really worry about, the trees around your house and what your front porch looks like and how's your garage.
Oh no. Haley, do it.
Yeah, this video is something else.
This is what I'm warning people about. If you own property, you better rethink things. See that? That's off the bottom of Atu.
Wow.
Hey, Sam, I've been wanting to ask you.
The red asteroid.
I know. I knew it, but I just wanted to hear it from your mouth. I took this maybe a couple months ago, and then I kind of forgot I had it. I can't believe it.
That's the red asteroid under Atu's moon.
Oh, look at that thing.
That's the red asteroid in the spiral below it. And Big Sister is the one on the lower left. And
Hey,
that
Rebecca.
blue above is Atu's moon.
Yes.
Rebecca, is it faster is it much easier for you when I do the video this way? When I just add it that way?
That right off.
Then when I send it to you like through Messenger?
And then Yuri behind at the horizon.
It's definitely easier if you send it on here by
And then the orange base has to
Like
do
the
with
way-
Saru.
Like these two I sent today?
Oh,
Is that much
Saru.
easier? Okay.
Right.
Yeah, on the orange,
I figured it out.
horizon.
I figured out how to do it.
Orange base
She's so
horizon on the
flat,
left.
though. There's
Saru.
hardly anything of her.
Yeah, well, she's still hiding in the back.
I expect that's best for us. It's better for us. Don't know what kind of reaction.
Yeah, well, we don't even know
we have.
the level of her walk-in yet.
We don't know what she's going to do. She hasn't been over us, has she?
She could
Has
be
she
a lot
been over
closer.
us before?
No, she did a early run 214, 215. And she was
Trying
over
to think what happened to us back then because we
well,
had
she
like
was
wacko
close first,
storms
and
in
then
South
she moved
Africa.
backwards. So she moved after a period of time, and then we didn't see much of her because Yuri was in the way forever.
Yeah, it's mostly Yuri and Atu's moon that for a long time you just kept chanting Atu and moon to me. Atu
Yeah,
and
they
moon,
did the
Atu
right
and
to
moon.
left, right to left in our face, and they were blocking everything else, pretty much the big stuff behind it. And then we saw the smaller planets, Matim and Isatum and Nepesity on top of it as well. And they did the close run in the first early years. And now that they're going beyond us far more over, we're seeing the back stuff, the big stuff. Nibiru came back bigger. And we know Saru's back there. We've seen occasional views of her for the last 6 months. And it's always a ball game where sometimes you get a home run and sometimes you strike out. So still working on the details.
This week, the relative humidity in China hit a staggering.
And as we begin the Hajj and all that, right now, we got a lot of crazy shit happening over the top of us.
Sam,
Yes.
look at that water in these people's houses.
Oh my
They're having to put umbrellas
I'm
to
just
sleep.
looking at the rain in the house.
Yeah, welcome to bad construction.
It's 100% humidity.
Wow.
Yeah, and it gathers from your breath and everything else.
That means that there's no proper air conditioning. What do you call it? Like ventilation. That's the word.
Right, yeah, you have to have air circulation inside your home. Well, there's a lot of people that don't live like we do.
No, I know.
And they don't even build for moisture because they don't have it. And now they do, and they don't know what. If you park your car in a Saudi Arabia garage, the interior of your car for 3 months will mold and mildew just from your breath alone.
Nasty.
Yeah, the water table and how water versus desert versus if you go to the ocean with your camera and you walk on the shore, you're going to get micro sand in your camera lens. I mean, there's all kinds of different worldwide conditions. There was a gentleman that was apparently in Las Vegas that was stung in his nether regions by a scorpion. So, I mean, there's different. If you go to Oman, you might have to be swimming to get to your hotel. So the world is a weird
Inflatable
ballgame
raft
right now.
in your baggage.
Yeah, hell, I wouldn't travel if you paid me right now. No
Yeah,
way.
sometimes the planes are high up and sometimes
Yeah,
the planes
that
are
plane
low down.
was I forget which flight it was. Like 50 people got hurt because they dropped out of the sky. It was going from, I believe,
Yeah, there's been a
Australia
lot of
to
weird
New Zealand.
plane things happening, electrical
Yeah.
and stuff. Mhm.
When you drop 5,000 feet and then people are hitting The seatbelt sign was not on, and then all of a sudden they're eating the ceiling. So, and like 50 people got hurt, and like 13 people ended up in the hospital. And that was this week. You know, so there's a lot of shit going on, and I'm warning you folks, this is going to be the coolest, scariest show you ever saw. Here we go. But who listens, you know? I mean, what do I know, right? You know?
Oh man, yeah.
Oh, flip. Look at that. Oh, my goodness.
Well, you add water to a mountain, you know, and then the cool thing about
Where did that come from?
like if you're still there, thank the gods, you know. I mean,
Oh, holy flip. Flip balls.
That's why it's important to pay attention, guys, and be informed.
like I said, I'm not traveling right now, thank you.
No.
I mean, who has the money in our economy anyway?
Oh yeah, I saw a video. I think it said it was in Norway or something like that. This, you know, this home right on the beach just got totally taken away. The land around it, I don't know, maybe like a few acres of land just totally went right into the ocean, and it all got sucked up, and these people's homes just got totally destroyed by some landslide.
Going on around the world for over 5 or 6 years now is just numerous areas are getting wiped out, but it's not making national news.
Yeah, it's
They don't want you to know this stuff, do they?
Well, yeah, I mean, well, it keeps the narrative, and we hear it all the time. Well, wouldn't we be seeing things happen? Things are happening. They're just not on the mainstream news. If you actually look for this information, you'll see that there's a lot of shit happening around the world. People are dying. People are losing their homes. People are being displaced. There's mass migrations happening because of what's happening. You know, don't believe everything in the media that they tell you. A lot of what's happening is climate change migration. And things that are related to what's happening right now.
And they try to hide that all with all sorts of topics like RPG wars.
Everything that you're seeing right now is just a bunch of distraction. They're keeping everybody stressed out so they don't really have time or even the energy to even look.
This is a coastal town. Why did water level on the ocean rise up? Because this has also been going on around the world for a few months now, about 6 to 8 months now, where we've been seeing these weird, rare what they call freak tide, where it comes in way higher than anything that's expected or charted.
These people had no idea.
Yeah, and it comes in, and it has to do with planetary tip, and don't forget jet stream air push, because the jet streams are really, really unbelievable right now. And I've never in my entire life, I'm looking right now again. We're talking about a new hurricane. I should have gone back. Okay, the jet stream panned out in a way I've never seen it in my entire life. We are looking at, oh God, the South Pole. The jet stream is 3 times the size of what it used to be on the South Pole alone.
Yeah.
All the way up to the middle of South America.
Wow.
And the Northern Hemisphere jet stream is just freaky. And I need to go back to school and remember the seasonal trade winds, how it changes from one direction to the other over the year. But I'm looking at jet streams going across Africa and rotational stuff going on in Italy and the Alps and the Black Sea and all of that, and then go, okay, I'm going to go around Yemen and India and the Himalayas into China and Korea and Thailand and all of that, and up over Japan all the way up to the Arctic, and then flobbling back around the Pacific to North America, and then splitting up into a 3-way fork, which is weird, over Hawaii. Very strange. It's very thick. It's very big. It's very fast. It's very heavy. It's in the purple. Not normal. Not normal.
Nothing's
Sorry.
normal.
Yeah,
Nothing
nothing's
over-
normal. Our weather is not what it ever was.
Nothing is normal. The way people are behaving isn't normal.
Oh my God! Don't even get me started on that.
Weather patterns are not normal. We're being affected by this very much. I had some really shitty couple of days after this recent pass. I was restless the first night. I couldn't sleep. And then the next day,
No, right there with you. Right there
Yeah,
with you.
welcome to our world.
I
Yeah,
couldn't
this
sleep,
poor
and I
thing.
crashed the next day. Today is when I barely woke up feeling like myself again.
Yeah.
But it's messing with us, guys.
Yeah,
you're
you
feeling
feel like you got
irritable, you're
thumped by a
feeling
giant log.
Yeah, if you're feeling restless, it's because we have other moons in close proximity. We have
going over right over.
We
Yeah,
have other
it
bodies
is a
that
tidal lunar negative body, and it does affect the polarity of the planet, of us, our brains, and you have to take into account water and reactions of barometric pressure within our scope of this atomic electrical structure that we exist in, including the pressure on the bubble, because our tiny little Earth versus these very large close passing planets and moons and tidal flow and all of that. It affects our brains, the water in our brain, our synaptic response ratio, all of it. And if you do feel edgy and you think, oh my God, what the hell is this? And my life is terrible. And all my, I feel like I could just explode.
That too.
Remember, it's exterior.
I get
It's
in
not
I get in a really negative, depressed state when I get that way.
I haven't been there lately, but yeah, I've been noticing it.
I have to tell myself this isn't normal. This isn't
It's
you.
exterior. It's not me. It's outside.
I've learned,
It's not me.
I've learned to kind of just shake it off, but sometimes it gets really hard
Right.
to do that.
You know what I do then? I go watch an old Western. Not kidding. I'm actually
Something my dad would do.
I'm revisiting the old spaghetti westerns with like Trinity and all of that. They're humorous and hilarious. I like spaghetti
He
westerns.
loved them all, yeah.
Oh, my mom and dad
I
used to watch
actually,
those.
I had coffee with Clint Eastwood in the 80s.
That's
so,
awesome.
I sat and talked to him for about 45 minutes. We were having coffee together. So
Watching
Wow.
Clint Eastwood, I watched every Clint Eastwood Western there is.
Me too. Me
It's
too.
the thing I used to do with my dad. When we get together, that's what we do. We watch Clint Eastwood movies.
There you go.
Yeah, my dad liked those too. Mhm.
And I implore people to go back and watch movies and then look at the sky.
Yeah.
They're trying to go back. There was a video during the week about how Disney was reanimating old movies so that they were re-engineering the skies so that you wouldn't notice.
Yeah.
They changed
Oh.
things and stuff too.
And that
These
is
are
some sort of
Jillians.
cosmic haloing.
This is a
Yeah, look at this log.
Oh, look at that.
Backlit crescent flare? Yeah, because there's not a flare on the other side. Well, it's a backlit crescent flare of a Saturn's yellow moon or a Saturn, depending on the year it was taken. That light,
No,
central
that's
focus
just
is
past.
the light going through.
This was 2 days ago.
I didn't
Okay.
see this. I didn't see that upside down rainbow when you sent it. I was half asleep when I was talking.
The rainbow is an asteroid or Attu's moon.
Wow, I didn't see that the upside down
That
rainbow.
quick.
Holy shit.
There you go. That's Attu's moon. That's Attu's moon.
And there you go. The
Isn't
sky
it beautiful? Isn't it so energizing?
There might
Because there is no such thing as an upside down rainbow. That's the
Right.
light shining through the atmosphere around Attu's moon. It may not have oxygen in it, but it has gases. And everybody has an atmosphere.
Hey Sam, can we
Yeah.
answer Tara's question? We spoke on this earlier in the show. I don't know if you were here, Tara, when we were talking about that. Why the
Do you know
sudden?
why the government had to suddenly declassify?
Why the sudden declassify that?
Which? What did they just declassify?
The UFO thing, and aliens.
Because it's a damn obvious they're trying to get us ready for more.
Yeah, we were just showing that image of Mr. MBB 3.
You don't want 80,000 people running screaming down the street like in the movie War of the Worlds.
and they deal with half truths. So this is their way of saying,
Well,
okay,
yeah,
so
and
you know, in case later on to cover their asses, you know, well, we did.
and they're
Look at all
regulating
that.
in case can't 3 times is the charm, Sam.
Happens to us.
In case that they break the treaty and we do have an invasion. There's that level, yeah. There, that's the side of Atu. Atu's moon again. There again, right there. Asteroids in front of it. It's the black dots. In case they screw up and we do get invaded, then they want some people to survive. Now, remember, there's also the plan of the people who are in power are going to go hide underground and then leave the rest of us to suffer the wrath. And then when they think the shit is done hitting the fan, they'll pop up and hopefully have us be a workforce to grow food for them that they already have hidden away. Well, hi, Jillian. And, you know, they overplanned, I'm sure.
Thanks, Christopher.
Had they not broken the treaty years ago, I think that perhaps our outcome in our current slow disclosure would be faster if they had less to hide. Best way I can. There's so much going on. There's so many side projects having to do with other races and technology and trading of this and selling us out for that. And if people really knew that in the early decades ago, we were sold down the river and told that that the alien factions could abduct so many of us per year. If people knew that alone, I think they'd be a little more pissed off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
also
just so wrong.
you gotta take into consideration too that they always talk in half truths. You know, this is the way of giving you a little bit without having to give you the whole entire story. And
Yeah. Meanwhile, they pull in a paycheck and get away with it.
That's right. That's right. That keeps their funding. It covers their ass, and they give you a little bit. And later on, if they have to, they'll be like, "Well, we did say something, but we didn't know the whole truth." You know, that kind of bullshit. So
Right.
And if everybody knew the truth, then we would be burning them at the stake. So they're covering their ass.
Yep.
And this is why I have to tiptoe and not go too far.
And
Yeah,
we've
because,
seen them behave this. We've seen this behave. The behavior.
Well, there are people that have far better funding than I do, and I'm just this guy standing here trying, talk to you from my Montana cave. And,
They did this with the school asteroid too. We were talking about it years before they talked about it, and when they decided to talk about it, they said it was they gave us this bullshit orbit that it was close, but it was not close enough for us to worry about it. But
I will reiterate, this is for educational and entertainment purposes. We suffer no ill will or factional dismay toward any faction or government or race out there. Thank you. By the way, everybody up in the cube and on the nearby Nibiru planets, I hope you're all watching our podcast. Thank you for listening.
Hi, guys.
Everybody wave hi, Nibiruans and Saruans. People up, all the people in the craft and the cubes above us. How are you?
I've been saying hi every time I see them.
Yeah.
We know that we know you're up there, and hi and welcome to KXM Radio.
Hello.
Yeah. I was gonna say show yourself, but you guys have been, so
For real.
Yeah, for real, man.
Somebody posted a meme a couple years ago that I really liked. It said the truth is no longer being hidden from the public. The public is now hiding from the truth.
Right?
Yeah, there you go.
And I find that very, very true.
Oh, everybody's tapping away on the snake game, man.
Right.
You got your little thing, your little handheld, $800 phone.
Dude, I
that
love
I,
Snake
that I could
back
never
in the day.
afford. Yeah. Wow.
That was my first phone, a Nokia back in the day. It was like pay as you go, so that was the only way I could get it.
$50
I
to send
remember.
a message.
Something like that. And that was even before they had like after 9 unlimited. Like
Right?
I couldn't even have it. It was like 25 cents or something after 9. Like
It was ridiculous.
Call me
Years
after
ago, I paid-
9. I remember that. Telling everybody, call me after 9. You know.
yeah.
Years ago, I paid roaming charges through Verizon through the nose. Every time I drove out of town, they were charging me, even though I didn't make any phone calls.
Oh no.
Oh God, I paid those
I had
people
that
so much
stuff happen
money. I
too. My
just
mom
went,
was so
screw
mad.
you.
Right.
Your phone
Virgin
was
Mobile was my
dormant.
first cell phone. Remember Virgin Mobile?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Virgin Mobile pay as you go. That was my first one. Little flip phone. I love that phone. You know?
We've come a long way, even though everybody protested against 5G. It's working in certain ways, which controls, like Lexus and our other remote shit and our smart TV and, our front door cameras and our car attachments and all this other shit, which is what 5G is all about.
I was so
And yes,
against
we're being
all
fed
of
an
it.
unbelievable amount of electron acceleration in our lives that we never experienced before because of it, which I don't see as productive, but yet I'm not allowed to complain about. And, ask Tesla, because we've been screwed up ever since Edison started the first light bulb, which was 1898.
Oh, the
So
light-
nobody asked me how to run the world, but, anyway.
I get it. Like I was
Well,
so against like the outdoor thing, like the outdoor camera and the indoor camera and the Alexas and
Yeah, that's
whatnot.
what 5G runs all of that shit. Yeah.
I
And
know,
they have an ionized
and
wristband, which is actually negative to our body and our brain.
here I am with it, but I'm trying to.
Well, we have smart meters on our gas meters, for God's sakes.
Yeah,
know,
they
anywhere
just
within-
installed one the other day, and I rent.
Yeah,
so I
anywhere
can't say
within
anything
30,
about it.
40 feet of that is like a nightmare in the cancer zone.
Dude, my whole area is so bad. That's why I don't mind moving, and I'll move.
I'm
anywhere,
currently sitting about 8 feet away from mine.
Well, I'm sure you guys see in my pictures, like it's right there. Like it's
There it
just,
is. Hello. Welcome to the 21st century.
Yeah, and that's what my husband he keeps saying. He's just like, let's go anywhere without power lines and this and that.
That's why I keep
anywhere,
trying to
you know?
promote people to live up, on natural and get away from some of this shit and get away from the towers. And, here we are, we're making our story over the internet. And yet, we're better off without it.
No, yeah, absolutely.
We
I
are,
agree.
however, I do feel it is a very important tool right now for us.
It is because
Well, I
like
think
the
Starlink
society
is
we
better.
grew up in,
It's
Starlink is
you
not
know what,
getting the field.
I think technology.
custom.
I think technology is not a bad thing. I think humanity has fallen out of balance with technology. We become a little too reliant on it. We become too dependent on it. For entertainment, for everything, it's our phones, and I think that's where we're going wrong. It's not really that technology has made things easier. Has helped us connect worldwide. I mean, look, none of us would ever known each other had it not been for the internet. We're all here because of that.
Very
We have made the world a lot smaller, and we've been able to connect with each other. Would you imagine what it would be like to know this truth and not be able to share with nobody? Like that would really suck.
Let us know.
I feel it though, like-
standing on.
Like
I think
if
there's a
we
lot
didn't
of good
have
to the end. I'm sorry.
all
Go
the
ahead.
other outside sources, like dedicating our time to, stupid stuff, I guess you could say. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
like people would be more interested, obviously, or maybe they'd be taking more to the skies, or they'd be, more interested in books from the past and,
I agree.
all
Absolutely.
these other things. But they get so enwrapped in all these things and being the most popular and blah, 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 blah.
Social media has been one of the biggest problems with the technology that we've been seeing.
Yeah. Like legit, like I go on rarely, except for you guys and
Red
for
asteroid with
taking
necessity
pictures and
behind it.
sharing. You know, like
Most of the internet I use is this stuff. That's really what I
yeah,
do. That's
absolutely.
Again,
really
red asteroid with necessity behind it.
Instagram and all that crap. I really don't even know how to use it, honestly. I use
Legit,
Facebook.
I just
I use
post a picture and
Facebook.
I'm like, hey, like it's mostly of skies or rainbows
Yeah,
or you know.
everything that I use is related to sky stuff or this. This is really all I use social media for, or
Oh my
stay in
God! Look
touch
at
Skies are
that.
families, and it's more
Yeah,
skies
right.
nowadays because I
Okay,
don't
I'm
really want
blowing
to share
this
my
up.
family too much
This is
anymore.
beautiful.
You know?
The bat signal.
What do
What
we
is
have
that?
here?
Yeah, that was crazy. I saw that too.
I saw that myself too. What's going on here, Sam?
I'm looking. I've got it blown up and everything.
That's like
Very
an angel or
interesting.
something.
He needs Batman.
I thought
Okay,
it
it's
looked like
after
an
sunset.
asteroid in front of an asteroid, but
Yeah, is it? It could be the red with little sister, but that's really big
It's
Yeah.
for
green.
that. Is it the lead asteroid with red asteroid and little
Next
sister?
to it, yeah, maybe.
And what that straight line is beyond that is what's getting me.
Yeah, it's
Was it going away
Well,
from
that
that light
would be
source?
maybe that's the tail of
Or
the
is it
lead asteroid, which is below the horizon.
okay?
In a vertical around Atu and Atu's moon, which is the purple area in the upper. That is cool. I've never seen anything like this.
it's recent. hmm
Yeah, save a copy of this for sure. That's
Okay,
cool.
I'll send you a copy.
That reminds me of the early days when we were seeing them stacked and everything like that. It was really cool.
Yeah, you've got to send me that one. Oh no, I wanted to take a
Boy,
picture of
look
that
at
one.
that.
Oh, I'll send
That
it to you.
You can go back to
that is
Gillian.
absolutely without reproach. Is that the gentleman? Oh my God! Do you have that drawing?
Look at that thing. Looks like
Do
a
you have that
giant
drawing
planet.
of the Saturn's yellow moon that it is an extra this month?
Oh, maybe. Let me look.
looks
I
Is
guess
that
I'll
is Saturn's
copy
yellow
it.
moon?
You.
Yeah,
Wow.
that is the Saturn's yellow moon without a doubt. Look at the
Look at it,
angle
it's
of
all
light
pop
where it
mac,
is.
man. Look at that thing.
I can send you the copy of the drawing if you'd like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the drawing and that thing together would be just. You could show that to somebody and they'd be like,
That is that
"Oh,
exact.
wow."
Yeah, I drew it again.
I'll check and see if I
I
need
drew it
it.
again.
Oops, I drew it again.
Yeah. No, it blows me away to
I'm
this
a
day.
poet.
It really does. Okay, where is you? There you go.
Oh, Theo, I know
I
you're a
just sent it to
tired
you, Rebecca.
baby.
Okay.
Aw.
There you go. Holy shit! Pardon me,
Oh,
but oh my God, what I drew is right.
Theo, no, you can't eat the
look at
Krispies.
that.
Hmm.
I love this background. It's very yeah.
With the tree and
There's Saturn's
everything.
yellow moon.
Theo, no, it's
Now
my
go
Rice
back to
Krispies.
go back
Come
to
on.
that picture.
Hey Rebecca, did you do your live on TikTok already today?
No, this is gonna have to
Ah,
count for it today because there was no way.
yeah, yeah.
There was
Good,
no way.
good. Don't worry about it. You already worked too hard. But look at that.
Yeah,
Is that not
yeah,
very close?
yeah.
Is that not close?
It's exact for me.
Oh yeah, I mean I see it definitely. Yes, 1000%.
I think I saw that
It's like,
coming.
I mean, there has been zero free time today or
I don't know how
yesterday.
to do it, Rebecca. I don't.
at
Rebecca, I
all.
get it.
Like,
Yeah, I drove to town, came back
no.
out, did this,
Okay.
did that, and it was time to go.
Time flies, dude.
I don't know how else to
flies.
do it. I don't know. It's like
Like it's already 1:30.
very
How is it
time-consuming.
Yeah, and
1:30
it's
already?
yeah, it's already like 12:30, and you're in your.
I'm still
wait,
sitting
what-
here loading pictures. It's just like I'm gonna do it in my sleep.
Hmm.
That's why
Aw.
Nicole is gonna be helping, hopefully we're going to figure out a system of, at least loading these pictures on here. That would be a big help.
Yep,
Just anything that somebody else can do would be a big
Yeah,
help.
you said just to gather things for you and put them. If we have a designated spot to put them in,
Actually, this
that
is
would be
Atsu
perfect. Where people aren't talking, but the stuff is with its information.
with necessity behind it.
Yeah, without all the commenting, which
Yeah.
that doesn't happen too, and that kind of defeats the purpose. But anyway,
I wish I was a
you're
very
right.
organized person. I would try and help and.
I think lists like one. This
I'm just
is
all over.
Robert's pictures, Michael's pictures, whatever their names are, and then everything all one behind the other, and then
Well, I feel
you
like
can go back
Rebecca
and say,
does that too.
Wow.
Yeah. If there was just like one area where the poor woman could actually go to see this stuff. I mean, look at that. That's gorgeous.
Gray guy is asking a question. He says, "At what speed do these planets travel?" How the hell would I know?
I feel like sometimes it's faster, sometimes it's slower.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, they have
it must
transitioned
depend
in-
on what's
The way
going
the
on
lights
them.
angled, or what?
Oh, in the earlier
clouds are in
years, they would
front
come in
of
from
the other
smaller, and you'd see them longer, and they'd come in, and they'd come in, and they'd get bigger and bigger and bigger, and we saw them longer. And now that they're so big, and Jesus can attribute to that as well, as they come in out of nowhere, there they are, they move, they do this, and then they vanish. Weird.
They come in and just as quickly as you see them, they're gone.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
So-
the
so they
insane
are-
thing
they are
about
really-
it, eh? Wow.
They are moving pretty fast. It's just really hard to know how,
That's
put
what
a
I'm
number
saying,
on
like,
them. It's-
What I sent Rebecca and what I sent you, Jesus, like it legit was in from 3 o'clock to 6, maybe 3:30 to 6 o'clock, and I only sent you a little bit of the photos that I have, like. And
You know what?
so
To
many.
calculate the
And-
speed of a planet, right? You would have to do one of Sam's magical equations. So,
Yeah, like I tried.
well,
I
you'd
was
have to
talking
have.
Carol Ann, like she saw. I was trying to calculate.
come
this
on,
and that,
Sam, we
and
can
then-
do this.
Well, you'd have to have a base
Rewatching.
base level pole in front of you to do any trigonometry or anything like that.
Well,
And
rewatching your videos.
geometry, and there is no way, because you can't even get the full expanse of the
Yeah,
cloud.
don't you need a certain amount of points of reference?
You need
to
a,
be
yeah, you
able
need a
to-
base. In order to do area of a sphere and circumference of a sphere and all of that, you have
Size
to have
of the sphere.
measurements. Yeah, right. And the R2 times pi times 4 equals surface area of a sphere.
Pi Day
You'd
is
have to have
coming
a
up.
base. You'd have to have a base measurement in order to plot that.
As I was telling somebody today, there's only so much that we can really observe from down here. We don't. We
But
can.
it's a phenomenal amount that we've actually achieved being from
Yeah,
down
yeah,
here.
absolutely. Especially on a shoestring budget, and the fact that we have nothing. We have no technology. We're down here. We don't.
And
have a-
I did base in the early years. I based some of my understanding of the binary solar system off the volume of the planets as well, because I did cross-reference that information in my paper, where I was noting that the volume of our atomic structure left an opening that didn't make sense, which was also part of the Planet X theory, where with the aberration in the orbitation of Neptune and all of that. And I laid that out, going, well, because of this, and this is where that whole story goes all the way back to Planet X, is that people knew there had to be another body, and this is where the rogue planet thing came from. And way back in the 70s, everybody knew there was more out there. And in order to have planets with people living on it, you have to have a star, and you have to have another solar system. And most solar systems have 2 or more stars, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we are not the exception to the rule. We are the normal. And there's way more to this story.
And even a planet all the way out past the the Uranus or Neptune area is not.
Well, yeah, our dog in our orbitation model was directly related to the larger star
and the 7 other planets, 8 if you count Imru, which is barely countable, but the 7 model is what you say, the 7 planets of the binary solar system and ours. And of course, there are more positively charged bodies in the actual structure of our solar system that modern man doesn't even take into account as planets, because there are smaller planets than Earth that we don't account for. And the removal of Pluto was stupid. And there's more that we don't even account for.
I just wanted to say to our friend from TikTok, thank you for joining us, and please come back. You know, we'd love to see you back there again.
Your name, is it Milani? Milani, maybe.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how to pronounce it. I know it's Benefield because I have a friend whose last name is Benefield, but the first name Milani, maybe.
Milani.
Benefield.
Here.
Thank you for being a new visitor.
Just so
Thank
she
you for
knows.
coming and giving this information a shot. You know, hopefully we'll see you again.
We'll be back. Our next.
Go out and look at your sky. Go out and look at your sky and prove it to yourself. Contemplate it. Yeah.
Our next show will be Saturday at 2:00 Central. Just so she knows.
Yeah, we're close to wrapping it up today.
One mountain. 2 California.
I've had almost getting a little restless myself.
I know. Hey.
And I know Rebecca's had a hell of a day too. So yeah, we're
anytime anyone's ready, I'm fine. I can always go play Star Wars.
Right.
I could always go to bed again. It's 5:30 now. So.
The funny thing I've noticed this evening is Christopher has been sitting there with that Cheshire smile all evening.
And so quiet.
Yeah, and quiet and rubbing his beard and just,
Since
you know,
his
he's
little
like
debut
he's like
earlier.
eating this up like the court jester plotting the next.
But you
the
see,
next,
he went away and he
play.
got his paper and pen again. So I take it he's been taking notes.
Yeah, well, you know, bards are always writing down the next song to write.
Yeah, next thing you know, I'll walk out my door tomorrow and I'll be on you with another song and some. Oh my God! Look at that! Oh no.
Before we leave, Rebecca, can you show Sam that last night shot I got?
Yes. I'm not sure which one it is though. Chris.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Send it one more time.
Yeah.
I'm in no hurry. You know, I
Probably
can do
have
this
it.
for 8 hours.
Hang on 1 second. Let me look at my.
Tolerate my
I've
crazy.
got a semi-nude
with it.
dog that wants to play with his crackle toy now.
No, did he just get groomed today, or Jillian, your dog? Didn't you get pampered today or something? I saw you post.
Yeah, you want look at this? Remember what he looked like?
Okay, that's
Who is that dog? That's not the one we saw before.
he cleans up pretty nice.
Hi, puppies.
Yeah, I got.
Hi,
you now let go of his toy boy.
Hello.
Oh my God, that is
Check
cute.
out, he's looking at you. Say hello again.
Hi.
You know, to this dog, podcast is normal.
Hello.
Oh, jeez, that's
What
cute.
you
He's
doing,
so.
puppy pups? Sorry, guys.
That's
There's your side channel.
Yeah,
Jillian.
they said he was really good, but they managed to siphon 42 pounds out of my purse. So, yeah. But he had to have all that hair off. He had to have it off, you know.
Yeah. Well, hey, it costs to be a fur baby mom, you know.
Yeah, well, he needed it. He had to have his hairdo as well, you know. Yeah. It was my extra money for working double time at New Year, so I kept it so that he could get in. But it takes ages to get into the poodle parlors here.
Oh man.
I was going to say to everybody, really, I didn't get to all the pictures I had planned.
So many, probably.
You know what I mean? So I really
Well,
did.
go as long as you wish.
Well, I don't know.
If you're
I mean,
tired,
I'm-
by all means, we can quit. We've
I
already
am
gone 5
tired.
hours.
I've been tired since I got up this morning.
Yeah, me
I mean,
too.
I'm
Why-
just
Hey, I
tired.
did that Sunday. That was me. I was a zombie.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just tired. I
No,
don't
I've
want to
just
eat
been
today,
noticing
and I had to go
Rebecca's
on
been
that
real
long
quiet.
walk.
I could tell that you're.
Let's move on and show what.
And honestly, I am tired too myself.
Then we can be done, and then
Are these them, Chris?
Star Wars.
There's a couple more after this. Keep going.
That one was really great.
Yeah. After the clouds moved, it looked like solid, like something in the sky was
There
solid.
is.
It freaked
Yeah.
me out. Like I haven't seen it like this yet, and I took this from my balcony, and then I went outside, and that's when I got these other pictures.
Yeah, it's kind of like when I seen the upside down thing.
I don't know if I got more of the nighttime ones. And thank you, Jermaine. That's so cool.
Love it, Jermaine.
Is that night?
I'm happy.
Yeah. At like
You're happy, I'm happy.
3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, we have planets overhead. Okay,
Okay,
let's.
yeah,
Okay,
these
all
were
right.
back Like the clouds moved away, and then
That's Atu's moonish, very strongly. Or Yuri.
and behind the clouds, it's like dark and lumpy.
Well,
and
they
it's-
are over the top of us, and literally, people should go outside at night, and depending on, if you're in a major city, it's going to rob you. But if you're out in the country, go out and look up and take photographs and see what illumination there is, and be sure to look in the background, not the immediate clouds, of course, at the horizon, but the higher up you look, the more you're going to see. And there is illumination of these planets, and it's only going to continue. It's going to get better and better and better. They're
And
above us.
look
They're
past the
beyond us.
distractions, guys. Look past the distractions. There's a lot of that happening. If you see the seed trails, expect a show. Stick
Yeah,
around.
absolutely.
Sometimes it doesn't happen that same day, but it'll happen. It'll happen the next day or very shortly. This will happen to me just Saturday. Got seed trails. Sunday, it went absolutely bonkers.
If you see illumination in the sky, it's
Rebecca,
very likely a
you have-
planet.
You have my Sunday thing, I think, if it loaded. I'm not sure.
I probably do, girl.
Yeah, it is crazy. If you can't get to it, that's cool too.
I know.
That show,
I
too.
know.
Rebecca, like we're all like, oh please look at that, look at that.
More, I
can't
do
anymore. I know. I can't wait till Nicole is here with me, or helping. Bear with me. I'm trying to.
Yeah,
remember
no,
where
you're
they
cool.
are.
But it's just all so crazy,
Yeah.
Like it just rolls in and rolls out, and it can be.
I couldn't believe how fast that upside down thing appeared. I mean, I was just standing there and fascinated by the side focal thing being big and then small and then big and then small, and I thought, oh, this is mesmerizing. And then I just looked
Jeremy
up
Brooke.
more and more and more, and right
you
up
saw
above.
it, right?
Yeah, I just like, and as I saw it, then the scribbler guy, he was bombing it down the sky. Huh.
That's not what I thought it was. Well, that's yours.
Oh, look at that.
It's not. Let me see. I might have some.
Yeah, that's me definitely.
I had some of
But-
them loaded. Let's look and see.
Oh, look at that. Those guys are going bonkers there.
Yeah,
Something's
that was
coming.
just like a start of it. There should be like a 2-minute video. I'm not sure if you got it. I did send videos before and pictures because the first video I made of all of them together wasn't working. So then I was like,
Okay.
here, I'll just send these first. So if
Yeah,
there's like
there was
the
a lot of
lead-
video glitches for the last week.
Yeah, it was weird. Like I didn't think I would have a problem, and then I did. I was like, okay, let me try and get it down.
It's always when you're about to catch something that they haven't seen either.
Yeah, this was probably earlier in the day right here, but like when it's more over to the right by that tree,
Oh,
like
yeah.
that's more sunset area. So like when I sent the video, or if it does come up at some point, like it's like throughout the day. So it was like from midpoint to like 4:30 to like 6:30. Like it was like I think it was 3:30 to 6, pretty much. Like.
Yeah, it's busy time as well then. Ooh, look at that.
Is this
So yeah, I think it should be this. Yeah.
Okay.
Jeremy Brooks, I don't think they're going to do trails in front of the eclipse. I think they've sold us down the river as to it's going to be a lunar eclipse. But Look out a couple of days ahead of time. See the size of the moon. See.
So like it
when
went
you're-
from that to this right here. Sorry, I'm sorry, Sam.
That's fine. That's no problem.
Yuri wide out. Looks like Yuri's wide out.
Yeah,
so
you
everything is
have
Yuri,
asteroids right up there. That gray black up there above the power pole.
Yeah,
That power
because look,
power tower is
you'll
asteroids.
see it. I'll come around, and then you'll see Atu's moon right by the
The way it's
sun.
windy and all the weather's
crazy.
weird. Shit's flying around.
There's snow. It was so crazy, like out of nowhere, snow.
Yeah. That's because Yuri onset is coming. Yeah, there.
And
Yeah,
then this
you're
was
looking
a
up.
bit later. Right?
Yeah, Atu's moon is directly above you.
Yeah, you see that? And the sun's
Yeah.
right there. But
Yeah,
Look,
it's
the
insane when
normal
it goes
sky is
over
blue,
like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
and there's the bubble
Like a
magic
big
clouds
cat.
of Atu's moon.
Right? And I didn't even
so-
see Atu's moon until I was
Well,
recording
it's
the
straight up.
opposite
That's what's
direction
the
and
illuminated
turned
area
around.
right
And I was
there.
like,
Is
that's
that white area is
Atu's
Atu's moon.
But it's wild that it's like a great big cat goes over you. You just feel the change in the atmosphere. It's just like
and then
And
it
the
went
wind
to
blows
this.
and all sorts of shit
And then
happens.
it went
Yeah.
to this. This is where we went from here. That straight line's just the video editor right there on the right. But yeah, it went from clear to this right here. Jesus saw this, and this is the
Here.
asteroid cluster group that I feel like is coming through from the opposite direction.
Yeah, yeah. And then, of
See
course,
it? Dude, that's
is
why I
Atu's
feel like it like
moon is on
looped
the right.
around my head. Does that make
And
sense?
at sea level, you don't see well.
Yeah.
I see. This is exactly what I saw, but I got a closer view because I'm up higher than you are. But that shadowing of that video, that stuff that you sent me, everything that you sent me was very similar. Just I got a much better view because I'm way up higher than you. But it was the same thing.
On the road, you guys.
It crossed up above what looked like the side of the sun, the left side of the sun, and then it just whited everything out.
Yeah. And
When-
it's
when was
if
that?
I
Today?
didn't understand what was going on because of the drawings, because of understanding this and that and blah blah blah, like I would have no
You
idea.
blah,
I'd
blah.
just be like, "Oh, this is crazy out here right now," you know. But it's like because like everything's placed how it, you know what I mean? Like it just all clicks, and it's like how it's undeniable. It's just crazy.
Absolutely.
And how
Yeah.
you can go from one thing to another so quickly, like it's just they're passing by. you
And
know?
how does everybody else not see this?
No, I know, and I get it. Every time you
Because
say
they're-
it on all your
because
videos,
they're
I'm just
boring
like, I
buggers.
know.
I was going to
Christ,
say,
it's been going on
Nicole.
for going on 14 years now. How is most of the planet not seeing this?
Because they're boring buggers.
I mean,
They
it
like
took me
the
a very long
tellies.
time. I was very intrigued in, TV and this and that for a very long time.
You've
Until
got to
I
weed the
started not
pup.
caring about TV, and I learned about vitamins and minerals and sicknesses, and which led me to chemtrails and this and that, which led me
There's
to
so
the skies are
much.
not right. There's Homer Simpson skies, and I don't understand what's going on. And then I saw Rebecca's video, and here I am. Hi, guys.
Hi. I know
Hi,
it's like a
and-
domino effect. When you suddenly start, you just don't stop because suddenly it goes bing, 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 bing. Welcome to our world.
I know, and I love it, and I'm so happy.
And the
that
rest
all
of the
you guys-
population are just boring buggers that are hooked on, like plugged into their tellies.
Yes.
If we could just pull the plugs out and plug them into the sky like the rest of us. Like you're supposed to be plugged into the world around you, not plugged into the wee square box. And it's just they don't see it.
It's funny when I have passengers in my car and they're talking amongst themselves, and they're talking about last night's episode of
Oh, isn't it boring?
stupid reality show, and I just want to interject and be like, but did you see the planets yesterday? I just want to be like, could you just stop talking about your stupid reality show and actually see what's happening around you? And it just
Yeah, because it's not reality. It's actually like put in there and it's in there. It's not even natural.
Christopher,
It's
do you
not
see the avenue
reality.
here?
Oh,
You know, I'm telling you, if you go down to Tourist Row, down on the Strip, and film with the
Yeah,
wife,
do what
and
he's
you
saying right now.
just even just on the basic term, walk up to, hi, are you a tourist? You know, and you know, you have a little
go for it,
sign that
Chris.
says,
Come on, man.
you know, internet
in the area.
science
We'll help
reporter.
you.
If you go down on the Strip, I mean, you are sitting in the prime location where you're going to get, you know, Jay Leno type crowds. And have you seen the planets today?
We can get him a really cool T-shirt, and he can have a wee skip cap, and like a yeah, I can see it. And then you
A
just
big
walk
old
around like,
microphone that says Citizen Science
Give him a
Broadcast,
business
you know.
card with, you know, just
Yeah, there
the
you go.
name of
There you go. Yeah.
the website.
here's
Oh,
my
okay.
card if you
There
want
you
to
go.
find out more. Here's
can-
my
Uh,
card if you want to find out more. Yeah, I can see it.
Because it's people all over the world right there. Like
Right, yeah,
everybody.
we got
And
is
then you
there.
pull, you know, then you pull
But
Las
it's only
Vegas
supposing
Skywatcher.
that Christopher wants to do it.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
we'll
no
have to do that.
pressure. No pressure, Christopher.
Yeah,
I know,
no
I don't want to be
pressure
out
at
there
all.
during
No, we're not.
the weather.
We gotta remember, Christopher's still
Hey.
a little newer to this, so we
I know, but he gets it though.
whenever you get comfortable to go public, you know,
Yeah,
I
when
mean,
you do, when you
I
do,
mean, you're already
only
here doing
that.
the podcast, so
But
you're
you know when he's doing the videos for us, he's so natural. You actually forget that how new. Yeah, but
Yeah.
you don't feel new. You feel like you were always here. You know, so even Katie Joe, we're all talking about it like, well, yeah. So,
I'm just
Let's let Christopher talk, people.
Go, Christopher.
Let Christopher talk.
But he's great. Like
I can't believe it. He's tried all night to talk, and people have been talking over. a lot
sorry,
of this. I'm just
Christopher.
saying.
Hey,
I
you know,
mean,
I'm just still
I've
blown
had
away by
complaints
all of
tonight
this.
on TikTok about over talking, and I
Oh.
just feel like we need to be conscious and not talk over people or talk too long or blurt in or and if we see somebody sitting too quietly for too long, we need to bring them back into the conversation and step out and let them have a chance to talk. So there's been like lots of over talking tonight.
We're just
Let him
excited.
talk. Let him talk.
We're just
So-
so excited, and
I know.
every day we see this happening, and we're driving our spouses and our families crazy, and we're trying to show everybody pictures, and we're just seeing all these things happening in our skies, and it's making us go a little nuts, I think. But
yeah,
I'm still trying to get my head right, and I'm not doubting myself anymore about this. It's absolutely real, and just get out there, and pay attention to all of the information, and be patient. If you're not seeing any of this, let time do its thing, and you'll start to get it. I like the first episode of this I watched. Jesus said something really important. He talked about how don't try to find the planets and name them all. Like that's Nepicity or that's Atu's moon. Just let all of that come over time. Just try to find the curves, all of the definition that's happening. And if you haven't looked up at the sky yet, look up and see what's happening.
Exactly. I'm looking forward to more of your videos.
Yeah.
I really am. Yeah. So
Yeah, I think I figured it out, that app. So I think the first one it took me like 4 hours.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I know. They do take even like a 15-second TikTok
Right.
can take me 2 hours.
Yeah,
Easy.
it's
It's not that hard.
But it's an art form. It really must be an art
It
form.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, crafting it all together so it makes the maximum impact. Oh, listen to my big words.
And the music, and you bring all this, different forms of media together, and it is like an art. Honestly, making videos is my most favorite thing to do.
But you can see that. You can see that how you put it across. It's
Yeah.
so
I love
quick.
it.
and it's like you just took a course somewhere and you know how to do it. But
I love catching the perfect video and then stitching it together and putting the music and then.
I've suddenly got the bug now.
The music's my favorite.
Yes. I can't wait to see your 180-day cycle, Christopher. It's going to be interesting to see.
I can't wait either.
To see your cycle, because I remember the 180-day cycle in Vegas was very interesting. You know, I'll share some more pictures with you, Friday.
And we're going to have to watch the next few months, all the way through the summer, going to September, and try to catalog the transition of the 180-day cycle, so that we can add more fact to our catalog. And we're going to be looking for a major event, somewhere where a lightning storm from hell or a multiple of them, or superstorms that are not necessarily forecast. There is going to be a rather unusually large superstorm in the next few days in the Midwest to Southeast. So be ready. It's coming. It's coming. We're 11 days out or whatever now, give or take, because it was a generalized startup date, March 23rd ish. And we talked about the 180-day cycle over the years, and it has transitioned to a longer period, give or take. Each year has been a little bit different. And we know that this is a close transitory period when the planets are very, very close to us. Now, they have moved above us and beyond us, so there is going to be a different occurrence, and it may follow through what we did a few years ago, which is also extreme. This is the South Dakota storm. You can actually go back and find pictures of Mount Rushmore with the object cluster group in a very close past storm that went over Mount Rushmore. And I forget exactly which year that was, but there's a San Francisco storm, an Iowa storm, a Canadian storm. Even last fall, there was a Canadian firestorm. So all of this is, significant in the 180-day close pass between our summer orbit and the binary twin orbit. So it's going to be very spooky and very interesting at the same time.
Awesome.
So
we need to collect this information that will come in. I don't want to be right, and I'm praying and hoping it's lighter than what we've seen in the past. As if in transition and the breakaway in the second half of the bypass of the system as we cross, and hopefully we've gone past the worst, but I doubt it. So here we go. And, again, Year of the Dragon. So we should be seeing some damn strong representation of that. And I don't know how to call it. And I think we're going to fry really bad. It's going to be really hot summer, very unusual weather patterns. You name it, from all the extremes, snow, hot.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to summer.
I'm a little fearful. Remember, last summer I had a fire in front of my house. It went a firestorm that went beyond us. And fortunately, I did not get burned out, but my neighbors did.
Oh.
Yeah, because the lack of winter is one thing, but summer is going to be pretty brutal this year. I just have a feeling.
We barely had any snow in Montana this year to hand you guys water, because we pour both sides of the Rockies. We put it to the east and we put it to the west, and everybody downstream of us is aided in our distribution, from the Missouri to even the Idaho and all of that, the Columbia. So and we don't have any snow this year, so it's going to be spooky, and we know that fire season is going to be hell. And all you have to do is look up the 1910 firestorm in the Pacific Northwest. We could have that all over again. That is forecast. We're going to have some Colorado serious fires. We're going to have California fires, Oregon fires, Washington fires, Idaho, Montana. It's going to be a spooky year. No snow means dry. So, and then of course down south in California, they have way more water than they've ever seen. 12 feet of snow, 18 feet of snow, and that's all going to fill up the California basin. Very cool, very much erosional. It'll be awesome. New gold for everybody. Here you go. Wash the water out and expose all the gold laying all over California.
So, I don't know. I was going to mention also that my plan with Nicole is working. She was able to create a file or folder of pictures. That's what I used to, pull these pictures up with. And she was able to create one and then send it into the rest of my folders. Like I can, she can send it directly into there and
File good. Yeah.
Yes. I'll show you real quick.
Yeah, people do need to learn how, I saw recently where people were sending 30 and 40 pictures at a time. It's like, oh my God. Give me the best. I want to see 10, 8.
She just, I know.
Don't send me 43 pictures that I have to, because if I have 50 people doing that a day, I am spending all day.
Oh yeah, Sam. It's people want to show you everything.
I know. I'd love to see it. I wish I could. I wish I could take the time.
I know. Rebecca, 100 pictures one day.
Oh, I have that. I have that exact pattern in the picture from like 2018.
Right, but this is what Nicole
know that pattern too well.
I'm impressed, Nicole. I mean, she did a great job. Really quickly.
I'm going to grab you. Are we leaving, or do you want me to send you a copy of this?
Oh well, you can.
I mean,
you can.
Are we gonna finish the show, or do you want me to send you more information?
What do you mean? What do you want to send me a picture?
Well, that picture you just posted, I have an exact copy of it going back all the way back to 2018. I know that pattern.
I thought it was this crafts. Is it the crafts?
Yeah. No, it's actually asteroids going in a vertical downward.
Oh, I thought it was the crafts. Okay.
Well, yeah, it could entirely be because it's within the time period that the Texas Cube was there. But I just sent it to you, and you can compare these two.
See, this is that's what I was thinking. So I guess not.
Oh yeah, well I saw that. Yeah, well, right. Yeah, but when you get it could be the Texas Cube very easily. You could be right. But when I saw this picture, I immediately thought of a pattern that I saw all the way back in 2018, and a picture popped in my brain, so I sent you a copy of it.
Okay, I just now got it. Hang on. And also, I want to tell Andrea / Nicole that I see that she has managed to, it looks like she's managed to get rid of the white around the edge, which I have not been able to master. We'll see. I think that's what she's done though, and it looks nice.
Yeah.
So, okay.
And it's good to be able to get some help now, Rebecca.
Oh man, it really would, because then I could just send her on Messenger, what we need under what names or whatever.
And also I figured out how to share what I want to share too, so that makes it faster.
That's right. Now, who knows how this is going to change once we get over to the stream.
Yeah, I just learned this, and now I'm gonna have to learn Streamlabs. So yeah. I mean, but this should help. Learning this should help with stream. I'm hoping anyway.
Well, I used to do the show more, and I would record videos and then be able to post them, and on the cloud and all of that. Now I can't do that, so. Anyway,
Tara Nelson, that's very nice of you to say. Very nice to meet you, and very nice to have you here as well. I'm really happy that we're able to teach you this stuff that's happening. So, yes, thank you for being here.
Yeah.
So,
good night, Tara.
If you look at the illumination behind these two grayish objects in the front, you would see that? That's the same pattern.
Okay. Right.
Now go back to the other one.
Okay. I got something to show you too.
And we'll have this. In this picture, I'm now looking at it. You have red asteroid in the front center, and you do have the Texas Cube. and the other clouded illumination is the side stuff off the side of Attu's moon and Attu.
Okay, where is it? Hang on. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
and
get it.
I have a drawing about that, and I can send you that real fast. But I don't want to extend the program unless you want to keep doing.
I know. Here. See, that's what I see.
Interesting.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the one you just. That's the one you sent, son.
Yeah, the pattern. Yeah. Just
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I have a drawing to go along with that, which automatically answers it.
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah,
get the white one. I didn't get a screenshot of the white one. The other one that Sam sent. Yeah.
Okay,
Dang it.
where? Okay.
Yeah, because I took something like that when I was in South Africa. I took something like that, and it was to do with Attu.
I have a picture just like this somewhere. Oof,
Yeah, me too. Isn't it funny? We've
another
all
one?
got them.
I think we've all seen this pattern.
Okay.
And
Pattern
a
watchers.
2019 drawing.
This picture's crazy.
My Facebook just freaked out.
This
Welcome
one.
to my world. It just freaked out all the
Yeah, that works too.
That is crazy.
I
Every time
just
you
sent you
see
another
something,
one, the original drawing from 2019.
Oh yeah, I should have that one ready to roll.
Yep, people, there are alien craft above Earth.
Sam, Jermaine Brooks, this is the second question he asked, but he asked her just a while ago if you could maybe give people a little bit of a recommendation on how to prepare, for this coming 180-day cycle. I think that's
crap.
a good question.
Watch your weather. Depending on where you live, if you have things in your yard that are susceptible to extreme wind, try to mitigate that. Put your lawn furniture away this year. Don't bring it out. Cut the trees in your area. Watch out for fire. Burn off near your home. Oh boy. If you're moving, buy property that is well protected. Think about a hobbit house underground. I think, frankly, we need to rethink how we live, how buildings are built and the roofs are ripped off. And how we build, they're very good. Yeah, how we build should be rethought. I'm a firm believer in geodesic domes because they can, the half dome can handle 300-mile-an-hour winds. Like I said earlier, hobbit house, underground, sod roof, growing green, adding oxygen rather than CO2.
almost like the crofts they had here hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, we're about to embark into a new world. Save all your water that you can sequester. Go to solar power. Go to wind generation. Watch your carbon footprint. Avoid use of plastic. Drink from glass. Buy American.
Learn to grow your own.
And we talk about this all the time. Where, run your family through a day without just one day without power.
That sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, one day without power and see how you get along.
I think about that all the time, Sam. I think, when you said that the first time I heard that, I was like, holy shit, that is a hell of a chore, just one day,
Yeah, and
really,
then try to, live around your family and say, okay, today, we're staying home. We're gonna try this experiment. We're gonna do one day in our home without power, and eventually, depending on your water source, you could even turn your water off if you really wanted to be extreme. Or if the power in your area, an example is what's going on in China right now in Shillong. They ran into a major water grid issue, and like 2.5 million people went without water, and it's an eye opener, and we're so spoiled, it's unbelievable.
I don't think we realize how spoiled we really are. You know,
truly.
We have no idea how spoiled we are. Our furnace went out last summer for 2 days. It wasn't fixed, and it wasn't even as hot as. I'm from New Mexico, so I'm used to 115 plus degrees. You know, I'm kind of like Chris. You know, not accustomed, but as much as you get accustomed to that kind of heat and
Accustomed to it with an AC unit.
yes, exactly. When you got to sit out there in it, it is a whole other thing, and you realize, holy shit, I'm spoiled. I'm very spoiled.
And years ago, before air conditioning and central heating and all of that, they used to do architecture, and this is where you end up with the widow peaks on the turn of the century housing, and they had that third floor with all the windows on it. Sometimes they called it a widow's peak or a belfry, and they would open the doors at the bottom of the house or the windows, and then they would open a couple of windows at the top of that spire on the third or fourth floor, and the air would suck through the house from the ground level, bringing in the cold air and removing the hot. So how we live, we've become very accustomed to technology doing all of this for us in our own building and everything, and natural airflow and remediation of radon and all of this, and whether or not our roof can be blown off by 70-mile-an-hour winds or above, all of that building should be looked into.
Hey, Sam.
Yes.
I just want to ask you first. I just want to get this question from Jermaine. If we have any idea how close, it's not in our atmosphere. Just to clarify that these objects, these planets,
we rub atmosphere sometimes.
They could be hundreds of thousands of miles away, if not a million miles away, and yet they're Saru and Nibiru are so huge, and including the gas giants. They're so big that we're seeing them in very large, many ways. And then the smaller planets are so close to us that they're also huge. And this is where we've documented the orbitation and the shit and the close passes. And over the years, the right, left. It's mind-boggling, but it's actually, believe it or not, in my head. And what we're looking at here on this picture is, of course, the dark blue area is Atu's moon. And you're seeing the red asteroid, other asteroids in the whole mix as our normal, standard, never-ending time after time on March 12th, 2024.
All right.
And the sun is behind us. And Atu and Atu's moon are also beyond Earth, into the light. And they're above us. And in Colorado on this picture.
Look at the horizon. Look at the horizon, guys. Look at the sky at the horizon.
Normal horizon, like color.
Look at how light. Well, I mean, closer down to the tree line.
Yeah.
Look at the blue skies. Look at the blue, the difference, and look at the dark blue compared to the light blue on the bottom. Always something to look for when you're out there.
Also, Robert, I want to make sure I get his pictures in. He sent me a couple for tonight. Robert in New Zealand. That's really pretty.
Hello, Robert.
Yeah, he's watching right now. So yeah, he just sent me this one. And I love the ripples.
It is. He's in New Zealand, so his view is a little different, right, Sam? I wouldn't. How would you? Where are you? Are you there, Sam? Sam?
Hey, Sam.
Sam? Earth to Sam? I think he's got ahead and started playing Star Wars.
Sorry, I had my mic on mute. Say that again.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So Robert's view is a little different. I always get confused when I see
he's down in New Zealand, and so it's a little bit. It is a little bit mind-bogglingly different, yet the same. It's weird.
Yes. Like this picture right here looks like my Sunday, But just on like opposite sides, just looks so.
Well, hey, you got to tip your head on this one too. But oh boy, he's got a lot of asteroid activity going on in here, and of course, the Saturn yellow moon is on some part of the right side of the sky, so we know it's there. But wow, there's a lot of other stuff going on here, and that some of that could be normal clouds as well. So, and we have to take that into account too. God, tipping my head.
Well,
It's like how.
I
Here's
felt
the
like
thing.
stuff like
Oh, that's
totally
different.
switched.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
it went from going the one way and then like it looped around and switched and went the other way. I was like, what is going on?
Yeah, what's going on above us now is just mind-boggling. It really is.
I agree.
Yeah, I had a cat visit, so I sneezed a few times, so I had to hit mute, and then I forgot that I did that.
Yeah, look at that. Man.
I just found out I'm allergic to cat dander. The only thing.
So did I.
Yeah, mine has gotten worse over the years. I used to have just little twinge in the nose and little eye burn, and over the last 5,
Well,
6,
that's where
7
I'm
years,
at.
it's gotten way worse.
So hopefully I don't get worse.
Well, COVID.
Did you just get a cat, Chris?
Yeah, I can't breathe. Like the second I lay down, I'm fine all
Really?
day. The second I lay down, it's done. I cannot breathe.
Terrific. Yeah. Now you're stuck with the cat. You can't.
That's right.
Yeah, you just got.
You physically can't stand. That's
right. Like
not
I had
that's
a mental crisis
In
last
this
night.
picture,
I don't
you
mean to
got a
laugh at your
halo.
expense, but that's kind of that's
And it's offset, kinda.
Yeah, that's the side of a planet cutting in from the left. And probably Nepacity Edge after on the right-hand side of that. And then, of course, Uri onset is the basic everything else toward the lower left. And whatever that white patchy thing in the upper left corner is, that could be one of the asteroids quite easily.
And see the cutoff.
Sorry, I'm sitting here rubbing my eyes in cat exposure.
That is a cutoff halo because it's not complete. You can tell it's not Imaru because it's cut off.
Yeah, it's probably a Uri cutoff.
Yeah.
Oh man, my eyes are burning. God, all the cat did was walk by. It's like, hello, cat. They're like, and sneezed 3 or 4 times, and now my eyes are burning.
I would be in big trouble if I became allergic to cats all of a sudden.
No.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know how the pH on your fingertips, if you were to actually just open up your eyelid and put your finger in there, and then you get that bitter burn.
Yeah, and then it just,
okay.
That's what I have
And
going
then it
on
just
right now. It's
goes
as if
from
I stuck
there.
my finger in my eye and I didn't, but it's a cat, walked by. I'm like, thank
And
you.
then there's that one again. That was so cool.
Yeah, that's a great.
This one right here just really reminds me of the video that I shared earlier. It's
Yeah,
just
that black.
it's just the way it's popping out like that is just
Yeah, Robert, this is Ice Adams
It's
Moon.
what I
I
saw.
don't know if he was watching earlier or not.
You start out, you
but
look at the dark areas first, and you work your way out, and it tells you the whole story. And that is not normal sky.
well, yeah, I do remember seeing this earlier, but geez, I don't know. I just-
Look how weird the ground and the lighting on the ground and the trees is.
Yeah, it's just where's the light?
And
And that
On.
there's literally like 3 clouds in this, 3 little clouds in this picture, and yet seems like it's shadowing everything.
I'm just curious on the left-hand side of this round object. It looks kind of like a checkered texture. Do you see that too?
I do see that.
I
It looks
see
kind
it.
of checkered. Yeah, I don't know. I've not seen that before in anything.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, look at that. It's like ribbed, like it's like
Word.
that. It's like that planet that was behind the moon. And Jesus' one.
That is a weird.
Whatever the object, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Those are good ones, Robert.
Oh yeah.
He's so good getting pictures like that. Like talented.
That's really neat,
Around
that
the
one.
world.
Citizen science
Yes.
member submissions from around the world.
That reminds me of something like, you remember when we could see Atu's moon in those cameras?
Yeah,
Remember,
yeah.
you have a picture of Atu's moon in the
Oh.
camera?
A few hundred of them.
Yeah. Well, yeah, just one will do.
Yeah, the
I'm getting
Skycams
tired
where
now. I
they're
can't be
looking straight up.
like,
No, we had to be, very careful and make sure they weren't dirty, and
Yeah.
and we asked that people just forget altogether about Alaska Skycams right now.
Please.
Oh my God, they don't
Please.
do nothing but lens flares, and there's a whole
Every
race
time
of
I see
people
it,
following that.
I
Yeah,
don't
all
even
that
say
dirt on
anything
there.
anymore. I'm just, yeah. Every time I see those Alaska ones, I just,
you
yeah.
want to go wipe the camera for them.
Well, you want
Yeah.
you want to spend the next hour trying to raise them back to a reality, and they're lost in the misinformation, and they know something's going on. And I feel terrible for them, and yet I don't want to brag and go, well, here I can tell you everything you need to know. Give me a week, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's so obvious they're see-through. You can
Yeah, well, the dust
right through them.
refractions on the lens flare is just when you see that many
Listen.
dots, it's a dust lens.
Well, it's to them.
Yeah,
It's
there you go.
craters. Yeah, that's craters. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's Alaska Skycams. And at that angle of the light in Alaska, they seem to refract into a lot of lens flares. They've never been reliable, ever. And why do newbies bite on that? Now, the rest of the sky's interesting.
Yeah.
But here's the
you're
thing,
looking at the red
Sam.
asteroid, spiral
Here's the
asteroids on the
thing.
lower left.
A lot of people are really just seeing one capture of this, and we've seen, because we see thousands of different, examples and different pictures from different people from around the world. We have been able to see the difference between what is and what's not, and that's one of the biggest problems. Is
Yeah, we learned.
We
Oh,
learn
look
by
at that.
comparison. We learn by comparison, and I think that's what makes us different than anybody else.
What did somebody
Yeah,
add
and we're
color
looking.
to that one?
Everybody's going to look at that thing right there in the middle left front, and that is a lens flare. But look what's behind it.
Right?
Can't look at that big peach butt.
That's where the real action is at, people.
Yeah, and every time we talk to these people, and we go, the planets are so much bigger than what you're saying is Nibiru. And we go through it, and we go through it, and we go through it with people, and we try to help them.
And Nibiru is not behind the sun on its way here. It's been
Yeah, it's not on its way.
It's been here, guys. It's been here. It's here. It's passing as close as it's ever been as we speak. They are
And
going
it's
right.
real. It's real. It's real. It's real.
Absolutely. So get on board. Get on board with this information, guys, because we have spent a lot of time putting this together. Take advantage of it. Take advantage of it, because nobody else is putting out this information. Apparently, if it's not us sharing this information, who else is going to be? That's one of the reasons why I decided to get out of my comfort zone and get on board with going as public as we possibly can. So, because I feel it's important, very important, that we get this information out there. Look how much lives could have been saved if people would really know what's happening. Look at all these unsuspecting people that have lost their homes, that have lost their lives, because they don't know what's happening. We could be saving lives, and I hope that we get this information out there, because lives do depend on this information going public.
Yeah, being aware of the weather, as it's coming, and the possibility that there's a larger, more destructive force than what we can perceive, that is like devastating. I myself have had my roof ripped up twice, and when
have
this
a metal roof.
I had a fire in front of my house last summer, and so if you're prepared and you notice the signs, you can maybe mitigate some of the extreme forces that will save you and your family.
Yes. we often get that whole, well, what can I do about it? There's a lot you can do about it. Knowing is half the battle. At least you won't be confused. At least when things are happening. At least you know what's happening, and you at least know what to expect. And at least you have half a plan. Chance favors the prepared mind. So
another thing, never get on the damn bus and never go to a FEMA camp. Oh my God. That was a really strong message that I don't cover very often. It was with the Pleiadian, and he talked to me about the camps 20 years before they were ever even invented. And do not rely on someone else to save you. You need to prepare and adjust your life and learn skills that you need and learn shit and go. If you have a goal that you specialize in, follow that. Follow your heart. Follow what you're being told to do. I don't advocate charging a bunch of shit on your credit card or anything like that ever. Don't do that. But think about what's in front of you. Think about what could happen. Think about what it's going to be like if we have 100-mile-an-hour winds.
Don't completely change your way of life and go batshit crazy over this. We would never advise that. I try to keep my feet grounded and still enjoy my day-to-day life without freaking out. That these things are happening. Sometimes it's difficult to do that. But I try my best to still stay grounded and keep a normal life and family and, just enjoy life in general. So don't go on the batshit crazy side, but just be aware. Be aware that things can happen.
Be careful.
And be careful and be more conscious of your surroundings. Be more conscious of the way you live. Be more conscious of the way you do things. But remember to continue to live your life. Go to work. Go pay your bills. Do what you gotta do. Just learn what's happening, because it will make the difference tomorrow or today of the outcome of a lot of things. So that's my take on it. That's the way I look at it. Is I'm gonna continue living my life. But I won't take precautions, and I won't do certain things a different way when I can, and as I can, and if I have the means to do so, I do. But keep living your life. That's all we can do.
And back to running in the middle. Don't go underscore, and don't go overboard. Don't go crazy, and yet if you stay in the middle, your BS meter will work for you, and you'll see what's happening around you. And if you know about this information, you'll be more likely to make the proper decision instead of the improper. Don't panic. Don't whatever. Just look ahead.
Never under any circumstance panic. That's the worst thing you can do.
And that's why I research all the time, because I want to know what's going on around me rather than what somebody's going to hand me is what's going on. And also I want to I know I have to share with people, because I've been doing this for so long, people count on me. So I look ahead and try to, see everything. And I watch my earthquake reports and my solar reports and my weather reports around the world and local and East Coast and all sorts of weather around the world, and et cetera. And I try to report to everybody what we have gathered, and it sure ain't what they're telling us is going on. It's spooky. It really is. It's not the weather and the news, the shit that I grew up with. We're so cut off. It's like they're not sharing the real stuff. They're just handing us garbage.
Well, what they're doing, Sam, is they're taking care of their own needs, and we're going to be out left alone. No, not that going underground is going to help them very much, right? But they're not. The way they're thinking is just keeping people from panicking. That way, when the time comes, they can just go underground and then fucking forget that we're out here. We live in a world right now that we have to be self-taught, because we are. If you're the kind that thinks the government gives a shit, really about your needs, and you're like I cannot, I just can't.
Yeah, and I
No,
don't foresee any mothership coming down to save us. So
we're on our own. We are
yeah.
on our own. Not on our own, guys. We can come together.
Goodbye.
We have built the community. I was talking with Rebecca about this. It never really dawned on me what a community we built over the years. And this should get bigger. We need to grow this community because we are in this together. We're not the good old boys. We're just basic people.
We're the
with
other
basic
boys.
needs. Yes, we're the other side of the coin of the track, so to speak. So if we come together and we all share this knowledge, we can, mitigate a lot of things. And when things come to, when shit hits the fan, we can come together instead of running around with our, like chickens with their heads cut off and panicking and wondering what's happening.
Right. If you got a better chance.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So this is about just getting everybody on board so we can get through this together.
And we know for a fact we are in the middle of extreme change, even in the last 5, 6, 7 years. And we just go back to the rivers all around the planet drying up and for the last 3 years. And then the changes in the weather and the changes in the sky and the changes in the planets, the Milky Way, even all the way across everything we see and we know, and the moon and the sun. And guys, we're not in Kansas anymore, Toto, and we have to be aware of it. And it's up to all of us to be informed and enlightened and educated. And you can do this. You can go out and learn this crap. All you got to do is put the time in.
Yeah, I was going to mention that somebody made a comment earlier about that. This information, anybody can learn this, guys. It's very easy to follow. Yes, it will take a little bit of your time. It takes a little bit of a commitment. Nothing comes that easy either. But anybody can follow this. Anybody with any level of intelligence can put this together. If I learned it, anybody can learn it. It just takes consistency and actually paying attention. And paying attention to the volumes of information that we put together for you guys. There's a lot of information, guys, that we have put together that has made it so much easier to put this into perspective. Rebecca has put together so much information that just volumes of information.
Yeah, hundreds of hours of videos.
Take advantage of it, guys, because we're not in Kansas anymore. It's gonna change. Life is gonna get more difficult and
get weirder every day.
We have to mentally prepare for it because they're not gonna tell us, and they're gonna leave us to ourselves. We have to band together, guys. We really do. We really, really do. So.
Okay, we're coming up on 6 hours, 26 minutes, 55, 56 to 57 seconds.
Yes,
and Rebecca is tired and she wants to go do her thing.
And so Jesus is tired.
Yeah, I've been yawning for the past 30 minutes.
I have a minor headache, so.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I think it was a good show. I think we touched on everything that we needed to. There was a little talking over. We're sorry, guys. We will get better at that.
Hey, we added another hour to our closing.
Yeah,
we will get better with the talking over and that kind of stuff as we go. Please bear with us. We are a little new at this. We've never.
And we're really excited about everything, and we're sorry. We're sorry.
And we get excited. That's right. But bear with us.
Like kids on a playground.
Yes, we're trying to get this information out there, but we are very passionate about it. Sometimes we get a little overzealous, a little oversharing, a little obsessed, but I mean, it's a big
we need to have wee buttons on this thing to go bzzz, I want to talk bzzz, I want to talk
Well, raise
Yeah.
your hand.
No, there's-
Yeah.
Raise your hand.
Miss Rebecca.
No, I wish there was a system like that. That I don't
Well,
know.
you have to. Hey,
would
you
be.
know,
Oh,
you're the
I
chairman.
punched
You
my
have
cat
to
in the
gavel.
face.
You know, mute, mute people till
I
they. You're
I
allowed to
know.
talk
I
now.
hate
I'm
to do
joking.
that. Right. I know. I've tried to think of a system, but it's either it's a hassle or it's not something that people would want. It's I don't know. But you would think with as many podcasts as there are out there, they would have something set up to help with that. If
Yeah,
not,
we're just a bunch of friends talking over the top of each other on the telephone. That's all.
Yeah, it's like that. Oh, you know what, Sam? I got an invite to come back to record another podcast with the last person I was on a podcast with. Like somebody that invited me to be on their podcast. Remember?
Whatever happened to that? I
Yeah,
never got.
whatever happened to that?
Well, I mean, the two I've done were on channels where you had to pay to be a subscriber to see their work, and I never saw the second one at all. Anyway, that's the one that wants me to come
How
back.
did it go? Like, were they really?
I'll tell them to come to us.
Good. I mean, they're making.
Well, were they open? Were they open to the information, or
Yeah.
I mean, and what kind of channels were they? Was it Sky related stuff, or what was it?
He's kind of like end times conspiracy
Oh boy.
stuff, end times, but like, just in general, watching.
Lordy. That
So,
be Jesus.
and he was coming from it with a real religious viewpoint, and I was surprised that he was as open as he is. Otherwise,
Well, that's good.
he
That's
would not
good.
be asking me back if he was turned off by it.
Right.
And it must have had some level of success.
After all, we are the authority on the signs in the sky.
So I'm supposed to be back and do that April 5th. Will be. It's
Well, I
short.
would love to see that. I would love to see that.
Yeah,
But,
that'll be interesting.
Record
I
what
don't know
you
if I'll ever
can.
see it.
Have
You
your
have to
booklet
see it.
ready.
Yeah, you have to pay to see it. I'm like, well,
okay.
we see it enough as it is. We see our show as it'd be the same as that,
Yeah.
or like me going live on TikTok for 30 minutes.
So you're gonna be? It's not gonna be like a TikTok thing. It's gonna be on there.
It's on it's on a whole different platform. He's not on YouTube anymore, but it is a bigger platform. I mean, his YouTube channel is like 150,000. So it is
There you go.
hitting a big platform, a bigger platform.
Just be sure to plug yourself, every 5 minutes in between everything,
You
Yeah.
know it.
thought
Yeah,
process.
take advantage of the exposure and make sure
You
you
know
know.
it.
Press, good
And
press.
Yes,
I'm more-
absolutely.
I'm way more because the last time I was on, it was in October, and I've had a lot more practice since
Yeah.
then. So
You were still a little new when I heard about that. You're still very new at really TikTok.
StreamYard, first grade.
Now you're in charge.
Yeah, yeah.
right.
Yeah,
So
now you're a boss chick.
This one should
Yeah,
go a
yeah.
lot better, I think. This one should go a
I
lot
think
better
so.
for you. Yeah.
I think
My
so too.
platform beats your platform any day, dude. You're never. I mean, you, not you.
Yeah,
me.
definitely throw in the Citizen Science Project.
I'm
in there
gonna
a
make some
couple
slides for that.
time,
Yeah,
30 lives in 30 days.
that's right. That's right.
She the woman. They used to
I've
say,
picked
she the
up-
man, he the man.
About 2,000 people since I started that promotion. 2,000 new
awesome.
followers on TikTok. So that's
That's awesome.
I would say it's been successful for you.
we've definitely had more people on TikTok watching tonight, and we've had people from TikTok come to YouTube and watch tonight. More than one or two. So it's paying off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, to the people from TikTok, excuse the the sloppiness, so to speak. We're new at this, and we will get better.
What do you mean sloppiness? We are pros at this. You guys are the experts.
Well,
Come on, we're the experts now. Yeah.
I'm talking about keeping it together when it comes to talking over each other.
Hey, every once in a while we do so many shows. We do so many shows that every once in a while we get silly.
Yeah. That's a better way to put it. Yes, that's a better way to put it.
Just a bunch of goofballs.
Good night, Nicole, Andrea.
Night, night.
Good night.
Goonies say never die, man. Goonies say never die.
Goonies say never die.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we have done 42 shows now. We're kind of beginning.
Are we on 43?
Intermediate.
We can't say we're completely amateurs, but
43. Well, anyway, somewhere in there.
Yeah, thanks everybody for being here. Very much appreciated, guys. Share this, like it, and just share it with anybody.
Tell it to your friends.
Like, share, subscribe, notify.
I think we had a great show tonight. I really do. I feel good about it.
Me too. I shared most of the videos I had prepared, not all the pictures by quite a bit.
And if you're listening to it after the fact on YouTube,
still a great show.
Please comment. Write down your questions. We do read them. And then YouTube is our library of our shows and more places as well, and soon on the new platform. So comment, talk to us. If you don't talk to us, we don't know what you're thinking.
Yep. In the meantime, there is movies for free on the platform, on the website. If you want to put it up, Rebecca, real quick.
Let me get our banner.
And you can also register right now. If you register, it'll give us your email, and whenever we do go onto the platform and it's ready, it'll notify you. So if you want to register, it's no charge as a just to register for now. But as soon as we do it, does go online, it'll inform you, it'll notify you guys. So
right.
So
and when the time comes, the charge will be $2.99 a month for you to access the entire site and everything it has to offer, which eventually, we're going to be going in baby steps, but eventually it's going to, Rocket Man mentioned it earlier, it's going to have all kinds of different things for people to do. It's not just, looking at our videos, but they'll be able to interact with each other, share pictures, videos, communicate, have a chat room.
You can learn, you can go to school.
It could be e-learning. You'll get a certificate.
If we further the site, then we can get better equipment, and then I can do, cooking with Sam and secret sandwich recipes cooked by my very self.
We'll have prizes. We won't have a lot of. It'll be a really great place where you can get all this information and have fun doing it at the same time and build a big community, guys. Because that's really what we want to do. Is build a community, grow what has already grown. We want to grow it even bigger to be more worldwide. More, the more people who are on board, guys, the more we can get through this together. As I said earlier, So yes,
think about it. It's a social media platform geared for skywatchers. Right. What more could we want? Really. And it's not just us. There's people all around the world that are watching the sky, that are into Nibiru. This is going to be the place to go. So it's exciting.
Third and fourth quarter of the football game.
And we were, just to put this out there, Rebecca, when she got together with them, we made sure to keep the price as low as possible. That way it's accessible to everybody. I think $2.99 a month is very reasonable and accessible to just about anybody, So, it's a cup of coffee. It's basically a cup of coffee, to receive the information that we have spent countless hours gathering together. It is the cost of keeping things running too, and
Yes,
also
it
all the
is.
time. Rebecca spends a hell of a lot of time doing this. I would like to be able to spend as much time as Rebecca, but I can't as of yet. But I also do spend most of my off time doing my videos as well, and going out and recording, all the stuff that I record. So yes, a cup of coffee a month is reasonable, and accessible to everybody.
Right.
Absolutely.
Rocket Man and I, talked, Jesus, about when the time comes when we can, like cover you more full time, and then you can work on the website more, and it'll help me out. Like, I'm saying, the more time that others
Absolutely.
can help.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll get to that point.
We'll get to that point.
Take a little time to have enough.
And the monthly site drawing is coming out in 2 days, according to my clock.
That's going to be a good one because a lot of things have been confusing to me.
Yeah.
That drawing will really help me out.
Oh my God, what is it doing? I don't understand this. Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's
Homework
definitely-
time. Time to do homework, Sam.
Yeah. All right,
Okay,
guys.
let's
Well,
put
good
everything
night,
going down.
and we'll see you next Saturday.
Buddy.
Right.
Again.
Okay, good night, everybody.
Thanks for
Good
having
night.
me, guys.
Okay,
Like,
yeah.
subscribe,
Nice talking to
Rebecca, everybody.
Great
Good night, guys.
show.
share.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Saturday.
Bye, everybody out there.
Bye-bye.
Bye.